Hello everyone, if you're new to my channel, consider liking and subscribing. It will make me feel wonderful if you do that. Thanks. By the way, I also have another Naruto and Luffy fanfiction channel. If you are interested, link is in the description.
Tell It to the Marines by Tsume Yuki. Because sometimes a tale is too tall not to tell. Even if no one will ever believe her, this isn't Riskua's first shot at life. It is her first time as the big sister of the nuisance that is Monkey D. Luffy, however. Self-insert, adios.
The glass she lifts is a hell of a lot lighter than she was expecting, and Riskua only needs a quick glance to confirm her rapid conclusion. Luffy, the greedy little glutton, has drunk her milk. She stares at the glass for a moment, taking note of the slight puddle of milk that rests at the bottom. Perhaps just a drop, two at a push. Hell, it's a miracle Luffy left even that much. Riskua sighs, pressing one hand to her forehead as the other flicks Luffy's ear. The instinctive response he gives is to let out a snore, hands twitching where they're wrapped up in the pillow, before he rolls over and mumbles, "meat," into her thigh. Riskua shuffles it away. It wouldn't be a shock if the boy tried to take a chunk out of her leg. No doubt he dreams of food when he sleeps as surely as he does when awake. Luffy twitches again in his sleep, belly assuredly full of all the milk she'd been wanting to drink. If only he weren't so darn cute, then maybe she'd be able to hold his theft against him. She tries, she really does, laying back down and curling up around Luffy and everything. But she needs a glass of milk to wet her lips and tongue. The sound of Sabo's sleepy snuffles, shallow and swifter in pace than she'd have expected, ring through the air. Every so often, Luffy's thunderous snores will bracket the tempo, but it is otherwise a steady melody performed only by Sabo. Where Ace is, Riskua doesn't have the slightest idea. Sabo had been fast asleep by the time she and Luffy returned from the bath, quilt covers thrown squiffy around his form. He'd shivered, and that was the only excuse Riskua needed to retrieve her latest fur pelt skinned from the bear that supplied their dinner meat and thrown it over the blonde. After a moment of adjusting to the new weight on his unconscious body, Sabo had drifted easily off into a peaceful slumber. She's quite jealous. Squirming her way out of the bed, Riskua smooths the strands of Luffy's hair she can reach without waking him. Greedy little glutton, she finds herself thinking far more fondly than she'd previously thought possible. Beside Luffy, Sabo rolls over, mouth gaping wide despite the reasonably quiet snuffles it produces, and Riskua finds herself attempting to smooth out his tight blonde curls too. She'll look for the missing one when she goes to get her milk. It's almost ridiculous just how attached she has already become to these three boys. Luffy is without question her younger brother now, given the events of these past 3 months. And while Sabo and Ace will certainly become precious, she cannot get the image of Luffy's beaten face from her mind. That they had allowed it to happen, even if they had rescued him in the end, does not leave her mind. She's not Luffy, she cannot trust blindly or childishly. There may not be a scar from the bite, but that doesn't mean she's not become shy of being stung twice. It's not a new flaw, even in the before she'd always been cautious of those who hurt her, who let her down. Never quite capable of fully trusting them again. Because what if they fail her again? No, she will try to accept Sabo and Ace fully, but she doubts those insecurities will fly the co-op anytime soon. It doesn't stop her from wiping away the spot of dirt on Sabo's nose though. He really should have gotten washed before he crawled into bed. Smiling, Riskua rises to her feet, and while her steps would be loud in comparison to Mihawk, they are silent among these noisy bandits. Noisy bandits who are still socializing downstairs with little care for keeping their voices low. Thankfully it appears Sabo is as heavy a sleeper as Luffy. She and Ace, not so much. Riskua makes her way down the stairs, rubbing her upper arms as she goes. Stupid bandits and their penny-pinching ways. Cheapskates when it comes to heating this place. If she gets a bit of a kick moving so quietly around this place because several bandits always end up jumping out of their skin, then who's to judge her for that? Lips twisting up in a smile, Riskua slips by the entrance to the living room, sneaking into the kitchen with a finesse of stealth that this home has never before witnessed. She passed by the table and its mismatching chairs, slowly pulling open the fridge to muffle any noise that comes with the action. Technology available to mountain bandits does not appear to include a fridge with an interior light, so it takes Rescue a few moments of groping around to grasp at the milk bottle's glass neck. It makes a very delicate clink when she begins pouring her prize into a glass, and by that point she's almost home free. It just so happens that, as she walking by the living room door once again, one of the nameless bandits decides to open his mouth and spew forth a few words that she just can't ignore. She doesn't remember being this hot-tempered in the before, doesn't recall ever being so powerfully angry at something. But then again, the life before had been idyllic compared to this one, without fighting and fear and death. She hadn't had such ferocious attachments in the before. Sometimes she wonders if it had been a biological fault, that simmering apathy which lingered constantly in her mind. If it had been a product of being raised in a society that considered emotional outbursts to be an evident lack of self-control. Or maybe it's because everything is just so full of life here that she can't help but to perk up and respond. Though that doesn't necessarily mean her reactions are good ones. And now there's more brats here. Dayton's gravelly voice tumbles through the room, falling out into the hallway with all the subtlety of a landslide. Garp's a right bastard. If the Marines start sniffing around and they find out the devil child really is the son of the devil, we can all kiss our asses goodbye. Rescue is frozen by the door. Part of her mind insists she act rationally, that she pretend she didn't hear that, to continue on up to bed with her glass of milk and ignore it all. It is an admittedly small part. Ever so carefully, Rescue places her beverage upon the floor, inhaling and then exhaling as deeply as she dares. What was that? And though her tone is light, it is by no means cheerful. The bandits all pause and Rescue is sure she looks a sight. Hair still half damp, the other half dried up in kinks and knots from lying down beside Luffy. Maybe even tired black bags under her intimidating as hell eyes. How much did you hear, brat? Enough. You don't dislike Ace because he's a tiny ball of fury. You don't like him for something he has no control over. That's stupid. He's a little demon. And Rescue slams her fist into Dayton's stomach, taking great pleasure in pushing the woman completely down when she crumples as the wind is torn from her. All the bandits scatter like cockroaches unearthed from a rock as Rescue gets another punch in. She has a lot less inhibitions when it comes to resorting to violence in this life, but violence was heavily frowned upon in the before. Now it's actively encouraged. You're right, he is a little demon. Ace's heart is in his mouth, hammering away and rattling whatever sits in his skull. It sure can't be a brain, not a working one anyway, because then he'd have accepted the words he's just heard. Accepted the words he's been expecting to hear since day one, just accepted it instead of looking for an underlying meaning when there isn't one. But it hurts. It hurts and his chest is constricting in on itself, crushing his lungs and his heart and his stomach. It hurts. Yeah, he's a little demon, Creep continues, her fist smacking into Dayton's palm as the bandit finally gets a hold of the short girl's hand, stopping her rapid assault, but that's by his own behavior. He sure as hell wasn't born a demon. If you're gonna hate him, then do it because he's mean, because he's a brat or because he hurt Luffy. Spitting on someone for something they can't control is the height of stupidity. And then Dayton's knuckles smash into Creep's face. Creep goes flying back and Ace is just frozen in place, still wing what he's just heard. She doesn't dislike him because he was born? Hate him because he was born a devil child? It sounds like Creep doesn't like him because he's been mean, and not for anything else. But she has to have heard the bandits, has to have heard the way they talk about him, and why hasn't she just accepted he's a demon? Creep's made no disillusion of the fact she doesn't like him, but that she doesn't like him because of what he's done, not for who he is. That's new. Ace doesn't know how to feel about that. She's on her hands and knees now, crouching over with that wild red hair shadowing her face. Slowly, she turns her head, spitting a glob of blood out on the floor and shit. Dayton must have hit her harder than a seed noticed. He behaves like that 'cause he's a demon child. No, it's because you don't expect any different. Even though it took a while, he still saved Luffy. He can be different, if he wants to be. When he wants to be. Leaning back against the wall, Ace slides down, no longer capable of watching the events in the living room. Legs no longer capable of holding himself up. He can hear it all going on behind him, the shocked breath as Dayton takes another hit and then the grunt and thump as Creep goes down. But it might as well be happening an island away. His mind's in turmoil, thoroughly shaken from Creep's words. He could be something other than a demon? Creep really believes that? would physically fight the brutish hag to stand by that opinion? Hands tremble, knees so sore and suddenly aching with the thought of having to stand. His lips have parted, and Ace slowly presses the meat of his palms to his eye sockets. He's not crying, his cheeks are clear of tears and his eyes are dry. Dry to the point where they itch. As if there's too much headwind blowing in them. As if it's far hotter a day than it actually is. The wall is cold against his back, the chill seeping through his thin sleeping shirt. The stolen milk sits heavy in his stomach, sloshing about in an exceptionally unpleasant motion. Who knew words could create such a reaction in him? Get to bed, you daft brat, Dayton thunders, though her voice sounds far more nasal than it probably should. Looks like Creep got a face shot in. Ace almost wants to get a look, just to see what kind of damage she can really do, though his still throbbing cheek likes to remind him whenever he doesn't take pains to keep his mind occupied from the pain, but he can't drum up the willpower to rise from where he's crumpled. His ribs still feel a bit too tight, no matter how much he expands and contracts them as he breathes. Straining his hearing, he can pick out Sabo's quite little snores, though Ace has been forced to redefine that word since he's had the pleasure of listening to Luffy, the crybaby's equivalent. Creep is tame in comparison. Little whispering breaths that are just a bit higher pitched, a bit more noticeable than usual. There's the light scuffling on the stairs, the noise only Creep makes because the bandits are way too heavy and the other two boys move far quicker, before she disappears from his senses. And still Ace is sat there, heartbeat slowly tapering off into its usual steady rhythm. For 5 minutes, Ace just remains in place, listening to the muttered grumbles of the bandits as they talk about their day, their heists and hold-ups, what they've managed to bring back to the hut. Not once do they whisper hateful words about him though, and after those 5 minutes pass, he manages to gather up enough courage to go and face the bastards that were supposed to raise him. If kids were plants, then a hell of a lot were beautiful flowers, nurtured and loved, attended to and given the plant food and sunlight and water they need to grow. Ace is a weed. A weed that's grown without any help, that's made do with minimal sunlight and found his own water, found his own food, and he's stronger for it. Pushing open the door from the entranceway, Ace beats down the urge to look towards the open window that he'd been watching through. Instead he meets Dayton's stare and refuses to acknowledge the ugly bruising that's beginning to mark up her skin. "Are you in for the night, brat?" she asks, but there's a little less something in her voice. It's careful. Ace chews on the flesh of his lower lip, looking away, and barely stops the cringe the second he does so. Damn, he looks guilty of something now. "Yeah. I'm going to bed." Turning on heel, Ace walks out the door, foot smacking into something that clatters against the floor and wets his foot. A quick glance confirms it's a glass of freshly poured milk, now freshly spilt. Normally Acide'd just ignore it, power on to bed and pretend he had nothing to do with the mess. It's only the creep that drinks milk before bed as far as he knows. Sabo wouldn't help himself to the fridge, not until he's sure that his stay here is assured, and Luffy, the crybaby, would just drink it straight from the jug. Guilt wiggles up in his stomach again. The only damn reason the redhead was down here was to refill the glass he'd drunk earlier. She'd never have overheard the bandits if not, and then Acide never have overheard. Spitting on someone for something they can't control is the height of stupidity. Working his tongue about in his mouth, Ace grits his teeth and grimaces, hands curled around the glass, his chest hurts. Damn it all to hell. When Ace wakes up in the morning, his fingers are threaded in the bare fur that had been covering Sabo when he returned. Its weight is a warm thing upon his thighs as he pushes it down, the chill seeping into his torso as he exposes it to the morning air. Beside him, the blonde boy grumbles, attempting to roll over and get just that little bit more sleep, even though it's clearly already morning. Slowly, Ace lifts a hand to his face, touching the swollen flesh as much as he dares to. It's the worst bruising yet. It's probably gonna take forever to go down, but the well of resentment he'd had for Creep seems to have run dry. Instead there's some kind of emotion that rests in his stomach, one he doesn't really want to identify. Things were so much easier when he was on his own. Ever since he met Sabo things started going differently. When he found companionship in the blonde boy, he also found reason to doubt. Would Sabo leave him when Ace's parentage is revealed to him? Would the boy stare at him with the same sneer? The same fear that enters people's eyes whenever the topic of the Pirate King's offspring comes up? Ace hasn't breathed a word of it, has never brought the topic up even as he slowly but surely grew closer to the boy. Then Luffy and the creep came crashing into his life, bringing with them all sorts of pesky emotions with them. It's so much more effort and it makes him so much more vulnerable. Before he was closed off, before nothing could hurt him. Now that he's growing closer to them, he's practically handing them the sticks to beat him with. As soon as they get tired of him, as soon as they decide he's not worth it, they'll know just where to strike to make it hurt. That would never have occurred before, he wouldn't have given anyone the chance, only he'd never have experienced what it is to trust someone either. Never have known what it's like to run with Sabo, to fight and know the other boy has his back. Would never have known what it is like to feel wanted, had Luffy not come tumbling in and pig-headedly proclaimed him a friend. Would never have known what it is like to be defended, as he found out last night when Riskua stood up to Deiden on his behalf, even though she's proclaimed to not like him. Had he not gotten close to them, he'd never have experienced that and his life would be lacking. It's scary, the idea of opening himself up and showing the soft underbelly of all that he is. It's not something he plans on doing anytime soon, but it is something he's considering doing now. That maybe, just maybe, he might be able to toy the feelings that he's never allowed free before, that he's never dared to offer up because all that he's ever reached out before has attacked him in return. Come on, Luffy Lu. It's morning. Eyes snapping up to look at the source of the words. Ace's lips twitch up into a smile despite himself. Creep is leaning over the crybaby, hands tentatively reaching out like she's trying to wake the slumbering boy up gently. Ace can't see that happening. He knows for a fact the brat'll sleep through a tropical storm if he has to, he's seen it. She of the freaky eyes obviously thinks the same thing, because yellow rolls skywards before she jabs at the boy's ribs. For a moment nothing happens, and then Luffy squirms away, giggling under his breath, somewhere between awake and asleep. Creep's lips are in a smile of their own now and her hands descend, scrambling up and down the boy's sides. Near-deafening laughter breaks through the room as the now fully awake Luffy attempts to make his getaway, pursued by the only girl in the room. She doesn't let him get away, instead catching the boy's ankle to hold him down. Instead of stopping him, Luffy just stretches his leg, continuing to scramble away even as the tension in his extended leg builds. Ace now understands what a devil's fruit is. Luffy had practically told him his life story on the way back last night, all in a futile effort to stop crying. He'd broken like an alcoholic's self-restraint before a bottle of booze the second creep had swept him into her arms. The crybaby. And dear God, that thought actually sounded fond inside his own head. Ace grimaces just as the tension in Luffy's leg gives, reeling the poor boy into the clutches of his attacker. Releasing her hold on his ankle, Freaky Eyes catches Luffy in her arms, pinning him swiftly beneath her own weight as her fingers mercilessly run up and down his ribs. They're both laughing, grinning like loons. He wants to join in. He wants to get involved too. Ace realizes with something that's not quite shock or horror but perhaps stupefied wonder. When she's not punching people, Riskue is pretty nice, Sabo observes from his side, clearly woken by the noise and Ace didn't even notice. He's still a bit out of his depth, still adjusting to the change that has been brought to his life in the past 24 hours. As he watches the two interlopers in his life play about, Ace slowly realizes that just maybe, if he opens himself up to the three others that surround him, he has a chance to be happy like them too. Come on, let's go get breakfast started. And just like that, Luffy's already out the door, tromping down the stairs with banging footsteps that imply a man thrice Luffy's weight is making his way down to the kitchen instead. Creep shakes her head, blatant amusement on her face, even if Ace is rather surprised by how swiftly Luffy extracted himself from her hold at the suggestion of food. She goes to get up, but then pauses as something catches her eye. Following her line of sight, Ace spots just what she's looking at and scowls, feeling hot. Huh? Sabo's questioning remark has Ace swinging around to glare at the other boy, just daring him to say anything at all. The blonde stares back before a small smile tugs at his lips, amused. Ruffling his hair until the black bangs fall around his eyes, Ace surges to his feet in a motion that feels a bit too quick, too attention-grabbing. But when he hastily glances over his shoulder just as he leaves, Riskua is still staring at the full glass of milk now in her hands. Can we all hunt together today? Can we? Luffy bounces up and down in his seat, still wrapped up nice and tight in bandages. At least he's clean, Sabo grumpily thinks. He's so very much looking forwards to being able to strip the layers of filth and dirt off of his body, something he hasn't been able to do ever since he first fled to the Grey Terminal. Oh sure, he's been able to clean up, but he's not managed to become fully clean, and it's a sensation he misses. Luffy bounces up and down again, fingers itching and twitching on the tabletop. The reason is obvious when a plate full of meat hits the tabletop. Those rubbery hands shoot forwards at speeds Sabo hadn't thought Luffy capable of. The blonde's still distracted though, and his thoughts aren't entirely on the prospect of washing the Grey Terminal from his skin. Even as he snatches up a share of the meat, he's watching Riskua. While Ace did complain about the two of them before, it had mainly been the pushy little crybaby he focused on. For every 3 snarls about Luffy under his breath, there'd been one on Riskua. Not as determined to barge into Ace's life as the 7-year-old, she'd been a quiet if obvious presence. Sabo isn't quite sure what to make of her. She's dotting on Luffy, that's obvious. But not to the point he or Ace suffers for it. If anything, the fact she's managed to save some meat for the freckled boy whenever he surfaces from the bathroom shows she's looking out for them too. She's eating what Sabo considers to be a normal person portion of food, though admittedly his time with Ace had increased Sabo's own appetite. Luffy's powering through all this meat like a champ though. Everything okay, Sabo? Riskua's eyes flicker up to meet him before they swiftly dance back to the empty milk glass that sits on the table. It's funny, because Sabo can blatantly remember watching Ace down the beverage in question after Luffy had returned from his bath last night, back when Riskua was going through her own cleaning ritual. Is it possible that his best friend had actually felt guilty enough to refill the drink with her none the wiser? Sure is, and it really is. He's away from the Grey Terminal and with friends, and his parents will never find him here. Thanks for the food. An absent-minded nod is his reply. Riskua too busy slapping Luffy's hands away from her own plate and that of Ace's spared meat to put much more effort in. Luckily, the male in question strides into the room, stopping when he notes the 3 of them sat at the table. Ace, eat breakfast and let's go hunt, Luffy cries, almost surging out his feet in an attempt to push Ace's plate towards him. It's a good thing that Riskua stops him in his tracks. That second sneaky hand had not been aimed at that plate with the intention of delivering it to Ace at all. With a grumble, Riskua rolls her eyes, glancing up at the ceiling with a resigned expression on her face. The only thing you're doing today, Kinglet, is learning how to throw a proper punch. Huh? We're going to be running around with this numbskulls? Riskua explains, jabbing her thumb in their direction even as Sabo feels himself swell up at the insult. Then you're sure as hell going to learn how to handle yourself. That goes for the both of you too. Sabo deflates as swiftly as a popped balloon. We can fight. Ace screams back, breakfast long gone. Plate licked clean. His face is right in Riskua's personal space and she stares back just as evenly, the set of her face stern. Luffy, she says, even as she continues to look Ace right in the eye, you want to be a pirate, right? I do, and he sounds so damn happy about it. As if Riskua is just clearing something up, showcasing that she remember what he wants to do with his life. Sabo can see she's about to use the boy to prove her point. I'm not from East Blue. I was actually born on the Grand Line. What? What? Ace snaps, recoiling back and then staring at the only girl among them as if she'd just grown a second head. Well, the Grand Line is supposed to be a place where all logic and reason is twisted on its head. Full of the weird and wild. It'd certainly explain Riskua's exotic coloring. Yep. And the further into the Grand Line you get, the more a certain power pops up, one that has the ability to counteract those with devil fruit powers, like Luffy here. By the time you hit the second half of the Grand Line, it's practically required. All the heavyweight pirates' US mystery power. Luffy suddenly cries. So excited at having recognized it he knocks his straw hat from his head. There's a quick scramble as Luffy attempts to catch his hat as it falls. He only just manages it, which given how clumsy the boy is a shock in and of itself. My dream in life is to understand what hockey is, what we can do with it. I want to be the world's greatest expert on hockey, which means I'll be returning to the Grand Line someday. Until then though, I thought maybe I could train the 3 of you in what I know so far. Really? Sabo slaps a hand over his mouth, but he's really excited. Riskua is from the Grand Line, She has to know so much about it if she was born there. There's so many questions he wants to ask, but he forces himself to focus on the current topic. Hockey, whatever the hell that is, sounds important. Especially if all the top dogs of the pirate world use it on the Grand Line. Devil fruits are something of a myth. Luffy's the first one he's ever seen and he can barely accept what the boy is capable of right now. When he gets some practice on how to use his powers, it'll probably be the kind of weird that belongs on the Grand Line. Yes, if you want to learn, that is. Consider it preparation, or consider it something to protect yourself with. Riskua shrugs, head tilting to a side and thick red hair spilling over one cheek until she blows it back. Yeah, mystery power? I want to crush rocks like Riskua can crush rocks? Sabo glances warily at the girl, but she doesn't dignify his stare with a response. It'll take a while to really get a grip on it. I've been at it for years and I'm nowhere near close to figuring it out. But it's something to build on before you go do what you want with your life. Out of the corner of his eye, Sabo glances to Ace. Ace, whose face is set, his jaw clenched and his eyes refusing to meet anyone else's. I'd like to learn, Sabo states, and then recalling those lessons from his past life, because even though he hates it, Sabo's not stupid and he knows most people like common curtsies. He tags a hasty, please, on the end of that. Offers open to you too, Ace. A moment of quiet, and then, this doesn't make us friends. Wasn't expecting it to. And as Riskua gets to her feet and make for the skin, Sabo can hear the yet in the air. A silent promise, but a promise all the same. This chapter did not want to come out. It was a very difficult one to write, and I'm sorry if it doesn't flow as well as I'd have liked it to. Horror for the fact there's over 500 followers on this, and horror that we broke the 40 reviews for a chapter last chapter. Thank you, lovelies. To celebrate, here's a quick sneak peek of a rough snippet of chapter 21, which is all I've got wrote for that chapter, in my notes. It's actually called the awkward chapter, because someone has to have explained this stuff, and I can't picture that being Garp, can you? When are you giving them the SX talk? Deiden stares blankly back at her, and Riskua is pretty sure this conversation is not going to go how she wants it to. SX talk? Yeah. Ace woke up with a stiffy this morning, according to Luffy, though none of them knew what it was. Luff just proclaimed Ace's PP was stiff but went away after a bit. Garp can handle that, it's not my problem. Garp, really? He'll never consider them in need of that talk. If he had his way, they'd live out their lives as virgin Marines dedicated to the job. If you're so worried, you do it. And I would. Unlike you, those boys have pretty faces. You're right to be worried. Scene break, Ace. Yeah, Lou? Why's Skua got those weird lumps on her chest? Dunno, all older girls have him. Bird girl's getting older, so she grew him. What did ya think, Sabo? I got told you don't touch him, and they're only for when a girl has a baby. A baby? Yeah, apparently when two people marry, a stock'll bring them a baby. Fingers digging into her temples, Riskua flicks her gaze to the sky and regrettably accepts she was right. She really does need to give them the talk, god damn it. She'd been so sure she wouldn't have to suffer through this until she had her own kids. Okay, we need to have a talk. This sucks. It's not the first time Ace has complained, and from the way things are going for them, Luffy can't see it being the last time either. He's a rubber man, so the rocks don't hurt him as much as they probably do Ace and Sabo. But it is annoying. Luffy has thrown himself into training, fully ready to walk out knowing how to use Riskua's mystery power. She'd said it'd take a while to learn, but Luffy had been sure, a while, meant a few hours, and that they'd be done for tea time. Does this even work? Ace must think the same, because he sounds really mad. Luffy tries to hide his giggle behind his hand, but a funny-looking Sabo still notices. Ace is too focused on Riskua though. He looks really mad, but not angry. It's made even funny by all the bruises he's got, as well as the super swollen side of his face. It looks like he's stuffed half his breakfast in there. Luffy pauses, licking his lips at the thought. They've been doing this since breakfast, is it lunchtime yet? I'll prove it works. Riskua snaps back at Ace, leaping down from the tree branch she'd been sat in, the rocks on ropes still in her hands. Excited, Luffy leans forwards and even pushes back his thoughts of lunch. Just for a minute or two. Luffy's only ever seen Riskua train the mystery power once, but it was super cool. She stands in the center of their clearing, Sabo hastily scampering out of range, followed by Ace shortly after. Why's he dragging his feet? Does he want to join in too? But Risku is gonna prove how cool she is. Lips pursing in concentration, Luffy flops onto the ground, arms folded but eyes never leaving his big sister. Her arm is held out straight by her side, the ropes with rocks in one hand. She's still for a moment, before she swings her arm around, releasing her grip. The rocks fly, twisting and jolting at random from the rope that ties them to the tree branch. Riskua moves like gravy dripping over meat, flowing and dipping without hesitation. She's almost as hypnotic a sight. Luffy watches eagerly as the first rock comes at her, and Riskua, with her eyes closed, ducks low with a spin. The rock sails by, and then another and another. It isn't until the rocks begin to organize themselves in the ropes, when they start coming at her as more than one, that they manage to land a hit. A single rock bounces off of Riskua's shoulder, but it's the only one. And her eyes weren't open the entire time. Riskua is so cool. Luffy watches as Riskua catches the next rock and flicks it back to ping off another one, so that it bounces away from her. One zips past her head as she tilts it, shoulder rolling to prevent a collision with one of the lazier sweeping rocks. Her back is to them by this point, and Luffy only just realizes what Ace is doing a second after he does it. The rock in his hand soars through the air, aims squarely at Riskua's head, and Luffy doesn't even have time to shout a warning before it's caught. Riskua has caught the rock and retreated back out of the rocks on rope's pit, opening her eyes once she's done so. That's a low blow, she grumbles. It's like the sun stops shining on her hand for a moment, because all her fingers go black and then the rock crumbles like crispy pigskin. Pork crackling. Licking his lips and trying to reel in all of the drool that treks down his face, Luffy bounces forwards to Riskua, holding his arms out. Riskua is the best, she loves hugs. Not like Ace, who whacked him over the head when he tried cuddling him, and not like Sabo, who got all stiff and uncomfortable while wearing the same look Luffy no doubt did whenever he dropped food. Panic. Sabo had looked panicked. Maybe it's a shell person thing and Riskua just likes hugs? Luffy launches himself forwards and Riskua catches him with ease, spinning them around so she doesn't tumble over instead. Riskua is so cool, Luffy proclaims, beaming up at the face beneath that bright red hair, but the mystery power is so hard to learn. I told you so, Kinglet. She sets him back on his feet once she's done talking, picking her hat up from the ground and slotting it back on her head. Hey. Ace is the only one of them without a cool hat, sucks to be him. But it's really important you take the time to learn. Okay, everyone knows how to use hockey in the second half of the Grand Line. Perking up, Luffy tightens his grip on Riskua, staring up at her with stars in his eyes. The Grand Line? That's the sea you'll have to sail on to become Pirate King. It's the same sea Shanks left Fuchsia for, the greatest and most dangerous sea in the whole world. Hold up, how much do you know about the Grand Line? And there's Sabo beside them now, the boy with sunshine for hair, tipping his hat back so he can get a better look at Riskua. They're about the same height, Luffy realizes, even though Sabo said he's 10 and Riskua is only 9. Ace is still taller than both of them though. Not that it matters. When Luffy's all grown up and an adult, he's gonna be even taller than all three of them. He's decided. Then he gets to look down on them for a change. He can't wait. I was born on the Grand Line and lived there for 9 years, Riskua says slowly, and Luffy lets go in surprise. Does Riskua mean that her shell was from the Grand Line before Shanks turned her into a person, or that Shanks turned her into a girl when he got back to the Grand Line? Either way, Riskua's been on the Grand Line before, so she must know what she's talking about. Sugoi, big sister, has been on the Grand Line. Riskua's face goes a funny color, almost like it's trying to copy her hair, but that's silly. Skin isn't supposed to be the same as hair, otherwise it'd be hair and they'd look like animals and then they might accidentally get eaten. So everyone on the Grand Line has this hockey stuff? Ace asks, arms folded and eyes narrowed, as if he finds the whole thing funny. It's the same look Makino gave him whenever Luffy ate all the cookies and tried telling her he didn't. Only Ace is looking at Riskua with that face instead. Has Riskua eaten all the cookies? No, his big sister wouldn't eat all the cookies without him. She's too nice for that. Also, Luffy doubts her abilities to eat that much in one sitting. Plus, he'd have noticed the smell if she'd been baking more cookies. Not everyone, Riskua answers, no longer smiling but watching Ace like she watches Luffy whenever she takes the food out the oven. But the further in you get, the more common it is. It's a massive advantage to have. Then I'll become super good at it, Luffy proudly proclaims, aware he can't become the best at the mystery power because that's Riskua's dream. But he can get damn good at it, and then he'll hit Gramps with it and there'll be no more fist of love. He can use the mystery power to avoid it, or even get hit and not get hurt. That'll show him. Only, he's a rubberman, so punches aren't supposed to hurt anyway, but the fist of love does. Is Gramps' fist stronger than Riskua's mystery power? Luffy hopes not. But the doubt is now there. I'm sure you'll manage it, Kinglet. Just like I know Sabo and Ace'll get it, with practice. At that moment, Luffy's stomach ruthlessly captured all their attention, making its displeasure at being empty known. Placing a hand on the source of the complaint, Luffy pats his tummy several times, trying to calm it. I think food's in order first, Sabo murmurs, snickering when Ace's own stomach gives a warble of agreement. Hunting was great. Sure, Luffy almost got eaten. Would probably be in the crocodile's stomach if it weren't for Ace's timely rescue, and Riskua and Sabo both got a little hurt. But they caught the beastie. Mr. Snappy will snap no more, and has instead just finished crackling over the fire. Luffy tears into the leg of meat with vicious chomps of his teeth. Serves Mr. Snappy right for hurting Riskua and Sabo, and for nearly eating him. Didn't Mr. Snappy understand that he was the food, not them? Food doesn't eat people, that's just silly. People eat food, which is why Luffy is now tearing into Mr. Snappy's hind leg. Understand again reasserted, Luffy peers at the three others around him and can't hide his grin behind the meat. Ace is eating just as fast as him. Luffy's had his hands batted away from the older boy's meal twice now, and he's focused on nothing else other than getting his fill. Sabo and Riskua are sat a bit closer together, further away from what remains of Mr. Snappy than what he and Ace are. They're comparing the ouchies on their arms. Riskua's from the slice of Mr. Snappy's tooth when she tried rescuing him at the same time as Ace, and Sabo's from whacking their food over the head and getting smacked away by a scaly tail. Ace was the only one to not get hurt or nearly eaten by Mr. Snappy. Ace is so strong and cool. Luffy's eyes shift over to the older boy and he bites down into the last of his meat. Ace is awesome. Luffy doesn't know what's wrong with the older boy, why he always seems so angry and why he growls and scowls at Riskua and sometimes at Luffy himself, but if there's one thing the future Pirate King knows for sure, it's that it'll change one day. Someday Ace'll accept that Luffy cares for him. That Sabo and Riskua care for him and maybe even the bandits in their own shitty way. Until that day though, Luffy's gonna have to keep proving to the other boy that nothing's drive him off. Whatcha looking at, crybaby? He just wishes Ace'd stop calling him by that stupid name. I ain't a crybaby, Luffy screams back, though careful not to lose a morsel of meat from within his mouth, but Ace is a meanie. Why you little brat? And Sabo laughs, loud and bright as Riskua watches on with a smile. It's a good day. Heart thundering within his chest as if the epicenter of a summer storm. Sabo wakes up with every last one of his nerves feeling fried over. His cheeks are wet, sticky with sleep and tears. The darkness of the unfamiliar room has blind panic crashing through his body. He can still recall the clammy hands, the roar of his father's voice, the overly perfumed aroma that surrounds nobility. Visions of that house flash before his eyes and Sabo hastily stamps them down. He's not in Great Terminal anymore, but this place is too hodgepodge to belong to those who share his blood. There's people here and oh wait, he recognizes those snores. Heart still hammering away, Sabo turns his gaze to the left and, sure enough, there they are. Both Ace and Luffy are sprawled out beneath a pelt of fur, mouths wide open and twin expressions of peaceful exhaustion on their faces. One of Ace's hands is buried into Luffy's cheek, pushing his rubbery head away, while the young boy has one leg digging into Ace's kidney, if the lumpy shapes beneath the blankets are any indication. He's safe, he's at Dayton's hut, the bandit's hut in the mountains. His father hasn't found him, hasn't dragged him back to that heartless world. He's safe, with friends and because everyone should have somewhere they feel safe with people they trust, who care about them. He's not back with Outlook, he's not had his freedom torn away, everything is fine. The heavy claws of panic still won't surrender their grip on his chest. It's crushing his ribs, pressing his organs together, it's making it difficult to breathe. He can't. Sabo. He flinches at the noise before the address registers, before the voice registers. Not one of the nobles ever spoke to him with such careful tones. It was always demands and disdain, never so gentle. Gaze flickering to the source, Sabo finds Riskua staring back. Her creepy eyes don't glow in the dark like he'd have expected. They actually rather fail to stand out in the near black of night. Sabo, are you okay? And she's shuffling across the room, carefully stepping over both Ace and Luffy to come to a halt next to him. She seems to consider the situation, before giving Ace a gentle push towards Luffy. Instantly, the sleeping rubberman latches onto the new source of heat, dragging a barely protesting Ace onto his sleeping mat and leaving Riskua room to not only seat herself on the same bed as Sabo, but throw the no longer in use bear pelt over the both of them. She presses against his side, a solid weight, skin slightly cooler than his own. Sabo's still frozen, fingers still curled up in the worn material of his borrowed pajamas, palpitations still quaking through his body. Come here. Riskua pulls them both down until they're laid out in the mat, one arm wrapped around his waist and the other around his shoulders, pressing his face into the crook of her neck, and Sabo suddenly understands why Luffy hadn't been able to stop the tears when Riskua had greeted him after that disastrous day. He can't suppress his own waterworks, and he's only had a bad dream. He hasn't even been beaten up by pirate thugs like Luffy had. Hey, Riskua's voice is in a carefully controlled whisper as she smooths down his short hair. It's okay. Whatever it was just a bad dream. It can't really hurt you. Is this what comfort feels like? He casts his mind back, but Sabo can't recall ever receiving it from his parents. Riskua's body is warm, her arms strong and reassuring as she hugs him close, fingers stroking at his head still, her other hand rubbing up and down his back. Sabo desperately tries to dam the tears, to make them stop. He used to be good at that. His noble parents had always yelled at him for such displays of emotion. Such things were below their kind after all. But he can't suppress it. It's like he left the knowledge of how to do so behind as soon as he came into this hut. No, as soon as he came into this place, and it somehow became home. It's ridiculous. He's been here for just over a day, but already it just feels so safe. I'm fine, Sabo breathes after a moment. Internally he curses, because despite his words his shoulders are still shaking. His fingers are still wrapped tightly in Riskua's shirt, pulling the material taut. When he opens his mouth to speak again, her hair falls into it and leaves him attempting to expel red strands instead of words. You're not fine, Riskua insists, hand still rubbing his back and the other one stroking gently at the back of his skull. But it's alright to not be okay. You don't have to put up a tough front, Sabo. It'll be better if you get it all out your system now. He wants to argue, wants to insist she's wrong, oh so very wrong. Tears never help. They just bring screams and demands and sneers, but his chest shudders and he's forced to muffle a cry in her shoulder instead. The very idea of having to go back there, of being ripped away from this, terrifies him. More surely than the fear of the crocodile staring them down earlier that day, scarier than the pirates they'd beaten up the day before. What Sabo fears most is losing this freedom he's fought so hard to achieve, of being stripped of this treasure and caged once again. Caged in a life of expectations and rules and completely devoid of all the emotions Ace and Luffy and Riskua have brought to him. He doesn't want to go back. Ever. He'd rather die trying to stay away if he had to. Riskua doesn't say anything else, instead just pressing his head a little bit more into the crook of her shoulder, and Sabo gives up all pretense of pretending to be okay, clinging closer to the girl. Instead, he focuses on keeping as quiet as he can, unwilling to risk waking the bandits. It went without saying that it'd take a miracle or the scent of food to awaken both Ace and Luffy. It had sounded stupid at the time, but Riskua was right. Lying there with his face pressed into her damp top, Sabo realizes that he's cried himself out, and he really does feel better for it. Not physically. Physically he's bone tired. His eyes are stinging as if he's poured ocean water into them, and his chest hurts from all his half-suppressed sobs. Emotionally though, he feels so much better. Not like a weight has been lifted, but more as if he's taken that boulder and smoothed it out, flattens it into something he can now overcome. There's quiet for a little while, punctured only Ace and Luffy, before Riskua finally pulls back. He cannot see much of her face on the darkness, but what is visible is soft, a gentleness that he'd never seen in his life as a noble, nor during his time at the Gray Terminal. "Come on, we're going downstairs to the kitchen." She gets up slowly, careful not to disturb the pile of limbs that had once been two separate beings known as Ace and Luffy. Almost every part of Sabo does not want to leave the warm nest of blankets, tired and ready to tuck her out until the next morning. The only thing that prevents him from doing so is that Riskua clearly knows what she's doing with this comforting thing. He does feel better after following her advice and giving up on repressing his fear and the tears that came with it. It is still begrudgingly that he rises to his feet, padding across the squeaky wooden floors. Neither slumbering boy so much as twitches at the noise. As he reaches the door, Riskua's hand wraps up in one of his, linking their fingers together and pulling him along in the darkness. The moon is absent tonight, no doubt hidden behind the thick gray clouds that had covered the sky that afternoon with the imminent threat of rain. He's seen Luffy reach for Riskua's hand before, intertwining their fingers and swinging the limbs back and forth as he happily babbles on about his day. It's nice, Sabo realizes. Contact with another human, a physical link to show they're doing together. Pleasant even. Really, there's a lot of nice things about the way Ace and Luffy and Riskua live. Riskua glances over her shoulder and there's a flash of white as she smiles at him, pulling a little harder as she does so. Sabo follows after her with steady feet, making sure not to trip and drag them both down into a heap of limbs. Riskua leads him to the kitchen, pulling open one of the cupboards besides the fridge. Shifting some flour out of the way, she absent-mindedly flicks on the lamp upon the kitchen worktop, the both of them flinching away from the sudden light. As his eyes adjust, Sabo watches as his companion runs her fingers along the bare back of the cupboard, right up until she manages to get a grip on the wood through what appear to be strategically placed holes. A bit of shuffling later, and she's removed what is clearly the false back of the cupboard, exposing a trove of homemade cookies. "I have to hide a few for safekeeping after I've baked," Riskua explains as she pulls one of several bags out, placing it on the worktop before replacing the false back, because otherwise Luffy'd eat them all before they're even done cooling. "I swear there's a part of him that knows I'm hiding food. I've seen him open this cupboard before today. Root around then just stare at it in confusion." Yeah, that's something Sabo can picture too. Still, a hidden space in the cupboard's pretty cool. Riskua gets out some milk next, pouring 2 glasses and then hands one to him. The next thing he knows, he's being bustled upstairs, Riskua still holding his other hand as she juggled the bag of cookies and her own glass in the other. Soon enough they're back in their room, furry pelt wrapped up around their legs and sat leaning against one of the walls. Riskua cracks open the bag, pushing a cookie into his grip before she dips one onto her milk and takes a bite. "You can't tell the gluttons about my hiding space. It's the only cupboard with enough room to make a false back with, and if they find out, we'll never have an emergency snack supply again." Sabo nods, lips stretching into a grin around his cookie. It's not the explosion of fantastic flavors he remembers as a noble, but it's sweet and chewy and gives his mouth something to do other than talk. "I know I'm not as much fun as Luffy and Ace," Riskua muses, glancing over at the 2 boys in question as she does so. Now that his eyes have adjusted to the darkness and now that the moon has finally emerged from its cloak of clouds, Sabo can pick up the utterly fond smile on the girl's face. She might talk tough to Ace, but that's really the only way to get through to him. She clearly cares for them, even if she's more protective of Luffy than Sabo or Ace. Understandable, seeing as the devil fruit user is the youngest among them and she's known him the longest. "But if you ever need to talk about anything, I'm right here, Sabo. And I'll probably understand it more than those 2 knuckleheads, alright?" He doesn't want to talk about it. Ace and Luffy are both orphans, and he doesn't know about Riskua, but she's here instead of with family, so something must be going on. Sabo's rejected all that he was born as, all that he was born with. What would they think of him if he admitted to that? The nobles, those assholes who spit on all those below them. Would they still treat him as a friend if they knew where he came from? "I don't want to talk about it," Sabo states, and it's true. He doesn't want to talk about it, because for all that he likes Riskua, even in spite of her strange eyes, he doesn't trust her. Not with this. "That's okay," she says and sounds as if she actually means it. She finishes off the last of her cookie and Sabo isn't shocked to see his plowed through his fair share while distracted by his thoughts. "If you just want a hug, then I'm good with those too, and, yeah, a hug sounds nice." Leaning against Riskyua's gracile shoulder, Sabo lets his eyelids slip, feeling Riskua pull the covers up with one hand as the other snakes around his back. He doesn't want to risk it, doesn't want to speak about it, but there's nothing wrong if he takes comfort in this. Sabo wakes to laughter. It's loud, bright, and tinged with a mocking tone. His neck feels stiff, nose cold, and it takes a few moments for his brain to reboot. The warmth beside him smells wrong. It isn't Ace he's been asleep on, and it takes him a moment to recall why. Ah yes, the nightmare. The raiding of the secret stash for comfort food, and then falling asleep on Riskua. He's still quite content where he is, despite the crick in his neck, so Sabo simply opens his eyes to stare at the source of the sound. Ace is sat up on the sleeping mat, Luffy's sleeping mat that Riskua had pushed him onto last night, and he's wearing a grin. The glint in his eyes is mocking though. Not nasty, like the higher nobles were with him, but playful. If a bit mean. Then again, Ace doesn't know Sabo had a nightmare. Hell, the other boy would have probably scowled and told him to stop being a crybaby. Luffy'd have been useless in the face of Sabo's fears, so really it's a damn good thing Riskua's is here. Otherwise he'd probably have spent the entire night awake, refusing to sleep and be dead tired right now. Let me in, and then there's Luffy, burrowing under the bottom of the covers and wedging his way between Sabo and Riskua, leading with elbows and driving his bony knees into the soft flesh of Sabo's ribs. The blonde grunts, forcibly ejected from Riskua's side to make way for the younger boy. All is not quite forgiven when the little heater throws his arms around the both of them and hugs them close. But Sabo doesn't feel as disgruntled in the face of a new heat source. Cuddles, Luffy mumbles. The sound muffles by either Sabo or Riskua's hair. He can't quite tell whose face is being pressed into whose. Ace is still laughing at them, but Sabo sees the flash in his eyes. The momentary hint of longing, the slight hurt. He's close enough that when Sabo strikes as quickly as he can, the dark-haired boy has no chance to react in time. Sabo gets a solid grip on his ankle and begins reeling him in. Luffy makes a noise of discontent about the upset. It must have been his head resting on Sabo's before he realizes exactly what is going on. With a joyous giggle, he latched on too. Ace is strong, but between Sabo and Luffy, he's struggling to escape. Really, it's all over for him when Riskua gets involved. And then Ace is sprawled out across all three of them. Luffy happily wrapping his rubbery limbs around the older boy's torso twice, maybe thrice. Sabo's too busy flopping and pressing their cheeks together to really take note. Riskua laughs and then her arms are there, wrapped around Sabo and Ace's waists, her own face peppering the squirming Luffy's with kisses. Get off me! Ace snarls, and it's quickly becoming quite impossible to pick his freckles out given the shade of red his cheeks are going. It's almost the same color as Riskua's hair. But Ace is so warm, Riskua purrs, drawing a near hysterical giggle from Luffy and a delight laugh from Sabo himself. Ace is really warm, Luffy agrees, and yeah, he totally deserves this for laughing at Sabo earlier. And so cuddly, the blonde tags on, flinching back when Ace goes to bite him in response. Luffy giggles again before he copies Riskua, slathering sloppy kisses all over Ace's face, who screams in rage or disgust. Maybe a bit of both. Sabo's neither a girl nor young enough to get away with doing that himself, so he settles for cheering Luffy and Riskua on, the latter of whom has taken to ticking what little of Ace's sides she can reach through Luffy's arms. He cuts off though when Luffy turns his attentions on him instead, leaving a slobbering trail all over Sabo's cheek. Luffy, gross, vindictive chuckles leave Ace's lips before he turns his formidable strength to breaking free of Luffy's hold in order to start fending off Riskua. Sabo himself is trying to beat back Luffy when the door bursts open. They all pause, twisting around to look at the bandit who just stares right back. You brats, keep your voices down, Riskua laughs first. It's her fault, and then Sabo can't quite stop himself, joining in. Today is going to be a good day. He's got a ratty coat on, probably the first one the bandits could find to fit him. Over to the side of the room, Ace is forcing Luffy into a coat, insisting the younger boy cannot go out unless he adorns himself with one. Luffy squirming and snaps, chomping down on one of Ace's fingers as the older boy tries to do the zipper up and it quickly crumbles into a fight. Sabo watches it all happen with a smile on his face. That Ace cares enough to ensure Luffy doesn't go out without warm clothes for winter. Well, Sabo couldn't have seen him doing that earlier this week. It's amusing, but it's also really heartwarming. Despite how Luffy whines and complains that he can't deal with the restriction to his limbs that the coat brings, he allows Ace to stuff him into it, not quite with minimum fuss, but he's certainly not kicking up a tantrum. If anything, the younger boy appears torn on whether to be pleased with the attention or disgusted with the coat. Looking away before the two spot him, Sabo instead turns his attention to Riskua, who's now sat on the floor of the living room with a roll of wool in a fetching shade of red. She's knitting, something that Sabo had thought only old women could do. Riskua. She gives a gentle hum of acknowledgement, but when he makes no further noise, the redhead pausing in whatever she's making to look up at him. In the light of day her eyes are back to being creepy as hell. So Sabo focuses upon the bridge of her nose instead. Thanks, for last night. You can thank me by bringing back a good haul for me to cook up, she replies. But her lips are gently curved in a smile. Head ducked in a slightly sheepish gesture. Sabo couldn't fight the grin even if he wanted to. Come on, Sabo, food. Luffy's bouncing up and down by the door, face barely visible given just how far Ace has managed to zip the coat up. The wavy-haired boy is stood with his arms folded and lips twisted into a grin at the sight. Quite unable to help himself, Sabo pulls Luffy's hood up and tightens the string things, pulling the material taut and leaving the boy with a small window from which his face can see the world. Sabo. Taking off in a run at Luffy's whine, Sabo flicks a glance to Ace and they share twinned expressions of amusement. You know, if you cling anymore to Riskua you're gonna steal Luffy's role as the crybaby, the Freckles boy calls, laughing as he speeds up. Watching him go, Sabo grabs Luffy's hand to help the kid keep up with them. It's the first time Ace has ever called her something other than creep. Ace wakes to yellow. Not the yellow of summer flowers, not the yellow of Riskua's creep-ass eyes, not even the yellow glow of the sun, no. Ace wakes to worn yellow parchment. Scowling, he tries blowing the obstacle on his face away, but the paper just flutters about uselessly, the pressure on his forehead indicating it's stuck there by some form of tape. Grunting, the freckled boy slowly wiggles a hand free from the blessed heat of the blankets, pawing at his forehead until half-chewed fingernails come into contact with the offending substance. He peels the tape free, pulling the paper away to better inspect it. Ace's ability to read has never the best to begin with. The bandits had barely taught him the alphabet, he was still been sounding out letters to put them together into words when he met Sabo. He owes what ability with reading he has to the blonde boy. It's obvious that wherever he was before he ended up in grade terminal, someone had taken the time to teach him, and teach him well. Which, you know, is a stroke of good luck for Ace. Otherwise he'd have no hope of reading these swirly squiggles. He still squints just a little bit, head tilting to a side as if the angle will better help his conundrum when it comes to understanding this waffle. He can make out boys, and hunt, and treasure, and hints, oh, and in slightly larger letters than the rest. Riskua is penned at the end. The hell? Sabo, Ace snaps, jabbing the other boy in the ribs and continuing his assault even when the blonde tries batting his hand away. Wake up and read. Because like hell he'll trust Luffy with something like reading. Brat doesn't even know his left from his right yet, shameful. Sabo grunts, rolling over to flee as far along the sleeping mat as he can manage without disappearing completely off it. Ace watches the blonde go for a single moment, but nope, that's not gonna fly. Sliding to his feet, Ace stalks over to his oldest friend and proceeds to kick him in the ribs. Not the full-strength kick that'd wind a tiger, but enough to get its attention. So enough to launch Sabo out of bed, devoid of all blankets and pillows. Right onto the cold wooden flooring. Ah, what the hell, Ace? In lieu of an answer, Ace thrusts the note for that is clearly what it is right at Sabo. The writing's too fancy and shit, make it make sense. Dark blue eyes blink up at him. Sabo's nose scrunching up as his sleep-riddled brain attempts to make sense of Ace's demand. However, the blonde must be curious, for he takes the sheet of paper and flips it around, eyes scanning over the words. A low, impressed whistle leaves from between his lips. Riskua's handwriting is really neat, the boy praises, his brows furrowing as he reads, and she's hid our pipes. What? Sabo cackles, dancing back and out of Ace's way when the boy lunges for him. He fails to retrieve the paper, stepping on Luffy as he scrambles after Sabo. That's okay, the brat's rubber, it won't hurt him. The attack still wakes him up though, and after taking one look around, Luffy launches himself into the play fight, laughing far too loudly as he does so. Ace hits the floor as the massive 7-year-old child slams into him, though he does manage to drive his elbow into the other boy's ribs. Not that it's particularly effective. Only sharp objects would actually hurt Luffy, though it's possible to stretch him into submission. It's as he's tying the third bow out of Luffy's arms that Ace remembers just why this play fight started. Sabo, gimme the damn paper. Nope. Cheerily, the boy rocks back on his heels, clearing his throat as he does so. Riskua says she's made us a treasure hunt, and that we have to complete it if we want our pipes back. Ace doesn't feel like grinning, he really doesn't. Sure, a treasure hunt sounds fun, but by stealing their pipes to force their cooperation. No way. Ace snaps, jamming a finger up his nostril as he looks away from Sabo. Beneath him, Luffy giggles in obnoxious glee, attempting to stick a finger up his own nose, the motion halted by the knot work of his arms. That Luffy feels the need to copy him, looks to his movements as if it's a favorable idea to base his own off. Ace doesn't feel warm inside at it. But it certainly does something to his innards, something he really doesn't want to explore because that way leads to feelings and he doesn't need any of that mushy crap. That shit's for girls to deal with. Come on, Ace, a treasure hunt sounds cool, Sabo retorts, folding his arms across his chest and cocking his head back to add to the illusion of height. It might work on Luffy, but without his hat on Sabo's still shorter than Ace and the freckle-faced boy knows it. And Riskua might have found us some cool stuff. We can be like real pirates then. Yeah, pirates, and that was Luffy on board, the little traitor. Ace sneers, arms folded across his chest. It's 2 against 1 now though, and even if Ace sits himself down and refuses to move, those 2 idiots will still head out and follow the creep's trail. They'll probably get in over their head too. Sabo's strong but Ace is stronger. Even with his weird-ass powers, Luffy's a useless crybaby. They'll probably get eaten by a tiger and then Ace'll be stuck all on his own with Riskua, she of the freaky eyes and the too powerful punch. She would be quite upset with the demise of Sabo and Luffy. No thank you to that. Not that Riskua scares him or anything, and not that he's sentimental or any of that crap, but he'd miss those 2 idiots if they got swallowed up by the Tiger Lord. Plus he'd have no one to keep sparring against without them. Really, it's in Ace's best interest to keep them from getting hurt too badly. TCH, I'm coming too. He's not looking forwards to this treasure hunt, no way. 3 hours in and Ace may be having fun, just a little bit. But it's a hell of a lot cooler than he'd been expecting. There's traps, not that they knew this until Ace and Sabo were at the bottom of a pitfall. Luffy only having escaped by instinctively stretching for a branch to pull himself to safety. There'd been a pit of slime at the bottom. Stinky, smelly slime. Ace had made sure to smear a good portion in Luffy's face once he hauled himself out of the trap. It's like training really, following cryptic clues, fighting the dangerous foes that surround their prize, dodging Riskua's tricky traps. He'd greatly enjoyed watching Luffy get tarred and feathered, even if the tar part of that had actually turned out to be honey. Where she'd even collected that much honey, Ace didn't have a bloody clue. Their first prize had been their pipes, at which point he'd almost quit. He's glad he didn't though, because since then they've been led to a picnic basket full to bursting with sandwiches, little slingshots with hot sauce pellets to lob at the irritating occupants of Goa Kingdom, and several stashes of trinkets and treasures. Right now they're in the process of scaling a rather large moss-covered tree to get to the next location. Sabo's been solving the riddles, and Luffy's just been bouncing along in a haze of adventure-induced excitement. Ace'll never admit it, but this is perhaps the coolest thing they've done all month. It's so much closer to a real adventure than anything else he's done. Sure, digging the wild animals of Dawn Island are tough and good practice for the awe-inspiring battles he'll no doubt get into as a real pirate, but being a pirate isn't all about the fights. It's about seeing the world too, uncovering mysteries and exploring places he's never been before. Ace has never ventured into this part of the jungle. Given that the bandits said the smaller animals lived here, he's never felt a need to go explore there. Only there's carnivorous plants here that'll eat a man up if given the chance, and that's wicked cool. The trees are insanely difficult to climb and it's easy to get lost in this new territory. Not a vine, not a vine. Sabo screams, tearing away from the vine. He'd been holding onto that hisses at his retreating form. The snake snarls, shift and shot for Luffy, who laughs despite the venom that coats its fangs. With a grunt, Ace catches the beast's tail, noting that for all that the usual animals are smaller around here, the snakes are impressively large. He's never bothered to catch snake for dinner before, never seen the point as they are barely twice his height in length. This one though could probably wrap twice around Dayton's hut and still have a few feet of tail left over. Reeling the beast in, its vicious jaws snapping at the air mere inches from Luffy's face, Ace twists and slams the creature into the ground. He drops from the tree, ignoring Sabo's bellow of caution to slam his heels into the dazed snake's skull. Looks like they've got their mid-afternoon snack. They make it back to the hut just as the sun sets. Adorned in various prizes and dragging even more goodies behind them as they approach, Ace lets Sabo and Luffy race ahead of him. It's the youngest that boots open the door. A loud, "We're home," bellowed at the top of his lungs as he crosses the threshold. Dirty fingers, earth trapped beneath the chewed nails, scratch lazily at the latest insect bite Ace has acquired. 10 years on this island and he's still not developed some kind of immunity to the damn mosquitoes. There's blood still oozing ever so slightly from the fresh cut on his forearm and he's gonna need to steal a bit of Dayton's alcohol to clean it up. He does not want to be risking his life with an infection again. Had Garp not shown his face when he did, then Acid have died thanks to the bandit's total lack of medical knowledge. Not that Garp knew anything himself. The idiot had just thrown Ace to the closest doctor and told them to fix him or else. The or else had been left hanging. But the fact Garp had plowed right through the stone wall, ignoring the perfectly serviceable doorway to enter the hospital, seemed to have put the fear of God in the doctors that day. Ace can't really blame them. Garp terrifies him on the best of days. He'd hated to have seen how the man's behave when the brat he'd been trying to keep alive was in danger of kicking the bucket. Not that people wouldn't have celebrated if they knew Gold D. Rogers' kid had died. Grimacing, Ace hefts the sack higher onto his shoulder, mood effectively ruined now. All that good fun today, all that exploring and adventuring with Sabo and Luffy, but it still only takes one thought to ruin it all. What would they think if they knew? Teeth grinding against one another, Ace forcibly pushes the thought back, trying to focus on the here and now and not ponder what ifs. He doesn't need to consider what Sabo and Luffy would think of him. He can't tell them. He can't afford to lose them. Riskua, well, she's iffy on him already, and that has nothing to do with his parentage. On one hand, he remembers her bust up with Dayton, but on the other he hasn't exactly been nice to her and she's responded in kind. Sure, she treats him better than the bandits, but compared to how damn nice she is to Sabo and Luffy, especially Luffy, it's obvious that Ace is at the bottom of her favorite people list. He's so deep inside his own head he makes it 5 whole steps into the room before he realizes all is not as it should be. Riskua is sat on top of Luffy, her hands firmly pressing against the younger boy's mouth and successfully muffling whatever he's trying to shout about. His dark eyes are incredibly excited and Riskua's creep-ass yellow gaze is warm with anticipation. Beside them, Sabo is sitting and grinning widely, missing tooth so painfully obvious among those sparkling whites. It's the room though, the room is different. There's brightly colored streamers thrown all over and balloons, 11 of them, scattered across the floor. Ace's eyes are all over the place, taking note of the celebratory decorations. He's seen them before on the outskirts of the nobles' part of the kingdom, for whenever they throw parties, but he has no idea what they're doing here though. At least, he doesn't have a clue until his gaze finds the banners sloppily tacked up on the kitchen wall when he steps through from the hallway. The letters come in various sizes of block capitals, a stark contrast to the fancy words that Riskua had left on her note this morning. But he can read this a lot easier than that note. It's not like he'd ever failed to recognize his own name after all. Happy birthday, Ace, he mouths the words silently, and there's an absence of something in his chest. It takes a few moments before he realizes this is quite possibly shock he's experiencing. Happy birthday, Ace. As if they haven't made it clear enough, Sabo and Riskua shout this at the top of their lungs. Luffy following a hasty second later. They're all grinning, bright and happy, lumped together in the kitchen doorway where they've followed after his dazed stumble from the front door to his favorite room in the bandit's hut. The table is covered in food, 6 or so different meals all lined up for consumption. Well aware of just how long a good meal can take to cook and there's 6 of them, Ace swiftly realizes just why Riskua had thrown together this mass treasure hunt he's just conquered. Sabo pushing so hard for him to join in. Obviously the blonde has been in on this too. Not Luffy though. Luffy who can't keep a secret in the slightest. Luffy who sucks at lying. He's just as eager to join in on this hurriedly prepared party. Ace has never attended a party before, never mind had one. Had one thrown for him. He doesn't even know the exact date of his birthday. Only gathering how old he was from Dayton's complaints of, "You're so many years old now. When are you gonna stop acting like a kid?" How had they? "I asked Dayton when your birthday was," Riskua explains, shrugging her shoulders even as her arms strain from the effort of confining Luffy. The youngest of them is eyeing the buffet, Ace's birthday buffet, far too hungrily for the freckled boy's liking. That's for his birthday. He should get to try it all first, right? "I can eat it," Ace blurts out, face twisting into a frown at the loose words slipping unbidden from his lips. "Yeah," Riskua grunts, footing slipping and Sabo steps forwards to help reel Luffy back in, "but better get your teeth into it quick." The implication that Luffy doesn't care in the least it's Ace's birthday when there's food before him is not lost on the birthday boy. He pushes down the muted shock, pushes down the whole thing about this being a painstakingly planned party for his birthday to be considered later. When food is eaten and he's away from the trio that are threatening to turn him into emotional mush, it's something to be considered then. Instead, Ace strides to the table, cursing his limbs for betraying his eagerness, but he's already got a leg of something in hand, tearing into the succulent meat. The food tastes really good, not like the fancy restaurant kind of good, but it's not the cold clinical food from the restaurants, measured out to ensure it meets customer satisfaction. This food is warm, smells warm, tastes warm, sits warm in his stomach. It's a home-cooked meal. One done not just to consume food to survive but for the actually enjoyment of eating it, cooked for someone specific to enjoy eating it. A piece of meat catches in Ace's thread and he forces it down with the practiced ease of a swift eater. It tastes great. Then Luffy escapes the cage of Riskua's arms and it's all-out war. The bowls are all empty, licked clean with not even a single drop of gravy left over. Ace has never known what it feels like to be full, and he doubts he ever will. His appetite is just too great. But, he imagines this is as close as he will get for a long while, both hands resting comfortably upon his belly. Luffy's half slumped across the table, smacking his lips together in quick succession, as if there's residue of meat still lingering there. As if Luffy'd ever leave leftovers behind. That was tasty, Sabo admits, grinning out from the brim of his hat and then sheepishly pulling Riskua blatantly eyeballs it. She's got a strange thing about hats off, if not when indoors at least when sat up to table. Even Luffy has his precious straw hat hanging from his neck by a strain. That's not at all. Riskua is moving away from the table, opening the fridge and disappearing behind the door. Ace sits up in interest, mood peaking at the idea of seconds. Cold food is as good as hot, especially meat. Then Sabo's hat is over his eyes, blocking his view and Ace snarls in response. "Damn it, Sabo, what the hell?" Something catches in his throat and this time it's certainly not a hunk of meat. No longer obscured by the brim of his best friend's hat, Ace can now see that what Riskua has brought out from the fridge isn't several plates of cold cuts at all. Rather it's bright orange, several stripes of what he assumes to be black icing sloppily decorating the surface in attempted straight lines. Almost like tiger fur. "Zaw, happy birthday, Ace." Forcibly tearing his gaze away from the cake, a cake with 11 candles, patterned like a tiger's pelt and placed up to table before him to stare up at Riskua. She's smiling, clearly proud of herself. He barely notices the commotion of Sabo restraining an odd Luffy, not quite able to see anything past his birthday cake. A birthday cake made for him. "Blow out your candles, Ace, before I do it instead." Sabo snaps and Ace instinctively does so, half-forgotten memories of playing with fire dancing in his mind. Only after they're smoking does he remember that you're supposed to make some kind of birthday wish. But this year's looking up already, has started on a brilliant note. He's not quite sure what he'd wish for. Cake. Other than for Luffy to not eat all of his damn cake. Batting the other boy's rubbery hands away, Ace scowls, accepting the fact he'll have to wrestle with the younger boy if he wants to prevent the brat from inhaling the entire cake. "I'll cut it," Sabo declares, and Ace sees the blonde accept a knife from the redhead. For the single moment he manages to hold the squirming Luffy down. It's not long until the brat is halfway out his hold, legs stretching, and Ace doesn't have enough time to grapple for a better grasp on his waist. Only Rescue is there, small hand blacker than Ace's hair as it clamps down on Luffy's hands and they stop stretching. Point number 2 in Haki's favor, she grunts, breath a bit short. Haki is stronger than devil fruit powers when used right. Yeah, Ace is gonna have to put some effort into learning that if the creep is telling the truth. The Grand Line's supposed to be riddled with devil fruit users, and every last one of them is no doubt stronger, way stronger than Luffy. It sucks, but it looks like he'll be spending more time with the creep after all. It doesn't sound as bad an idea as it would have done yesterday. Sabo had cut the cake into quarters. Uneven, massively chunky quarters. Ace of course has gotten the biggest, with Luffy and Sabo breaking out into a fight for the second biggest. During this time Riskua had sliced off a little bit of her own to even out the slightly smaller slice the duo had been fighting over, quite content with her own portion afterwards. Cake may be wonderful stuff, but she hadn't exactly baked a small one, and eating a full quarter in one sitting just wasn't possible for her. She's not like the gluttons she lives with. Speaking of gluttons, Riskua glances over at Ace, who's staring down at the plate he's licked clean, dirty fingernails biting into the flesh of his palms. There's not even a crumb of cake or a little flake of icing around his lips. He's devoured the whole thing. He's at least appreciated the effort she's gone to, that much is obvious. It's also so painfully obvious that it's never happened before, that he has no idea how to respond to this situation in the slightest. The wide-eyed surprise, the dazed stumble as he made his way to the kitchen earlier, the stunned confusion as they'd called out happy birthday. Riskua had been under the impression that she couldn't dislike the bandits anymore for their hands-off approach to parenting. But it bites, it stings whenever she looks over at Ace. He deserves so much better, not because he's a good kid, not because he's going to be a major player in upcoming events, but just because he's a child. And perhaps it's leftover ideals from her own world, but she's still a firm believer that all children should be cherished and protected. She's been lucky in this life. Lucky that she's been landed with such caring parents. Lucky that she's not one of thousands of kids in worse situations. It grates that she can't do anything about it, that she's not in a position to do so and probably never will be. She can help Sabo and Luffy and Ace though, so that's what she'll do. Shit. Head snapping up at the proclamation. Panic races through Riskua's bones because goddamn Luffy's clearly choking on something. Shooting to her feet, Riskua doesn't even bother encouraging him to cough. It's clear he's already trying, and she instead slaps him across the back 5 times. When that proves ineffective, she wraps her hands around his abdominals and squeezes. There's a gurgled choke, and then Luffy coughs up the little spoon Riskua had used for measuring the cake ingredients. Damn. She must have dropped it in the mixture and cooked it in the cake. Haha, that was close. Luffy giggles, so painfully breathless, and guilt zings through Riskua. I want a meat cake for my birthday. Shit, Luffy, don't scare us like that, Sabo hisses, his eyes still wide and face still pale. Even Ace looks a tad worried. Okay, I'm teaching you how to stop someone choking first thing tomorrow, she promises, only half paying attention when Sabo nods in agreement. Her focus is still on Luffy, whose face is starting to flush with color again, and the kid has no idea just how close to death he just came. Quite unable to help herself, Riskua folds the boy up in her arms, pressing his face into her shoulder and planting her head down onto his. The fluffy black hair tickles her jawline, the thin limbs eagerly accepting the cuddle as they wrap around her waist, but all Riskua can focus on is the constant movement of his ribcage as Luffy continues to breathe. Hell, she'd been sure the first time she'd be unfortunate enough to see Luffy this close to death would be in his first major fight. Not choking on a little thing she'd left lying about. To think she'd thought herself ready for the responsibilities of having a kid just before her death in the before. Nope, no way, this is such a monumental task and she's nowhere near prepared. Group hug. She calls, and sure enough Sabo's there in a flash. Another kid who's not got enough affection throughout his life and is no more than happy to take what he can get. Riskua wraps one arm around the boy's shoulders and presses him into Luffy and herself, opening her eyes to stare at Ace. The Freckles boy just looks right back at her, face scrunched up with not quite disgust but a clear inclination that he has no desire to get involved. She'll let him keep his distance for now. Today has been a bit of a bombardment for him after all. Riskua presses her head back down into the warmth of Luffy and Sabo, but she doesn't miss how Ace goes back to staring at the empty cake plate once again. Why were you taking pictures? Deiden jumps at the sound of her voice, but Riskua doesn't really care. She wants answers, not to scare her fellow female out of her skin. That's just a bonus. In the background she can hear Luffy's boisterous laughter, coupled with the slouching sound of water as the three boys wash away a week's worth of dirt. Really, Riskua wishes they'd attempt to keep clean a little more often than they actually do. How they haven't come down with some kind of illness yet, she has no idea. What are you talking about, brat? Deiden huffs, huge body shaking with the furious inhale. But she's not quick enough to hide the camera from Riskua's sight, nor what appears to be some kind behind her form. Dashing by the woman with as much speed as she can manage, Riskua snatches the item in question up, hastily retreating back and flipping through to the first page. She stops, staring down at the photographs there. This hadn't been what she had expected to find. Deiden snapping at her, probably demands are harsh words, but Riskua cannot tear her gaze away from the glossy images on the pages before her. With little tufts of black hair and a galaxy of freckles beneath his eyes, an adorable little baby stares back out at her. There's a caption below, "Garp brought a brat," but Riskua cannot read those words without hearing a fond undertone, not now that she's staring at the physical proof that Deiden actually cares. There's more photos of Ace as a baby and a toddler than anything else. They're also the only ones taken when the boy's clearly aware of them. As he gets older there's less and they're all taken without him aware of it, that much is clear. But there's still photos. You're an awful caretaker. But you actually do care about him, and it's a shock. She knew that the Deiden of the manga got upset over Ace's death, but this is the first time she's been able to piece that Deiden with the one stood before her. Riskua flicks her gaze up to the orange-haired woman, not budging an inch when the scrapbook is swiftly snatched out of her hands. They stare at each other for a moment, the height difference so damn obvious. Riskua so tiny before this large woman. It's funny, but the stark difference in their physical statutes doesn't faze her. Instead, Riskua finds herself remembering their fist fight over Ace and for the first time finds herself contemplating Deiden from a different angle. The bandits never kept the truth from Ace, and sure they'd handled it in the wrong fashion. But perhaps they'd been trying to toughen him up for everything the world would throw at him for being Roger's kid. Not that such a thing made it any better, but the thought might have been there. How much do cameras here cost? Riskua asks quietly, because scrapbooking sounds like a fantastic idea really. Capturing memories for Ace and Sabo and Luffy to look back on. The idea makes her heart swell. Maybe one day they'd appreciate it. TCH, I need a new model anyway. Deiden huffs, pushing the little device into Riskua's arms and then storming out the room. The redhead doesn't miss the fact she's left with her scrapbook tucked under her arm. Slipping into their bedroom, Riskua shakes her head at the state of the three boys. Water's dripping freely from their hair, a trail of droplets leading from the door to their sleeping mats. It's not been a very effective bath. Luffy still has dirt caking the corner of his jawline and Sabo's got the flower pollen of the winter bloomers all up one arm. They're tuckered out though, the both of them fast asleep with Luffy sprawled out and Sabo snuggling up to his side like a needy little limpet. Grinning in amusement, Riskua snaps the first of what is sure to be many pictures, settling herself down as she does so. It's been a long day. She's got 3 burns hidden beneath the sleeve of her shirt from fighting with the oven, but to see the tender, fragile surprise on Ace's face, it had been worth it. Had a good day? She asks, flicking her eyes up to look over at the boy in question. Gunmetal Gray stare back at her for a moment before they dance away, lips drawn into something that's a half grimace and half a suppressed smile. To Riskua's absolute surprise, he actually responds, even if it's only one word muttered low and under his breath. Yeah. Sabo interrupts with a loud snore, the noise right by Luffy's ear. The younger boy doesn't so much as twitch, content in his little post-food slumber. Why I don't? Ace cuts himself off, huffing before he clambers into bed without a word, a clear indication the conversation is over. It's rude, unbelievably so. Had it been anyone else other than a kid that clearly had never even been informed manners existed, never mind used them himself, then perhaps Riskua would have cared a little more. Aceed probably learn one day. Riskua doesn't mind the rudeness tight now though, not this time, at least. Flicking one last glance to the boy's back, her lips twitch up into a smile. There might not have been any manners at all hidden in that 11-year-old head, but she'd heard the gratitude in that whispered, yeah, and that's enough for her. In her previous life, she'd never have dared to do this. One shoulder pressing into the side of the booth and the other brushing against Sabo's, Riskua sits up to the table with two darker-haired boys occupying the opposite side. There are stacks of plates piled up at the center of the table, leaning dangerously against one another, and those towers are only growing higher as time goes on. The scent of hearty meat is heavy in the air, gravy smeared all around Sabo's chin and crumbs decorating Ace's cheeks. Predictably, Luffy has not missed his mouth with a single grain and is the only one of them free of mess right now. Reaching for a roll of bread, Riskua skillfully redirects Luffy's hand towards Ace's quarter of the spread, tearing into her still warm prize. The flavor is crisp and strong on her tongue, far tastier than any bread she's managed to cook herself. Given that they've invaded the central district of the Goa Kingdom, it's not really a surprise that the food is good. Sat upon the second floor of the restaurant in a private booth, Riskua tries to appreciate the high-class surroundings as much as she does the food. Large windows, the frames intricately decorated with a fleur-de-lis pattern carved into its surface, allow in a generous amount of winter sunshine. While the light isn't particularly warm on their faces, it does wonders to lift Riskua's spirits. A half-muffled belch passes from between Sabo's lips and Riskua echoes him a moment later, stomach uncomfortably heavy. As one, the two of them sit back and watch as the Will of D go about finishing off the rest. Perhaps it is a D thing that means Luffy and Ace just eat more than Sabo and herself. It's the only significant difference between the four of them after all. It's a little sickening, Sabo whispers, dark blue eyes completely focused upon the duo. Two tanned hands have landed on the same slab of meat, Luffy's teeth digging into it not a second later even as Ace tries desperately to not lose the huge chunk to the younger boy. Along with his still grasping fingers, there's an audible snap as the meat crumbles under the pressure, the Freckles boy not even pausing to check if he's retained all 10 digits before he's already reaching for his next piece. I don't think there's any little about it, Riskua grumbles, folding her arms over the table to nestle her head upon. For if she does not keep them occupied, then she's going to end up rubbing at her stomach in an attempt to soothe it. Unlike her, Sabo leans back with a chuckle, patting gingerly at his midriff all the while grinning at the duo. They'll run out of food shortly. What goes unsaid is that the second they do, the second they have to pay the bill, it's going to get real interesting. It doesn't matter if her stomach is whining in discomfort, they're going to be making a dash for it, and hopefully none of them will get caught. They shouldn't do. All four of them have managed to outrun the vast majority of the local wildlife now. If the tigers and bears and alligators can really fall under such a label, and there's few humans on this island outside of trained Marines could achieve such a speed. And really, the Marines have more important things to be doing than chasing 4 kids. An abnormally loud belch echoes out from Ace's mouth, Luffy scowling when he fails to summon up his own to match. With their flyaway black hair, even if one set of locks is wavy and the other straight, they look far more like siblings than should probably be allowed. The childish softness to their features aids in this. No doubt as Ace ages and grows into his straight strong nose, as he bulks out while Luffy remains light and lithe, it'll become obvious they're not blood. But for now, it's not an idea that could be unbelievable. Tucking away the smile that comes with the thought of the 3 boys declaring themselves brothers, Riskua plucks up her glass and downs the last of the cool water inside. The staff must have sensed the moment that the food had finally been demolished, for a rather square-faced looking waiter made his way over, looking nervously between them, as if praying and hoping he'll find an adult's influence where there clearly is none. "Will you be paying in cash?" As one, the 4 of them look at one another, their best poker faces threatening to easily crumble. It's no surprise that Luffy's the first to crack, eyes wide and grin sheepish. In the face of that expression, the 3 of them don't have a hope of keeping it together, Riskua blatantly admits to herself. The waiter sees it right away, leaping forwards and making a grab for their weak link, Luffy. Ace is too quick though, clamping his hand down on Luffy's wrist and throwing the both of them out of the window. Glass shatters in a rain of shards. Riskua quick to shoot out after the duo. She can hear the muffled thump of Sabo's boot hitting the table as he launches himself out a second behind her, followed by a furious bellow. "Leave without paying, will you? Somebody catch those little brats." Riskua laughs, adjusting the curve of her body until she's falling quicker, spreading out her limbs as she nears Luffy. "Man, that was good. What did I tell you?" She can picture Ace's smug grin at those words, even though he'd not in her current line of vision. Rubbery hands reach out and wrap around her wrist and Riskua pulls Luffy closer in return, twisting the two of them until it's her back that meets the cloth awning. Luffy wrapped up in the safety of her arms. They spring away just in time for Ace to replace them. Luffy taking the brunt of the landing on the actual street with his resistant to blunt force body. Metal screams as Sabo uses a conveniently placed flagpole to slow his own descent, swinging around to land upon the road just ahead of them. There are people screaming now, someone demanding they halt while another calls out for anybody to stop them. Riskua's heart is leaping about in her throat. It doesn't matter what chases them. Tiger, bear, gray terminal criminal or whatever passes for a police force in the Central District. The thrill of the chase thrums through her body all the same. Picking up their pace as they take off down the street, Riskua catches Luffy's reaching hand in her own, pulling the boy and his short legs along. Sabo's charging ahead of them, Ace running on Luffy's other side. It's easy to forget what's ahead like this, easy to escape the concept of tomorrow and just keep living in the moment. It's easy to forget everything the world is going to throw at the boys she runs with, easy to ignore it all and just enjoy living with them. Like the Straw Hat Pirates getting pulled into Luffy's world, it's easy to fall into the same orbit of chaos that curls around these three. She tries to keep a level head, because by God does someone in this group need to, and she keeps up her strict training regime with the daggers and her haki. But sometimes it's easy to forget just what kind of threats she will now be exposed to as Dracula Riskua, especially when it all seems so far away. Sabo, it's really you, wait right there, until something shatters that lovely little bubble that is. Who's that guy? Luffy questions, cheeks still ballooned with food he's yet to swallow, and for a moment Riskua worries he'll choke. Only then she remembers that there's no way Luffy'll choke on food, because then he'd have to cough it up and that'd be a waste. He must be mistaking me for someone else, let's go. It's not the right time, but Riskua just find herself cracking up at the absurdity of it all. Luffy's fingers are wrapped up tight in hers as his wild laughter mingles with her breathless giggles. Sure she feels the need to slowly coax Ace into the concept of care and affection, and sure she's got her work cut out for her undoing all that blatant neglect that Sabo's been exposed to, and sure there's so much coming to them in the future. But Luffy is a treasure that she will happily heap love upon, and she'll take every opportunity to do so. For it seems as if the world's pltching up to them. They don't stop running until they reach the safety of the jungle, disappearing into the thick barricade of the trees, weaving in and out of the familiar routes. The whole time Luffy's hand never leaves hers, and when Riskua's stamina starts to waver he's there to pull her along, even if their speed slows down as a result. By the time they reach the clearing, the four of them are heaving for breath, Riskua crumpling to the floor and Luffy following a short second afterwards, head nestled on her stomach. Ace stands, hunched over with his hands gripping at his knees as he catches his breath while Sabo follows their example and flops out upon the ground, resting his head on her shoulder. Riskua would really like to know when she became their personal pillow, but cannot find it in her heart to push them away. Instead, when her limbs no longer feel like jelly, she knocks both hats from their heads and instead threads her fingers through the thick hair she finds there, nails lazily scraping at their scalps. Both boys groan in appreciation. Still panting slightly, Ace straightens up before his gaze swings to rest on Sabo. Yes, this is a story Riskua needs to hear, and she clamps down on the handful of hair before the boy can even think to start squirming away. We shouldn't keep secrets from each other, Ace declares, leaning over the three of them and getting right up in Sabo's face as he does so. The sweat accumulated from the run drips off of his nose and onto Sabo's shirt. No doubt the four of them are going to smell something foul when they crawl home at the end of the day, so spill it. Yeah, Sabo. Luffy's chin digs into her stomach as he rolls over to the eye the blonde, with a face that'd be fierce were it not for the significant amount of childish puppy fat. We don't keep secrets, and we won't judge you, right boys? Luffy nods along with her and the redhead grits her teeth as his chin digs deeper into the muscles of her midriff. Had Luffy's chin always been that pointy? What she said, Ace snaps, not looking away from Sabo as he points his finger towards Riskua, unless you're still wetting the bed or something. What? No. The meaty thump of Sabo's fist smacking against Ace's arm has the three of them laughing right away. It dies in the face of Sabo's tail though. Riskua lays still and she listens as the 10-year-old before her weaves his tale. Admitting to his still very alive parents, she tries not to think of Raoul, to question if the woman she's come to love as another mother still breathes or if it's already too late in his noble background. As he speaks, Riskua resumes her gentle rubbing, knowing full well the motion often calms Luffy right down, so with any luck it will provide the same effect to Sabo. It has to be doing something, for while the blonde sounds bone-tried and deeply resentful as he speaks of his previous life, he doesn't tense up. When his tale is done, Riskua can feel the live wire undercurrent of anger thrumming through her veins. Perhaps she's more family inclined than what is considered usual for this world, but she just cannot picture treating her future children as Sabo's parents have done. Luffy's forcefully dislodged from her lap, but she cannot focus past the blonde right now. Sabo, sweetie, and she pulls him into her arms, pressing his face into her shoulder and clenching her eyes to stem the tears. Your parents are idiots. Every noble I've ever heard of seems to be awful, and quite frankly, you were right to run away. And now you're Ace's best friend and one of Luffy's role models, and I wouldn't have anyone sane to talk to without you. So don't you dare let your parents win by thinking you're worthless, okay? Pulling back to look him dead in the eye and make sure he gets the message, Riskua flicks her gaze to Ace once she's sure the former noble has accepted her words, wondering what it will take to get through to the freckled boy. Ace, Luffy, Riskua, we have to make it out to sea one day, Sabo cries, snatching up her hand and dragging the redhead to her feet. He declares his dream for the world to hear, Ace and Luffy getting swept up to the point they leap to their feet too. Her heart breaks just a bit at Ace's words, at the belief that the world just won't accept him, and Riskua silently vows to fix that. She'll fix Ace's self-worth issues, and she'll help Sabo come to terms with the fact that he is enough for them, and she'll help Luffy by just showering him with love. I'm going to travel the world, Riskua asserts, fingers fisting by her sides, Sabo's grip warm on her wrist, and I'm going to become the world's greatest hockey user, an expert on the power. Of course, then Luffy screams his lifetime goal down their ears and the two boys completely forget all about Riskua's mystery power, in favor of that ridiculous goal. Sabo and Ace have gone to go and bathe, leaving the recently washed Luffy sat in their room with her. He's nestled between her legs, shoulder blades against her chest and head tucked neatly under her chin. Riskua hums low in her throat, allowing the sound to drag out far longer than necessary until she can feel Luffy's sides contract with his giggles beneath her fingertips. He's lovely and warm to hug, and though it's a bit strange for his ribs to have a bit of give to them whenever she hugs a bit too tightly, he's a rubber human. She has to keep reminding herself of this. She has no problem snuggling up to the younger boy. It's not something she can ever see stopping either. Luffy's not the kind of kid to push away affection because it's not cool. He knows what he likes, and he's obliviously stubborn enough to take whatever it is he wants, screw what anyone else thinks. Knowing that he'll always accept affection like this is a balm to Riskua's worried soul. No matter what comes her way in the future, she'll always have Luffy to cuddle until she dies, that's for certain. Riskua, why are Sabo's parents mean? It's completely innocent a question, a genuine enquiry from a pure-hearted child who cannot understand why another would be mean, especially to someone who he adores so much. Leaning back against the wall, Riskua wonders how she could possibly begin to explain the true depths of deprivation humans can actually reach, how easily corrupted they can be, when something occurs to her. Why do you keep asking me these questions? I don't have all the answers, Luffy. So maybe she doesn't want to taint his innocent view of the world, because no matter how adorable the future Luffy of the manga is, he understands that humans can be foul creatures. If she can protect this little Luffy, this one who has become her younger sibling, just a little longer, then she will. Raven hair tilts to a side as Luffy peers back at her, eyes wide and pulling at the scar upon his left cheek. But you have an idea? Well, yeah, she admits, scratching lazily at Luffy's side as the kid relaxes into the touch, trying to figure out just how to put this. Slowly she tries to open the idea up to him, simplifying things down to the fact that if Sabo could marry into the royal family, his parents would be able to eat far more meat than usual. But asking Sabo to do that was like asking Luffy to give up his dream to become king of the pirates. The little boy looks rightfully horrified, but probably more over the idea of giving up his dream to give other people, and not himself, meat. He probably doesn't even apply it to Sabo, instead just picturing himself. But for a 7-year-old, that's a good enough grasp on the situation at hand. But that's only a guess, I could be wrong. Though that's highly doubtful, Riskua thinks, trying to figure out how she's going to get them from where they're leaning back against the walls to the sleeping mats, all without losing the heat they've generated in this spot. It's going to be cold beneath the covers now. See, Riskua knows everything. And Riskua belatedly realizes she's been tricked by the little imp. Not just into answering him but into backing up his reasoning to throw all H. The true sting comes from knowing Luffy hasn't even planned it and that the universe just aligned perfectly for him. It probably won't be the first time such a thing happens either, the redhead resignedly thinks. Perhaps she should be a bit worried about Luffy using her as his base, his touchstone from which to interpret the world. But given that the only other options he has to emulate are Ace and Sabo, both of whom don't have the same experience she does and are twisted by their own childish perceptions of the world around them, then perhaps it's for the best. Not everything, but I do know more than you, she teases, prodding and poking at Luffy's ribs until he's squirming and giggling. Riskua, she, stop. The next day, Ace brings them all back to the clearing, a badly hidden growth beneath his top that appears to be shaped suspiciously like a bottle. They really shouldn't be drinking alcohol, Riskua reasons, even though the horror she believed herself to be feeling at the sight is blatantly absent. But a few sips isn't going to hurt them, not really. Especially after that big breakfast they've just finished plowing through. Did you guys know, Ace starts, slipping the booze out from beneath his top with a naughty little smile on his face, that when you exchange drinks, you become brothers? It doesn't really hit her until that moment. Ace stood there with a white-knuckled grip on the neck of the bottle, that the freckled boy is throwing his cards down on the table right now. He's showing his hand, opening up and is just pushing forwards the idea of brotherhood. She's well aware they're not close, she and Ace, so it's a relief to see her presence hasn't changed the ties Luffy'll form with these two boys. Dark blue eyes light up at the mention of family, of brotherhood, Sabo eagerly accepting his sake cup. There's only 3 cups. Luffy cries after a moment, looking between the item in his own grasp, Sabo's and Ace's. TCH, it wouldn't work, she's a girl, she can't be our brother. There's a little sting, Riskua finds, to know that Ace hasn't included her, but that it's down to a technicality like gender, it lessens the blow. Besides, she's already proclaimed Luffy her younger brother. She doesn't think she can handle the other 2 blockheads as her brothers as well. I'm not your brother Luffy, I'm your sister because I'm a girl. And quite frankly, I don't think these 2 are mature enough to be my older brothers. I'm quite happy with just you as my sibling, Kinglet. These 2 can be the idiot best friends I have to keep pulling out of trouble. Said idiots both bristle, though she doesn't miss how Ace silently mouths the words, best friends, under his breath. Perhaps it's not something he had in his vocabulary before today. Oh, do girls poop? Sabo smacks a palm against his forehead with a furious sigh, the stolen alcohol jostling about in his cup. Not really something you talk about, Kinglet, but yeah, girls poop. What's it like? Just drink your stolen booze, Luffy. He laughs, loud and bright as he glances back to the 2 boys. Strangely enough, neither seem to be having any second thoughts about accepting Luffy as a little brother, and Riskua wonders how long it'll be until they realize the full implication of taking on a little sibling. Of having to always watch, to teach them about the world. Ace isn't exactly a great source of patience, that well had run dry long ago. While someday he will start digging deeper looking for more, today is not that day. Sabo, well, Sabo's only ever been exposed to noble family culture, where everything is about progressing the family name. While it could be put forwards that not every family is the same, it's painfully clear that Sabo's immediate family fall easily into the bad influence category. Speaking of family, does Luffy even know what it means to have older brothers? Probably not, given how he still seems a bit dazed whenever Riskua bundles him up for a super long cuddle, or dunks him in the bath for a wash, or helps him put his shirt on the right way around. And now he's going to be dealing with the teasing from 3 older siblings. Laughing, Luffy downs the contents of his cup, whipping the back of his hand across his mouth before sticking his tongue out. That was gross. Starting today, we're brothers, Ace declares right over Luffy's complaint, cheeks flushed red with excitement and a beaming wide grin on his face. He's so excited. Head swinging back and forth from Luffy's hacking form and Sabo's woozy swaying. They really shouldn't have drunk all of that so fast. They're all grinning though, all so painfully proud of themselves. And Riskua hates to bring them down, she really does, but you do realize that bottle was Dayton's best one, right? There's silence for a moment as the three boys look between one another and then back at her, before finally Luffy shrugs and offers up the best plan they could ever put into action. We'll just go home when Dayton's asleep. While it has been 3 days since their last venture into the Central District, more than enough time for things to cool down, they still enter on the opposite side. Just in case. The three boys have once again armed themselves with their lead pipes, but the air around them is different now. Before, it had just been about the mischief, about the adventure and the inadvertent chase that had come about one way or another. Now they move as a unit, three brothers exploring old territory, reveling in the fact they are now part of a very specific, special group. Riskua will be lying if she didn't say she was feeling left out. While she sticks to her guns, not quite capable of seeing Ace and Sabo as potential older brothers, for that is what they'd insist upon. Being older than her, it doesn't mean the sting of loneliness doesn't prick at her skin. Luffy's so focused on them though, forcibly nudging himself between their bodies last night, throwing one rubbery limb over each of them. Riskua had laid on her bed mat, staring at the trio with her heart-bleeding bittersweet ichor. It was lovely to see them getting along so well, heartwarming and all that other mushy rubbish. Perhaps she's just being selfish. Luffy's just exploring these new relationships he suddenly has. After all, it doesn't mean he's dropping her. It doesn't mean that he's pre-programmed to the two somebodies who are going to be so significant, so important in his life. It doesn't mean she's going to get tossed to a side. It doesn't. Chewing on her lip, Riskua adjusts the lay of her hat, allowing it to slant down and shadow her eyes before she stuffs her hands into her pockets. Perhaps it's all in her head. Perhaps it's just her subconscious reminding her that she doesn't really belong here, that she's an intruder in this place. But acknowledging that thought doesn't make it any easier, doesn't kill off the insecurities that gurgle about within her stomach. She has to keep moving on though, because there's nothing else she can do right now. It's not like she has something better to leave this place for, even if she could tear herself emotionally away from Luffy. There's no way Shanks would know to come pick her up. She'd been so resolute in her determination to help him out, to look after his little anchor. She can't even bear the thought of letting him down, never mind having to actually face him and confess she gave up because she suddenly wasn't Luffy's favorite person anymore. That's like a spoiled child throwing a tantrum because things aren't going their way. Riskua is more mature than that. Really all she can do right now is keep training with her haki, training with her blades, and wait for Luffy's adoration of his new relatives to wear off. Releasing the inner linings of her pockets from where they'd become wrapped up in between her fingers, Riskua falls into step just behind the trio. As such, she's in a perfect position to see the drunken man that gets right up in Luffy's face, demanding money the boy clearly doesn't have, and nicking his cheek. Fee shakes his head. Riskua whirls on the man, snarling while Ace swings his pipe right into the man's shins. The idiot hits the floor and Riskua's on him in a second, fist smashing into the cobblestone road when he just manages to move his face in time. There's a loud multitude of cracks at the impact and the stale smell of urine permeates the air as the man beneath her realizes just how close he came to having his head imitate a runny egg hit by a spoon. "You bastard!" Ace screams, aiming another swing of his pipe for the man that one of his friends steps in to deflect. Sabo's got the dark-haired boy by the back of the shirt though, reeling him in, and Riskua begrudgingly gets up from where she's crouched over her enemy. If she happens to crush his hand beneath a hockey-infused foot, then so be it. Dark eyes snap to her at the sound and there's a single moment where she and Ace just stare at one another, a single moment of understanding passing between them. It doesn't reassure all of Riskua's worries, doesn't fix the worry that she no longer has a place to fit in with these three boys. But it does put forwards the idea of carving out a new place. For now, that'll do for Riskua. Carefully placing his hat atop the door handle, Sabo stretches his arms above his head, rolling back his shoulders. Behind him he can hear Luffy's shrieks of joy as he makes for the tub, Ace's good-natured chuckle that's so much warmer now than he ever remembers it being before. Grasping at the collar of his worn shirt, Sabo drags it up and over his head, dumping the material at his feet and frowning down at the dirty fabric. It's filthy and it has been 6 days since he last got it washed, so he probably should make another attempt to clean it up. It's difficult though, he never had to know how to wash clothes before he ran away and it was impossible to stay clean in the trash heap, so he rarely tried. Now he has the opportunity to get somewhat clean, so perhaps he should start making a bit of an effort. Because unlike Luffy, he doesn't have a girl chasing after him, making sure he has clean clothes to wear and that he isn't going to bed with dirt behind his ears. Speaking of Luffy and cleaning, Sabo flicks his gaze over to the boy who's straddling the side of the tub, one leg in and one leg out as Ace scoffs at him. Over what, Sabo doesn't know, he hasn't really been listening. Instead, all that's going around in his head is the conversation he had with Riskua just 5 minutes ago, back when Luffy declared his intentions of bathing with the boys over dinner. Make sure you keep an eye on Luffy. Just a bit of seawater and he's useless. It takes a lot more liquid when it's not seawater, but it still drains him. Do not let him drown. It's obvious she worries, perhaps rightly so. It's only been 3 days since they declared themselves brothers and already Sabo's only just beginning to grasp the momentous task he's accepted upon his shoulders. Luffy's not only a danger to those around him, but also to himself. It's actually a bit terrifying to realize just how much trouble he attracts, and to realize just how much Riskua was buffering from them when it comes to looking after Luffy. Sabo's respect for her has shot up, quite frankly. It'd probably be a lot higher if she weren't stepping back and letting them deal with it all right now with nothing but an amused smirk on her face. He'd say something, were it not for the sweeping sadness in those strange yellow eyes. Sabo's not quite sure what Riskua has to be sad about, and that's bugging him. She was fine with not joining in on their decree of brotherhood, and the blonde is thankful for it. He's got 2 brothers and now a best friend. One who's seen so much more of the world than him and seems so mature, and she knows the answer to a lot of his questions, either that or she can at least make an educated guess. Ace and Luffy are great fun, but it's practically impossible to discuss the finer details of their future ventures. The two just get so wrapped up in the idea of becoming big-name pirates or pirate king as it may be that they don't realize there's more to pirate life than just adventure. Sabo's already reading all the books he can find. Riskua even lent him her atlas, and though some of the pages have a few crumbs or smears on them, it's still one of the most informative reads Sabo's ever come across. Nah, he's happy Riskua's with them. Kicking off his shorts and then stepping out of his underwear, Sabo frees the cravat from his neck and quick steps to the tub, elbowing Ace out the way as he goes. The water is warm against his skin, deliciously so, even if it's not as clean as he'd have liked. Because come on. Luffy's already spent a few minutes in the tub and despite Riskua's best efforts he's always dirty. It's still nice though, Sabo thinks as he splashes the water up onto his face. Living in Grade Terminal there had been no baths, just attempts to not be slathered completely in whatever filth was lying around. Sabo's gone red. Luffy cries with a wild grin, poking him in the cheek thrice before Sabo has a chance to bat the hand away. Just as he's fending off a front on that side, another hand starts jabbing into his side and Sabo squawks at the cold touch. You really have, Ace informs him with a teasing smirk, freckles crinkling under his grin as he stands naked and without a care for that fact. I ain't, it's just warm, Sabo snaps and then hastily covers his eyes as Ace jumps, not a quick movement kind of jump but an actual leap and landing kind of jump into the water. A good portion is displaced, sloshing over the side and slapping against the wooden floorboards in a wide splatter. The three of them stare down at the wet mark for a moment before giggles slip out from between their lips, both Luffy and Ace descending into louder laughter, right up until a bandit pounds on the door and demands they keep it down. Reclining into the water, Sabo runs a hand through his curled hair, fluffing it out. He's never had it longer than this, not since he left his noble household anyway. The longer his hair, the harder it had been to wash. Keeping it short had been a good idea. It had also stopped a few people from recognizing him whenever he and Ace invaded the posher sides of the kingdom. They'd walked by him and not considered in the slightest that he could be that noble boy presumed dead. Somehow, it all ends with Luffy dancing around on the floor, wearing upon his head the smaller bucket that Sabo'd thrown at him previously. Ace is losing his mind in the tub, laughing loud enough that the bandits have given up trying to silence them. Ribs aching from his own amusement, Sabo slaps a hand against the surface of the water in an attempt to better express himself, only for a gentle knock at the door to startle him out of it. "Do you three plan on dissolving in there? It's Riskua?" Instinctively, Sabo sinks lower into the water as Luffy screams in surprise and loses his footing. Even Ace freezes at that. For all that Luffy's rubber and supposedly immune to impact, sometimes he just bursts into tears anyway, like an instinctive reaction regardless of if something hurt or not. Sabo feels like his breath's caught in his throat as he looks to Luffy, waiting for the boy to burst out into sobs, hastily gathering the few remaining bubbles to cover himself. He doesn't know about Ace, but Sabo sure as hell doesn't want a girl seeing him in all his glory. That's a big no-no, even outside of noble life. Only Luffy doesn't burst out into tears. Instead, his eyes flick to the two of them that still remain in the bath and his resolve hardens. There's an awkwardly large sniffle as Luffy forcibly inhales, drawing back the tears. His smile's still a little wobbly though. "I'm fine." There's silence from the other side of the door before the lightest, most depressed sigh Sabo has ever heard echoes from behind the wood. "Oh, okay then. Don't stay in there too long." Riskua sounds upset, like she'd expected Luffy to start crying. She'd never want him to cry, to be hurt, that much Sabo gets, but then why? Slowly, he thinks it all over, recalls what has happened every time Luffy's injured himself so far. Usually he turns on the waterworks and Riskua comes running, and she bundles him up for hugs and cuddles that never fail to return his smile to his face. Sabo's gotta admit, the 3 times he's woke up from a nightmare so far and had Riskua just there, offering physical comfort, it's made everything easier. She wouldn't do it if she didn't like it, so. Is Riskua just missing out on those hugs with Luffy? If Luffy's trying to copy him and Ace all the time, who'll hug Riskua then? Understanding of the world once again cleared up, Sabo reaches over and pinches Luffy as hard as he can. OWW. The boy cries, more from shock of the suddenly unexpected attack. "If that hurt then you should go get Riskua to kiss it better," Sabo comments sagely, snatching up a towel and vigorously rubbing every inch of Luffy he can reach. Squirming, Luffy doesn't need any more encouragement and makes for the door. Wait. Luffy, pants. Leaping after the boy with said clothing in hand, Sabo finds himself slipping on the wet floor, skegs as he opens the door and knocking both of them out into the hallway. The hallway that Riskua is still occupying. There's a moment of hush where they just stare at each other, Riskua's mouth half open in surprise as she takes in the tangled arrangement of both boys. And then Sabo recalls he's stark naked. He will deny the screech that left his lips until his dying day. Forgetting his primary objective of covering Luffy with those pants and instead opting to shield his own dignity, Sabo retreats back to the bathroom as the most troublesome brat in existence launches himself at Riskua for cuddles. God damn it, Sabo's never trying this whole being nice thing again. Ace hasn't stopped laughing at all. He's never gonna stop being a crybaby if you do that. The dark-haired boy chokes out around his chuckles, shaking his head as he does so. Wet strands of wavy black slap across his skin and Ace's hair's getting a bit long too. It wasn't for Luffy, it was for Riskua. Riskua who's probably laughing at him just like Ace is right now. Damn them, Sabo thinks with a begrudging smile. Dinner at the house of Deiden is certainly a sight to see. While Riskua has taken over the duties of cooking for the vast majority of their catches, there are some days when she just wants to be able to return to the house and relax. As such, there's a few days every month in which they catch far more than usual, drag it all back, and then just throw it at Deiden. Of course, sitting down to a meal with the rest of the bandits usually opens up certain instincts within the boys. Leaning back, Riskua grimaces at the face Luffy makes as he tears into his food, imitating a long-starved tiger finally tearing into his hard-won prize. Beside him Ace is no better an example, all sharp teeth and curled fingers, narrowed eyes and defensively hunched over his meat. She wishes she could say Sabo is better, that even if he's not a good example of manners he at least retains some. But nope, none of that. Sabo's just as vicious as the other two, chomping ferociously into the meat, all the while eyeing up his competition. It's quite obvious that Sabo has to put in far more effort than what Luffy and Ace do, just to keep pace with the duo. Why he's even bothering to attempt keeping up, Riskua doesn't have the slightest clue. Oh, she breathes as Dayton attempts to pick up a piece of meat that's within a 6-foot radius of Luffy. Instantly the boy's teeth clamp down on the meat and, subsequently, her hand too. The woman shrieks, shaking her limb in an attempt to dislodge the boy, but in the process, gets a fair share of food in her hair. Luffy's on her in a moment, a crazed glint in his eyes as he gorges himself. "You'd think we never feed you," Riskua grumbles to the blonde she sat beside, letting out a low sigh when the boy suddenly started flailing, hands dropping the food and going to his neck. She'd probably care more over the choking thing if this weren't the third time it was happening today. Smacking at Sabo's back, Riskua glances to Ace, who's swallowing down huge chunks of food, coughing up the occasional bone without so much of a flinch. Out of the three of them, he's probably the most efficient eater, beating Sabo out on consumption rate but not getting as terribly clingy with his food as Luffy, who appears to be still attempting to inhale Dayton. Rolling her eyes, Riskua climbs up onto the table and reaches out, grabbing Luffy by the scruff of his neck and reeling him back in. He's no match for her hockey-coated fingers, and it's actually quite sad that the most use she's getting out of her powers right now is herding Luffy around. "Sit down and eat your dinner, or Ace'll do it for you." Was it worth it? Hiking Sabo further up into the comfort of her arms, Riskua pushes the bedroom door open with her foot for the third time this night. Luffy and Ace are already inside, fast asleep, and the only reason Sabo's allowed her to carry him up the stairs, for fear of the two of them laughing at him for needing her help. Now even if the two wake up they don't have any room to talk. Riskua had hauled them both up the stairs just moments ago, one over each shoulder. Despite being rather skinny, Ace is already all muscle, even lying relaxed across her left collarbone. "Yes," Sabo hisses, arms coiled around his aching stomach and a rather fierce pout on his face. The sight of it has Riskua grinning in amusement because honestly he's cute when he's all grouchy. Both he and Ace. Luffy doesn't really do grouchy, only pouty. But that's cute too. "These kids are gonna be the death of her," Riskua admits to herself, shaking her head out and looking up to the ceiling, as if to ask for patience. "Well, I hope you're enjoying your stomachache, Sabo." "Stop that." One hand bats gently at Riskua's nose before Sabo recalls it to aid with his pains. "You're younger than me. You're not allowed to be this smug." "Until you can beat me in a fight, I'll never stop being smug," Riskua retorts, kneeling by the bed mat and allowing Sabo to slide out her arms. "I'll beat you when I get a hang of using haki," Sabo promises, shrugging out of his jacket but deciding that getting fully changed would be far too much effort. Glancing over at the dark-haired duo, Riskua finds them just as she left them, curled up around one another on the same mat and in what appears to be a full-out food coma. "Thank you for your help with Luffy," she whispers quietly, looking away from the trio of boys off to her left and gripping at the fabric of her shorts. "I didn't know how to fix it." It's an open admission, she'd been truly clueless. There hadn't seemed to be a way to keep the open affection going. Not when the younger boy wanted nothing more than to be just like Ace and Sabo, who were nowhere near as affectionate a person as Luffy. Oh sure, Ace maybe one day, but right now, ha ha ha. If she'd tried pushing Luffy, he'd have fought her, refused even more, creating a cycle with no end. Yet, Sabo had fixed that. "Soke. Luffy likes the hugs and you like to hug him, right?" "Nah, Sabo. I like hugging you too." Wrapping her arms around the boy's shoulders, Riskua forces her weight onto him until they're laid full out on the mats, her head resting on his shoulder as he splutters. Still though, after a moment he wraps his own arms around her, concealing his grin in her hair. "I hope Ace doesn't figure that out for a while. I'll get less hugs when he does." "No way, I'll always have a hug ready for you, Sabo, if you want one." He gives a gentle hum and for a while there's no words exchanged between them, just a quiet exasperation over Ace and Luffy's background snores. "How about a cure for stomach ache? Good night, Sabo." "Well, this'll be interesting, but really, it's been a long time coming." Meeting Luffy's gaze evenly, they stare at each other from around his fringe, neither one willing to give any ground. His face is petulant, lips set in a determined purse, but Riskua refuses to allow that cute little pout to sucker her in this time. "It needs to be done, Luffy." "Nope, don't wanna." And the finger is up the nose. Groaning, Riskua presses her own fingers to her temple, trying not to break, forcibly straying her hands from where they wish to reach out and grasp his shoulders, to shake the boy until he complies. You can barely see, Luffy. Nope. I'm fine. This would have been a lot more believably had he not swung his head to a side and thus sent his fringe cascading around to rest over his eyes. You can either let me do it now, Luffy, or I'll cut it while you're asleep. And I make no promises on it being a good cut if you push me to that. Don't wanna. Damn this kid. Running a hand through her own hair, Riskua hastily ties it back in a high pony, folding her arms once she's done so. If you want to keep it long, you'll have to start tying it up. What if you're fighting the Tiger Lord and it gets in your way? Then Ace and Sabo will have to take it down for you. Eh? No way, Riskua. Cut my hair? Luffy slams BLE beside him, rattling his empty breakfast plate, and she lets out a breath, because finally. Get in the chair then while I grab some scissors. Scampering over to the chair in question, Luffy grins back at her before plopping his little rear down as requested. It's insane how easily he can change his mind sometimes, and just how damningly stubborn he can be. Riffling through the cupboard drawer, Riskua retrieves the scissors before returning to Luffy's side, grimacing over the bird's nest he's trying to pass for hair. It's too long now, certainly getting in his way. It really does need cutting. The metal in her hands makes quiet snipping sounds as she goes about fixing what she can. Riskua cannot claim to be a good hairdresser, but she can do a good enough job for someone with no experience. Plus, it's not like Luffy'll care what it looks like. Well, up to the point that Ace and Sabo won't tease him about it. Brushing the fallen strands from thin shoulders, Riskua steps back to get a better look at her handiwork. It's a bit uneven, but it'll do. You're good, Kinglet. Yippee. And he's off, making for the door and snatching up his pipe as he does so. Watching him go, Riskua rolls her eyes, only to catch sight of a presence to her left. She turns in time to see Sabo take Luffy's vacant seat, grinning up at her as he removes his hat. Me next, and yeah, Sabo's hair's getting a bit long, starting to transition from the tight curls to slight waves as it gets a bit of length to it, but it's not in need of a haircut in Riskua's opinion. You sure? Yep, nice and short please. And well, now that he said the magic word, how could she ever deny him? Fingers dancing through the blonde locks, Riskua takes a few in hand, angling her scissors. Before she begins though, she turns to look at Ace who's leaning against the wall. Would you like me to cut your hair too? There's a pause as he looks back at her, face framed by the dark waves in question. It's not to the point it'll get in his way, but it's certainly longer than Sabo's. He doesn't respond though, so Riskua just goes about fulfilling Sabo's request, cropping the blonde strands closer to his skull than they were before. It's only as she's finished with Sabo that Ace actually moves forwards. He looks, well, not nervous. Or suspicious, she guesses. His eyes flick to the scissors, then to Sabo's new do, before he finally meets her eyes. Just. Not too much. It's not really a question, but for a boy that's never done anything other than take what he needs, who's never had anyone to ask anything of, it's enough, for now. Just a little bit, Riskua confirms, projecting her movements before she begins brushing the black waves with her fingers. Ace is tense beneath her touch, hands clenching into the fabric of his pants. I promise I won't cut your ear off, she teases, prodding Ace in the arm as she does so. On his way out, Sabo laughs in delight, but it does get Ace to relax. I'll feed you to a bear if you do. Then it's a deal, Ace. Ace wakes to Luffy's never-ending chatter. Not an uncommon occurrence now, but it's significantly louder and more excitable than usual. It's also about as welcomed as usual, which in the morning is not at all. Rolling over, Ace stuffs his head into the pillow, attempting to drown out the boisterous voice and just bask in the semi-sleeping state he's determinedly clinging to. But then Sabo's on his other side, also babbling away with clear excitement, hands shaking at Ace's arm, and there's no way he's going to be able to get any more sleep now. Damn them. Wake up, Ace, it's snowing. Luffy's words take a moment to register, but when they do, Ace semi-reluctantly peers out with one eye. Both boys are grinning wildly, excitement obvious. Ace doesn't have a damn clue why. Snow is snow. It's cold, turns into slush, and making hunting that much harder. Not only for traversing the island, but the animals don't want to come out with all this crap covering literally every surface. It's gonna make finding food even more difficult today. He doesn't have a bloody clue why these two idiots are excited about this. Snow, we can make a snowman and go sledding. Makino took me once and the old man on the hill let me use his big pan to slide down his hill and it was really cool, but it hasn't snowed since and I couldn't do it again. Till now. Hey, do you think Dayton will have a big pan? Luffy gasps as he finishes his sentence, sucking in as much air as he possibly can. Sabo takes the opportunity presented to him when rubbery lips come together to pinch them shut. Head spinning after that unnecessary tale, Ace runs a hand through his slightly shorter hair in an attempt to ground himself. Ack! Luffy snatches wildly at the air as Riskua lifts the worn straw hat from his head, successfully jamming a knitted bonnet atop wild black hair in exchange. You don't want to ruin Shanks' hat in the snow, do you, Kinglet? Ah! Riskua is so clever, grinning eagerly. Luffy presents both his tiny hands to the girl, barely holding himself back from jumping up and down upon his heels. With a long-suffering smile on her face, Riskua wedges a matching pair of gloves upon the boy, swiftly wrapping a scarf around his neck to complete a trio of brilliant yellow wool. Luffy looks ridiculous. Ace snorts, forcing himself to stop when Sabo gives him a vicious glance, but he really does look quite silly. What are you laughing at? Head swinging around to meet Riskua's gaze, Ace holds the weight of those creepy yellow eyes without fear, a scowl set firmly across his lips. Her eyes don't waver from his either, though Ace is well aware his morning glare can and will scare away the vast majority of the bandits. It took you that long to make so few things? Ace snorts, folding his arms across his chest and angling a smug grin at the redhead. She stares back, cocking her hips to a side and planting one hand on her waist. Actually, it took me that long to make these. And then she's holding a red hat, scarf and gloves, which is quickly thrust into his chest. Staring down at the new items in his possession, he looks up just in time to see Sabo presented with a set of his own, dark blue in color, as Riskua pulls on a dull copper hat. Somewhere in the room, Luffy's repetitive chants of "Snow Day" originate from, but Ace suddenly finds himself drained of the energy needed to look up and around for him. He can't quite bring himself to look away from the knitwear in his hands, the wool soft and thick against the sensitive pads of his fingers. The same feeling from his birthday, that pesky emotion he's tried pushing down, surfaces again. It's not something he likes though, this feeling thing, so Ace pushes it down and focuses on the present. Maybe the snow will be more bearable with actual company. It's not more bearable with actual company. It's wet slush that gathers in the toes of his boots, soaking through the ratty soles. He'll have to flinch some new ones and dampening the hem of his trousers until they stick uncomfortably to his legs. His fingers are tingling and not in the nice way, the bite of winter seeping deep beneath his skin to leave his teeth chattering rapidly against one another. What is fun though, is nailing Sabo in the head with a snowball. Ace laughs victoriously, leaping over a snow-draped root, nearly slipping on the landing but recovering admirably. A projectile launches past his head and Ace laughs harder as Sabo swears over his near miss. He's left Luffy behind somewhere, but he can hear the younger boy cackling in sheer joy at the scene before him. Ace twists around just in time to see Sabo give up on chasing his freckled self and instead aim for retribution from Luffy. Of course, the youngest among them is only in the snow for a few moments before Riskua is upon Sabo, pressing his smug face into the white powder with one hand as the other dumps more and more snow down his collar. And really, Ace can't leave his oldest friend to suffer that indignity, can he? If he just so happens to get the chance to prove he's stronger than her, then so be it. His arms are straining from the pressure of holding her back and down, even though he's losing ground on that front, and sweat beads heavy upon Ace's forehead despite the bitter cold. Creepy yellow stares up at him in blatant challenge, the surrounding skin that makes up her face flushed and ugly red with the effort, and she's steadily gaining ground on him. Of course that's when Luffy slips and almost falls off the side of the cliff, so that Ace and Riskua both had to abandon their competition in order to catch Sabo's legs as the blonde catches Luffy's ankles in his hands. It's ridiculous and stupid, and the next time they do this Ace makes note to be far away from the ravine next time. When they've crawled back inside, Ace feels like his fingers are gonna drop off. He dares not run them under the hot water for fear they actually will snap at the knuckles, so instead settles for jamming the ice-cold digits into the warmth of his armpits. The sheer difference in temperature between the two body parts hurts. Really hurts, but having some feeling in his fingers at all is a step up from the numb chill of before. Sitting up to the kitchen table, Ace stretches his elbows across the tabletop, arms still folded in order to keep his hands in place. There's a steaming mug of cocoa in front of him, one that Risku has set down before she disappeared off to take Sabo and Luffy theirs. The two idiots have both gone to get a warm bath, despite having just come in from the snow, and he can hear their pained squeals all the way from down here. They're idiots, he thinks, and the mental proclamation sounds increasingly fond the more he considers it. Still though, he's not as cold as he would have been without the scarf and gloves. Tentatively removing one hand, Ace reaches up and pulls the bright wool from atop his head. And the hat. He'd probably have had to come in sooner if it weren't for those. He'd not really expected Risku to make him a set, not when he hasn't exactly been as welcoming and friendly as Sabo. He still thinks back on her fight with Dayton, on the way she'd looked at him after he'd made Sabo and Luffy his brothers and declared his dream. Girls are difficult to understand, Ace is coming to realize. They're not simple like Sabo, who wants to be free more than anything, and Luffy, who wants to be Pirate King and eat all the meat. Risku has her goal, that hockey thingy, and he knows she wants to have babies when she older, which, URK. All the babies he's ever seen seem to do nothing but cry and poop. Why does she want one of her own? But she does things outside of her goals. Like now, with the hot chocolate. He can hear Sabo screaming at Luffy for opening the door to the washroom, and Ace smirks, remembering that last disastrous bath. The blonde had been so embarrassed, though Ace has no idea why. All that matters is it's another thing to tease the gapless wonder about. It's gonna suck when that tooth grows back. What'll Ace call him then? What are you smiling about? Head whipping up to snap back, Ace pauses when he registers the clearly teasing town. Risku sliding onto the bench that sits opposite his side of the table. She's nursing her own mug, the liquid inside not visible beneath the mountain of whipped cream piled atop it. You scare Sabo. I don't scare him. He's just embarrassed, Sol. The delicate shrug of her thin shoulders proves Risku doesn't care as much about this as what Sabo does, which just gives Ace even more chances to tease the other boy. For a few minutes they sit there in silence. The bandits are out doing what they do best, while the splashes and slaps of water against wood are muffled by the numerous rooms between the kitchen and bathroom. It's getting awkward though, and while Risku doesn't seem to notice, it makes Ace want to squirm. She's not like Dayton, who's always snapping what's on her mind, nor does she care about him like Sabo does, nor is so as damn oblivious as Luffy. And he's asked so many people, asked it so many different ways, and he really shouldn't care how she answers. But should I be alive? As soon as the words are out, he almost wants to pull them back in. This isn't like asking Luffy, who's just so damn blunt and doesn't understand what Ace is getting at. Risku thinks she's smart as Sabo, and she's got more pieces of the puzzle than what the blonde has. Dayton and her big mouth can be thanked for that. There's a crisp clink as she sets her mug down on the table, though Ace doesn't see the motion, too absorbed in the half-melted swirls of his own whipped cream and liquid chocolate. There's no "should you be alive" about it, Ace. There's just the fact that you are. Everybody is judged on their actions, on where they come from, on what they'll do in the future. When you ask that question, you're going to get mixed results because everybody is different. It's like asking someone their favorite color. Some will like red, some will like blue, and some won't care enough to answer. This is making no sense. Ace watches as Risku sips at her drink again, and after a moment, he takes a gulp of his own. It's pleasantly warm, though the taste leaves his throat feeling heavy. He wonders why he feels so damn detached from this question. Why for the first time it's not an answer he's waiting to hear, but a well-thought-out explanation. Because it seems Risku doesn't do opinions. But think about it this way. If you weren't here, Sabo'd still be at Grey Terminal. He might not have ever met me or Luffy. He'd be so much worse off if you didn't exist. And Luffy adores you. He looks up to you. You know? She tilts her head to a side and there's a bittersweet smile on her stained lips. A blob of cream smeared in the left corner. He thinks you're the coolest thing on this island. And I don't think someone as innocent and good as Luffy could ever look up to someone who was evil. Who is so bad they don't deserve to live. She pauses here, mug empty, before standing up and retreating over to the sink, leaving Ace to think over her words. Because really, would Sabo have been worse off without him? Yeah, the boy might not have met Luffy. But he'd have eventually made it out to sea, wouldn't he? And Luffy has Riskua. If a seed never been born he'd never have known better. He's got no idea why he asked the creep. Of course she's been no help at all. Why did he even expect? There are arms around him. Ace stiffens as he feels a cheek red hair in the corner of his eyes press against his own and the arms they've snuck up on him from behind tighten around him. Life is all about finding people who'll answer that question with a yes, Ace. About finding people who care for you and will love you, even with your terrible temper and tendency to snap. People who'll cry and won't know what to do if you ever left their lives. So you can't ever die, okay? Because Luffy's an ugly crier and I don't think Sabo's much better. Not that I'll be able to tell. She presses a gentle kiss to the curve of his cheekbone as she lets go. But Ace is too out of it at those words to even think about reacting to the rare affectionate gesture. They would cry if he died? They'd miss him? All he's ever heard is Deiden stating life's be so much easier if he were to disappear. You wouldn't be able to tell, Ace forces out, watching as Riskua pauses by the door, cocking her head back to look at him before she offers up a small smile. It's not the beaming grin that Sabo's jokes get or the love-filled affection that's always directed at Luffy. But it is a smile for him. I wouldn't be able to tell if Sabo's an ugly crier, because if you died I wouldn't be able to see him through my own tears. And then she's gone. Ace sits up to the table with his mug of cold chocolate well into the night. Well past when the bandits arrive home, trying to come to terms with the fact he now has 3 people who'd break down should he die. It feels like an age since she last saw that cheerful little face. Seated in the den of the Deiden bandits' hideout, Makino forces herself to not squirm in anticipation, eager to see Luffy's little face again. Will he have lost some of the puppy fat? Gained another scar? Will his cheeks be rounded with whatever these people pass for breakfast up here? She can hear him, he's in the next room over, but she's determined to stay quiet and not ruin the surprise. He's probably tearing through breakfast, though Makino cringes a little at the shouts and swears from 2 sources apart from her little monkey. And he is her little monkey. It's Makino that raised him, Makino that nursed his every boo-boo, that piled up his every plate and tucked him into bed every night. She's the one that's looked after Luffy in the wake of his mother's death, no matter how big a hole such a loss left in her. Speaking of death and mothers. Makino's eyes flicked to a pair of girls' trousers that are hanging by the fireplace in here to dry off. Riskua has kept her word, clearly made her way up here to find Luffy. She's probably in that kitchen right now. She'd been quiet when Shanks dropped her off, all downcast yellow eyes and messy red hair. Right now, Makino can hear her steady tone through the door, questioning what the plans for today are. It's a voice she doesn't recognize that answers. A young boy that either lived here before or has become a friend of Luffy's and is visiting. She's glad Luffy's made friends. Back in the village, all the other children Luffy's age had been just a bit terrified of his forwardness and his exuberance. It only got worse when he fell in with Shanks and his crew. None of the other children would so much as look at him after that, heads filled with terrifying stories from their overly cautious parents. Makino can understand, when she'd first looked upon Shanks, she too had been fearful, but really, he's a good man at heart, despite his chosen profession. It wasn't fair on Luffy, but life in general isn't fair. Still, she's glad he appears to have found some good kids. The door opens and the young boy in question comes tumbling out, eyes going round at the sight of her. Makino. Luffy's limbs make the most sickening snapping sound as he springs across the floor to her, a blatant reminder of the devil fruit he'd consumed. She's not sure if she'll ever forgive Shanks for ensuring Luffy'll never be normal, or thank him for making the boy all but immune to blunt force. He really needs such an advantage. Kneeling down to catch the little terror, Makino giggles and presses her nose into his hair. It still smells of both sweat and soap, that hasn't changed, even though she'd half expected to find Luffy unwashed and living like a wild child. She doubts the bandits have had much a hand in that, which leaves. Glancing up, Makino's eyes land upon Riskua, who hangs back with the other 2 boys, clearly unsure of her welcome within this reunion. It almost takes Makino's breath away just how much she looks like Shanks, even more so now that the curls are starting to fall out as her hair grows in both length and mass. She's very clearly the pirate captain's daughter. The only thing throwing off the whole visual is the unnatural yellow of her eyes. The same nose is slowly starting to rise from the puppy fat of childhood, hinting at the same definition red hairs boasts. the same skin tone, along with the same cheer to her smile. No matter how soft this grin is. She may have stayed with Makino for only a very short amount of time, but that doesn't stop the bartender from holding one arm to invite the girl in. Riskua blinks, face hesitant, and then the blonde boy happily shoves her forwards. It's all the encouragement the redhead needs, and then she's in Makino's grip too. Arms looping lazily around her neck and face burying into her shoulder. For all that she is older and wiser than Luffy, Riskua seems a lot more delicate than the younger child. Both their limbs are thin, but the redheads lack the rubbery texture, the hint of power beneath. Who the hell are you? Makino glances up at the not-quite question, eyebrows rising high when she meets the glare the freckled boy directs at her. His blonde friend slaps him atop the head, but the boy who asked the question it was more of a demand really doesn't relent. He's cagey, eyes flashing from Luffy to Riskua and then back to her, lips thinning. Well, it seems the two have made a very overprotective friend. This Makino, this is Ace, and Gramps left him with Dayton like me, and Ace is really strong. We're brothers now, me and Sabo swore on booze, so it's really true. And Riskua is my big sister, and she cooks all the meat, and she's really nice, even if she does make me take too many baths. The girl in Makino's arms giggles a little bit, stepping back and away, her cheeks flushing in embarrassment. She's very precious, but in a different way than Luffy. If Luffy's a beloved wooden figurine, capable of surviving a fall, then Riskua is something a little more delicate, a glass ornament. It's not that she's physically soft, but Makino gets the feeling that the younger female is quite like her, and that emotional blows hit them harder. Why's Makino here? Luffy demands her attention once again, his head tipping to a side before his dark eyes go round. Ah, Shanks isn't here, is he? I'm not ready for our fight yet? You're not ready to fight a rabbit yet, the blonde boy scoffs, even as he ruffles Luffy's hair. Never mind some pirate captain. Makino laughs, not even attempting to hide the noise behind her hand. She gets the boys outfitted in new clothes, Ace and Sabo puffing out their chests, clearly trying to impress her, and Makino could only smile at the both of them. Now all three of them have run out to go play, leaving the two girls sat within the living room. Riskua is slowly folding the clothes Makino has brought her, and though the older woman isn't quite sure on her color choices, the redhead seems pleased with the mix of browns, creams and coppers. Not much else goes with my coloring, she admits, flicking humorous yellow eyes up to look at her. Out of the four of them, she's by far the most mature, along with the most level-headed. But that doesn't mean she's an adult. There's a tiredness to Riskua that isn't present in the boys, though she hides it well. Riskua, are you okay? There's a momentary pause as the girl sucks in a deep breath, her shoulders shuddering slightly. I'm fine, I haven't gone this long without seeing my family before, she whispers, one hand coming up to her face to press at the curve of her cheek. Usually I see Papa every few months since I got older, but she had her mother before. And now, if she's not already dead, then she soon will be. Riskua, sweetheart. Just like that, she bursts into tears. Unlike Luffy though, unlike every other child Makino has ever seen, she doesn't throw herself to the nearest person for comfort though. Instead, Riskua hunches in on herself, drawing her knees up to her chest and burying her face into the cradle of her arms. With her shoulders shaking and the strangled sobs she tries to muffle, Shanks' daughter just looks so small in that moment. Maybe it's not her place, but Makino could never ignore a hurting child. Oh, Riskua. Drawing the little girl forcibly into her arms, she rubs her hands up and down the girl's back. She doesn't unwind from her curl to cling to Makino, barely even leans into her comfort, but she stays. I'm sure no matter where they are, both your parents are very proud of you, Makino promises, because while she doesn't know her mother, Makino likes to think she knows Shanks. She stood by the bar and listened to his every tale. She's got a good grasp upon his character. The way he'd looked into her eyes the last time he'd left the village. How he'd not quite managed to ask her to keep an eye on Riskua before she'd already agreed. She knows nothing in the world is more important to Shanks than his crew and his family. Luffy and Riskwaven if Luffy isn't his biologically. It doesn't matter though, Shanks clearly taken her little monkey under wing. It seems only fair she take care of Riskua in the captain's absence. The little girl in her arms makes a low keening sound, sniffling weakly, and Makino goes back to gently rocking the two of them. She's been strong for the three boys, But now it's Riskua's turn to need a rock. The boys come back several hours later. Makino has long since tucked Riskua into bed, letting the girl sleep through the rest of the day. Makino will take her some food up later. "Hey, where's Riskua?" Luffy bellows as soon as the last morsel of meat is consumed, peering around the table as if she'll pop up out of nowhere. Riskua's had a long day, so she's gone to bed early, Makino explains patiently, smoothing Luffy's hair out before retrieving his licked clean plate. "Long day?" Ace questions, head cocking to a side with a suspicious frown. She hasn't done anything today. At that, the blonde, Sabo, slaps him atop the head with a scowl on his face. "Don't question Miss Makino." "That's not true, Riskua tried on her clothes, just like the three of you. Only clothing is very serious business for girls," Makino explains, watching as Ace's eyes narrow before they flick over to Luffy, then to Sabo, then back to her. "If you're sure," he grumbles, not sounding convinced in the slightest, and Makino can recognize a losing battle when she sees one. "Well, it's a fight to be fought another day." Ace ducks low, Sabo swinging the pipe above his head and blocking the swipe of the tiger's claws. There's a war cry from above as Luffy utilizes his rubbery powers and launches Riskua down at the beast. Her feet glimmer black slightly as she crashes into the beast's back. Luffy's aim not quite capable of landing her on the tiger's head. Ace shifts, forcing himself to focus as Riskua has explained countless times. While his own skin doesn't seem any different than usual, doesn't blacken or even darken, his punch impacts with far more force than it would have done last year. The tiger rockets to the other side of the clearing, slamming into a tree, and the four of them almost huddled together, waiting to see if it'll get back up and continue its attack. Snatching his pipe up from the ground, Ace twists it around before leveling it out before him, knees bent and ready to attack if need be. There's a long moment of silence, tension in the air. But the tiger doesn't move. Ace sucks in a breath. Both the tiger doesn't. Its ribcage isn't moving, muscles aren't twitching. "It's dead," Sabo voices Ace's conclusion aloud, a grin on his face. "It's a big tiger. Perfect for dinner." Licking his lips, Ace approaches the recently dead beast proudly, coming to a halt before its large bulk and poking at its shoulder with one end of his pipe. No reaction. "Looks like it's tiger for dinner." "Yeah, tiger." Luffy pumps his tiny fists into the air several times, teeth exposed with his massive smile and sparkles in his eyes. He gets so damn excited over meat it's not even funny anymore. Throwing his pipe to Sabo, Ace grapples with one meaty leg, throwing the striped limb over his shoulder. As the other physical powerhouse, even if it is only her ability with Haki that allows her to outpower Ace, Riskua takes the other side of their catch, startling yellow eyes flicking to him before she offers him a nod. "Good finish shot," she acknowledges, and Ace smiles back. Having two brothers is great, but so is having a best friend. He's not as close to Riskua as Sabo is, but he knows their relationship is better than what it was before. He knows she'd miss him if he died, and even though he's not at the stage of admitting it aloud, Ace'd miss Riskua if she left too. Oh, he'd get over it, but it'd take a while, that's for certain. "Did you hear that?" Sabo's worried whisper breaks Ace from his thoughts, and the freckled boy scowls, twisting to get a look at his brother, ready to snap at him. Only, he then hears exactly what Sabo's worried about. A deep growl. A growl he hasn't heard in months because both he and the blonde boy agreed they weren't yet ready to face the beast. "Tiger Lord," Ace gulps, wide eyes finding Sabo. "There's nothing else for it." "Run!" Sabo bellows, shooting off into the undergrowth, one hand clamped around Luffy's wrist to pull the short-legged boy along. Riskua startles, running after them but keeping a sure grip on the tiger they've caught. Ace matches her every step, just as determined not to drop their dinner. Behind them, he can hear the thunderous rumble of each footstep, and Ace swear under his breath. "Hell, hell, hell," Riskua is swearing under her breath, and while it's not the most vicious word he's ever heard, there's a hell of a lot more frustrated emotion in it than he's ever heard before. "Never again," she screams, and Ace can only nod and agree. Ever since she woke up, Riskua has been feeling off balance, as if there's a storm coming. She's not the only one, both Sabo and Ace feel a bit off too, looking suspiciously over their shoulders for something. Even Luffy paused for a second before tearing into his meat, head cocked to a side before he'd shivered. as if a hurricane had simultaneously passed over all their graves. They all exchange wary glances, confirming with one another that they all felt the same thing. All had that chill fork down their spines like dry lightning. Luffy and Ace both ignore it though, attention returning to their breakfast. As usual, she and Sabo, the most aware of the group, are the only ones who take a moment to stare around the hut. Something feels out of place, Riskua is sure of it. Something doesn't feel right, Sabo whispers, glaring at his plate before actually pushing what remains away. She knows how he feels, Riskua isn't too keen on eating anymore either. There's something really wrong, something just off about today. With a frown, Riskua lets her eyes slowly shut, teeth worrying her chapped lip back and forth as she focuses on that special sense. Hockey has been coming easier and easier to her now, like a muscle repeatedly put under pressure and stretched. It's quite familiar. What isn't familiar is the approaching figure that's not even attempting to hide their aura. An aura that screams of pain and determination and brutality. Riskua cries out in surprise as she comes back to herself, leaping forwards just in time to tackle a still-eating Ace to the ground. The boy snarls in her face, but then he's distracted by something else. Or rather, they both set eyes upon the huge beast that has walked into the kitchen. Fist of love. Knuckles descend upon both Luffy and Sabo, who crumple like wet tissue paper in the face of the assault. Shitty Gramps, Ace hisses with true fear in his voice, scrambling back and away from the food. Were the situation not so dire, perhaps Riskua would have been astounded by the other's abandonment of the food. As things stand, she's too busy backpedaling away while trying to think up a way of rescuing Luffy. The odds aren't looking good. The man is huge though, dressed in a bold Hawaiian-style shirt with arms thicker than Riskua's torso. Judging by Ace's horrified proclamation, this has to be Monkey D. Garp. Wait a second. Sabo is hoisted up by collar of his shirt, hands struggling to fight off those powerful fingers as his face slowly tinged blue. You're not Ace. And then dark eyes swing around to lock onto the boy in question. Sabo's dropping to the floor in the background and heaving in great big breaths in his newfound freedom. Brat. And then Garp's, bopping Ace on the head with a heavy fist, Riskua hastily putting distance between the two of them as she retreated to Luffy's side. She doesn't get much of a chance to see if the boy's okay though, because a huge hand clamps down on her shirt, dragging her along beside Luffy until they're out the door. The four of them are deposited on the forest floor in a heap, Riskua finding herself at the bottom of the pile. It's not a pleasant place to unpleasant against her cheek and Riskua huffs as she waits for the boys to get off her. There's a lot of shuffling, both Ace and Sabo swearing under their breath with Luffy eagerly copying them both. One by one, the clamber off of Riskua and she rolls onto her back, lungs filling with that sweet, sweet oxygen. Brats. Why are there four of you? Garp's voice rumbles out like the crack of dry thunder, drawing a wince from the redhead on the floor. He towers over her, bushy eyebrows heavy over his sharp eyes. She can see the moment when he takes in her most noticeable feature, the moment when he realizes just who she's related to. Dracule, eh? He muses, one hand rubbing at his chin before it curls into a fist and slaps against the open flesh of a second meaty palm. You'll make a great Marine. Jesus Christ. No way, Riskua can't be a Marine, she's gonna be my first mate and I'm gonna be Pirate King. Stood tall and proud, as if he's not placed himself between her and a man 3 times his height. Luffy plants his hands in his hips and stares defiantly up at Garp as if he's on top of the world. The fist that descends is far too quick for Riskua to even think about moving Luffy away from and the boy drops to the ground like a stone. Luffy, Sabo, who's probably at a complete loss here, throws himself Saint Garp with a war cry, Ace leaping into action not a second later. Forcing herself up and onto her feet, Riskua launches her body forwards too, rolling out of the path of Garp's improvised missile. Ace goes sailing over Riskua's head and the redhead steels herself. Her fist blackens and she manages to smash it against the fist of love that's been about to grace Sabo's head. It's redirected instantly into the ground and hits with an earth-shattering boom, leaving a crater of impact in its wake. There's a moment of stunned silence as Riskua shakes out her dominant hand, doing her very best not to whimper under her breath. She'd been under the impression she'd got the hang of this hockey thing, but it's clearly not to the point she wants, otherwise that wouldn't have hurt at all. Such potential, the booming voice, combined with the hand clamping around her arm and hoisting her into the air like a rag doll, has Riskua shrieking in surprise, especially when she comes face to face with Garp the hero. "You'll definitely become a Marine. Now, brat, where'd you learn that?" Blinking, Riskua stares into the man's face, quite unsure of how to respond. Garp's gaze, for all that his words were light, is razor sharp. Like when Uncle had stared at Shanks, the one day they'd been on Melring at the same time. Perhaps it's because of that comparison that Riskua finds herself breaking out into laughter that is so painfully like her father's. "Where did I learn that?" Riskua repeats, slightly dazed and scrambling for an explanation the man's accept. "Wow, you're worse a liar than Luffy," Sabo whispers from the side, and it's at this point the two dark-haired children decide they've had quite enough. They attack Garp with bellowed screams and quick fists, and Riskua really doesn't appreciate how the man wields her captured form as the weapon to drive them off. At some point, she manages to grapple a hold of Luffy, who Sabo and Ace attempt to ground. All that achieved though is a momentary standoff before the two boys are launched via surprised Luffy slingshot into a nearby tree. It looks like it hurts. That's round about the time Luffy manages to sink his teeth into Garp's meaty fist, leading him to drop her and go for his grandson instead. It's all out war from there. Nursing more bumps and bruises than she's ever done in her entire life, Riskua slumps into a defeated slouch, Luffy's head pillowed on her thighs and his tired arms wrapped determinedly around her waist. Night has long since fallen, their little camping party huddling around the open flames of the campfire. Across from them, Garp looks no worse for wears, grinning broadly as he tears into his leg of meat and chews thoughtfully. "You four brats fight good together," he finally looking at each one of them individually before he beams. "And it's good to see Ace has friends now." "Shut the hell up, you shitty Gramps," Ace is scowling, his cheeks flushing a red that has nothing to do with the energy he put into their doomed battle against the Marine. "Mr. Garp, sir?" Riskua asks, straightening her posture and threading one hand into Luffy's hair where she starts lazily scratching with the edge of her nails. The future Pirate King all but melts against her legs, letting out a satisfied and content hum. "Such a polite brat, you really will make a good Marine." Grimacing at the very thought though to see Shanks and Mihawk's face if she started hunting them down might make it worth it. Riskua forces herself not to snap out like Luffy does. She doesn't need another dose of the Fist of Love. She's had one too many of them as it is. With Haki, is there anything more to it other than constantly focusing it? Huge arms fold over one another as Garp considers Riskua. The flames dancing between the two of them. Garp the hero cuts an intimidating figure in the firelight, his frown clear. "Haki's in every living thing in the world," Garp begins, rubbing at the stubble of his chin. Luffy moves to sit up, but Riskua clenches her fingers in his hair to keep him still, waiting for the boy's older relative to expand upon her favorite topic. "Some say it's spiritual power, willpower manifested. When it comes for training though, you just gotta keep going at it." Slamming his hands down onto the curve of his knees, Garp grins victoriously. "Now I'll be back in the future to give you brats more Marine training, so keep getting stronger," and with that terrifying promise, he's gone as swift as he came. Riskua can't summon up the willpower to move. Everything she tries, her legs shake for a few seconds before she crumples to the floor. It's just not going to happen, and she reluctantly resigns herself to a night under the stars. As she'd asked, Sabo has already carried Luffy off to the bandits' hut, under the impression that she'll be catching up to them in a moment. But that's clearly not going to happen. She's put all her effort into keeping Garp's terror-inducing fists as far away from the boys as she can, but her armament Haki had run out after so long. She'd never gotten to that point before, and that just proves she needs to train more. She's too comfortable in her workout routine, and perhaps that's why she's not progressing as much as she had hoped to. "TCH, you've got no stamina, have you?" Having landed in a very ungraceful flop upon the floor, Riskua twists her head to a side, peering up at Ace. He's got his arms folded, squinting down at her with a judging frown. "Nope, it's a character flaw I need to work on," Riskua admits, offering Ace a tired smile, cheek resting against the earth beneath. For a moment, the dark-haired boy stares down at her for a little longer before he gives a slow nod. The next thing she knows, he's squatting down by her side, taking a not-so-gentle hold of her arm and slinging it up over his shoulders. Riskua watches the movement cautiously, her form limp as she allows Ace to manhandle her into some form of hold. He's not hesitant about wrapping his arm around her waist, and she's reminded of the fact he probably doesn't know the implications of close contact between girls and boys. Why would Dayton have bothered to explain it to Ace? Yeah, Riskua can't see her doing that. Which brings up the worrying question of who's going to be the one to break open that topic of conversation. Shitty Gramps knock your brain out your head or something? Zaw, I'm just thinking, Ace, Riskua grumbles, working her legs as the older preteen supports the vast majority of her weight. It's a good thing Ace is so inherently strong, a good thing he doesn't rely on hockey like her. It's a good thing he came back for her. Smile lifting up the corners of her lips. Riskua wraps her arm around the one Ace is holding against her waist, angling her face so Cap covers her eyes. Thanks for the help. Hey, I didn't know you were so weak to need it. Everybody needs help at some point in their lives, Riskua counters, trying to ignore the way Ace walks them into a big palm leaf just to see it slap against her face. Little brat's laughing at her behind those dark eyes, she just knows it. Ace doesn't say anything else as they keep walking, and really, Riskua's got nothing more to add to the conversation right now. Blood warm with both the sun and the rum, Shanks reclines in his slouch upon the deck, head cocked back and angled to face the brilliant summer sun. They'd had a little confrontation with Big Mom 3 days ago, but they'd come out better for it, and now Shanks finds himself fresh from celebrating his bounty, which has increased yet again. Brushing his bangs back from his face, Shanks shakes his head, pleased to find his old friend Hangover hasn't decided to come by for a visit. Captain, Hawkeyes has been tearing through loads of towns recently. Has he? Accepting the list from Lucky Roo, Shanks gives it a quick glance over, the smile slowly slipping from his face. He recognizes these places, and if Mahawk's been dishing out punishment upon certain groups within them, then it means Rowell's no longer around to go chasing after her own justice. Eyes slipping closed, Shanks takes a moment, hands steadily balling into fists. He might not have ever been in love with Rowell, but she had been a friend, a good friend. She'd been the mother of his only child, and he will never climb out of that debt. It might not have been planned, but she gave him his little gully, that little bundle of absolute perfection. To know that such a strong and opinionated woman is no longer among them, it sucks. It sucks big juicy ones. Men, awake, Shanks calls and everyone around him stops what they're doing, looking to their captain. Slowly, Shanks pours a good helping of booze into a saucer. This isn't something to be drinking from the neck of a bottle for. This is about respect. To Dracule Rowell, mother of my perfect child. A badass woman in her own right, and someone who should have lived a hell of a lot longer than she got. No, you're going in too hard and fast. Shut up, hard and fast is best. No, it's really not. Technique is what you need, and that's far too big. There's no such thing as too big. Yeah, there kind of is. It'll be uncomfortable like that. You keep your whore mouth shut, Ace. The two boys swing around from where they're arguing to find Riskua standing there, her arms folded and scowl on her face. She's politely ignoring just how much of that conversation could have been taken the wrong way and is instead focusing upon what's most important. Don't you dare use that kind of language around Luffy. What's wrong with my language? Nothing, unless you want to explain to a curious Luffy exactly what a whore is. There's a moment of quiet between the three of them, Sabo and Ace eyeballing her as she returns the expression unflinchingly. But she's rather firm about this. The longer she has to wait to give Luffy that particular talk, the better. Then Sabo speaks, and it's not so much the action as it is his words that surprises Riskua. What is a whore? Frowning, the redhead pulls her hat off her head, worrying it between her hands for a second. This is exactly what she wanted to avoid. A quick glance at Ace makes it abundantly clear that it's certainly not a word he knows the definition of either. Perhaps it's something he's overheard while running about in the slums. That or one of the bandits had used the word and a seed liked how it sounded. Ask me in a month and I'll tell you. More importantly, Sabo's right here. That nail's far too big. It'll catch whenever we turn the wheel. Though you're right that hammering fast and hard is good. Just be damn careful to aim before you start hammering. With a scowl, Ace pulls the nail out of the wood to start again. Mid-spring is gripping the world around them. Flowers are in bloom, the sun is shining down upon their skin and they're building a treehouse. They've finally been able to ditch their coats, scarves and gloves, instead running about in simple t-shirts once again. It feels good, though Riskua doesn't have a damn clue on why the boys want to move out. They're going from bathing facilities and kitchen equipment to, well, a fire pit and nothing at all. Perhaps it's the sweet call of freedom that has enticed them away, but Riskua is not about to be left behind, even if it means slumming it. And they will be slumming it. Still, she's been on a ship before, Shanks' ship to be precise. The Red Force was one of the best ships out there, and even then she'd found a few things missing. If she can grow used to living in a treehouse built by 4 kids, then by the time she comes to sailing across the seas, any ship at all will be a luxury. That's what Riskua keeps telling herself anyway. What's with all that shit? Ace asks, waving his hand towards the pile of fabric cloths Riskua has been collecting while out scavenging these past few days. I was thinking we could use them to separate our sleeping rooms from the main one. Cloth'll give the illusion of a wall without one actually being present. And if you 3 want to divvy up into a room each later, we'll be able to do so. Both boys nod along, arms folding and considering the room before them. Riskua has helpfully drawn up one of the long sheets of cloth, holding it as high as she could in an attempt to give a clear example. Wait a second, Sabo suddenly orders, blonde brows furrowed and a frown on his face. What do you mean the 3 of us? Well, obviously now that we've got more options, I'm going to have a separate room. Luffy's not gonna like that, Sabo concludes, looking to the entrance of the treehouse if it could really be called as such, given the lack of one wall and a roof, as if the little menace would appear the second he became the topic of conversation. I'm a girl, Riskua deadpans. I'd have to have gotten a room of my own at some point, especially in the next few years. At that the boys looked positively stumped, and it's suddenly so painfully obvious that they have no idea what is to come in the next half a decade or so. Before she can think too much on the matter, a tanned hand grasps at the edge of the treehouse. Luffy pulling himself up from the rope ladder with a grin on his face and flowers between his teeth. Flowers aren't for eating, idiot. Luffy blatantly ignores Ace, taking the handful of colorful spring blooms from between his lips and all but scampering over to Riskua. I got you flowers, he babbles, thrusting the collection at the redhead with a cheerful smile on his face. Because Shanks gave Makino flowers. He said girls like flowers and we should give them flowers because we're happy they're in our lives. Shanks wouldn't lie about that, and even though you're a shell girl you're still a girl. They're obnoxiously bright, some of the colors clash horribly, but Riskua's chest warms anyway. It's not so much the flowers she likes as it is the fact Luffy's thought to bring her something at all. He looks so earnest, one arm extended with the bunch and his cheeks forcibly curving round eyes into happy little squints. They're wonderful, Luffy, thank you. They're moving out tomorrow. The treehouse, their new house, is almost finished and Luffy is terribly excited for that. All they need is a flag to put on the top, to show they're going to be pirates. Only, Ace and Sabo are stupid and don't understand that he's going to be the captain. Riskua joined him first, so she's his first mate, and Sabo's smart so he can be the navigator. Ace isn't good at anything really, so he'll be the cabin boy. Luffy snickers to himself, pleased with the picture that makes in his mind. Ace having to do all the chores that he doesn't do now, though he'd still be in charge of carrying the food like he is now. Luffy isn't blind, he knows Ace is super strong. Ace is 3 years older than him. If they were the same age, Luffy's sure he could beat him. But it doesn't matter because Luffy'll grow up real soon and beat Ace and Sabo and even Riskua when he does. Because Riskua can even beat Ace when she uses her mystery power. Luffy's finally getting the hang of the mystery power. He'd been able to duck one of Ace's punches yesterday when he hadn't seen it, but that's the only time it's happened. Still, the mystery power is really cool and he can't wait until he's got better at it. If Riskua is gonna be the best at the mystery power, then Luffy'll be the next best. He can't focus completely on it, because he wants to be Pirate King after all. Hopping down from the rope ladder, Luffy stands next to Riskua, who was the first to climb down. She's wearing the flowers he got her. She'd sat on the floor and done something funny to the green parts until they were all put together, and now she wears them like a scarf around her neck. She looks really pretty with that smile on her face, with bright flowers and fiery hair and sunny eyes. He remembers when he first saw her, when Riskua saved him from the wolves. Remembers holding her hand and feeling so warm and fuzzy, knowing he wasn't alone, that he had someone. Reaching out, Luffy slips his hand into Riskua's, wrapping her fingers around his. They're dry from the coating of the wood dust stuff that comes out whenever she cuts the planks, and there's an owie by her thumb. But she holds his hand back. It sure is nice, having a big sister. Ace and Sabo won't hold his hand like this, though Luffy doesn't know why they won't. Don't they like how nice it feels? Because that's silly. Holding hands feels almost as nice as meat tastes, almost. Ace scoffs when he lands on the forest floor next to them, having jumped the last few steps. Maybe Luffy should try that next time, it looks fun. Why are you holding her hand, Luffy? Luffy likes it more now that Ace has stopped calling him a crybaby. He bets Ace is lying and that the other boy cries lots and lots when he was Luffy's age. I like holding Riskua's hand, Luffy defiantly retorts, jamming the finger of his free hand up his nose. He's gonna flick Ace, the meanie. Please don't start a fight before dinner, Luffy. Luffy shoots a glance to Riskua and she really does seem tired, so he begrudgingly leaves the booger up his nose. He'll drop it in Ace's drink later. Well, I'm ready for dinner, Sabo declares as he too drops to the ground and Luffy perks up at the words. Right food. Sabo's making the flag, a Team Temp Tempa flag that's not gonna be there long. Luffy's forgot the fancy word Sabo used already. He does remember what's going on the flag though, ASLR. Sabo had wanted it in age order, but Acid said they should go with whose name was the shortest and work that way. Luffy just gets the feeling he wanted Riskua's name to come last for some reason. Maybe because he can't beat her in a serious spar, even if he's getting better and better, almost as fast as Luffy is. The 7-year-old determinedly ignores that he's yet to beat any of them in a fight. Instead, he lays down on his front before the river, watching Riskua. She's being silly, swimming up and down the river with a very funny look on her face. The kind of look Sabo gets when he's plotting where they should do their next dine and dash. Why is Riskua swimming so much? Luffy asks and he's not jealous at all that he can't swim too. Even though it looks like a lot of fun and maybe Shanks was lying and he still can swim. He'd panicked in the ocean because there was a Sea King, but maybe now. Resolute, Luffy leaps to his feet and takes a running jump into the water. Shanks hadn't lied. Riskua pulls him from the water and she looks really scared. Luffy realizes as he hacks up the mouthful of water he swallowed. It doesn't taste nice at all. What the hell, Luffy? Sabo's abandoned the flag to come over and Luffy wishes his body didn't feel so tired. There's paint on Sabo's cheek and he wants some war paint too. Why do you jump in the river, Luffy? Uh-oh, Riskua only calls him Luffy now when he's in trouble. Trailing off, Luffy shoots a glance to a side, hoping the tool drop it. Instead he ends up meeting Ace's gaze who looks downright furious. Like when Gramps realized he'd eaten a devil fruit and that he'd met Shanks and that he's gonna become Pirate King. I thought Shanks was lying, he spits out as quickly as he can, the words mumbling together until they're one big word. Like when he puts meat and potatoes in his mouth at the same time and they get chewed up into tasty mush. Damn it, Luffy, Shanks wouldn't lie. Riskua looks very upset. Luffy doesn't like it. Don't ever do that again, do you hear me? Slowly, Luffy nods, something in the pit of his stomach that doesn't feel like food at all. It feels bad and he wants it to go away. But swimming looks fun, whimpers Luffy, risking a glance at Sabo. He's trying to look angry, but he's not quite able to hide the same expression as the redhead, so he just looks like a funny mix of Ace and Riskua. You can't swim, Kinglet. Oh, he's back to Kinglet. That's good. Luffy tries to smile but it still feels wobbly. Riskua pulls him closer, then lowers his legs to the river until the water touches the soles of his feet. That okay? Sabo asks and Luffy nods right away. It's cool and he doesn't feel like he's missing out anymore. They were all worried about him, Luffy realized. Riskua and Sabo and Ace are the best, and he means it so much. He likes going for dinner in the city. It means Riskua doesn't have to spend so much time cooking and she can be with them. Luffy's sat beside Sabo this time, for the first time ever, and it means Ace and Riskua are sad together. That's never happened before, and they'd both had really funny looks on their faces when Sabo had sat down next to him. Luffy can barely pay them any attention right now because there's food on the table. But he does catch a quick glance every so often. Ace is eating real funny with his elbows sticking out, getting in Riskua's way. She's frowning over that, and when it happened again, she starts leading with her elbows too, until they're both fighting more for the space and then food. Which is good for Luffy, because that means he gets even more meat. Snatching a chicken leg out from under Sabo when the boy blinks, Luffy tears all the meat free, dropping the clean bone onto a steadily growing pile. They're like a cat and a dog that don't want to admit they get along, Sabo muses beside him, still watching Riskua and Ace. Luffy takes the opportunity to empty the blonde boy's plate while he's distracted. Ace and Riskua are funny. Sometimes Riskua is all nice and friendly, and then sometimes she's like this. Ace is taking it all seriously, he's got that same look on his face as when he's hunting or fighting. But Riskua is hiding a grin, sucking her lips into her mouth in order to keep them in a straight line. She's not eating anymore, so that must mean she's done, right? Just as Luffy's hand snakes to the leg of meat left on her plate. The redhead deftly deflects it towards Ace and eases the food up to her mouth in one smooth motion. One of Ace's hands is on food and the other is fending off Riskua, leaving his plate undefended. Or, it seems that way. Before Luffy can snatch up the food though, Ace's head shoots down and he licks up the last morsel, defiantly meeting Luffy's eyes. Ace is mean, Luffy thinks. At the same time, Sabo slaps him around the head, grabbing a hold of Luffy's shirt and shaking him. "Did you eat the last of my food?" And Luffy laughs. The only thing that's a surprise here is that all three boys come down with the same sickness at once. Of course they try to do everything together, why would this be any different? Dropping the large barrel full of water at the entrance to the treehouse, Riskua sucks in a large breath of air. Carrying that up wasn't so bad, but carrying such a heavy barrel all the way from the river, that takes a little more effort. I don't feel so good. Sabo's laid out on his front, but he is the only one of the boys to force his eyes open so he can stare forlornly up at her. Both Ace and Luffy are curled up and around each other, dark heads of hair pressing together as they shiver into the fur covers. With a pitiful whine, Sabo shuffles closer when Riskua sits down, resting his head on her lap and drawing his own fur blanket around his shoulders. "I'm achy and my head hurts." "Well, you have spent the past few hours throwing up," Riskua reasons, one cold hand coming to rest over Sabo's brow as the other begins rubbing soothing circles between his shoulder blades. The blonde all but melts into the touch, still shivering despite nuzzling his nose into the warmth of her stomach. "Why aren't you ill?" "I'm from the Grand Line. There's all sorts of diseases out there, so my immune system will have developed differently to yours. That's the thing that fights off illness and infection," clarifies Riskua when she feels Sabo's jaw work to voice his question. Lethargically, the blonde nods, throwing both arms around Riskua's waist and hugging himself closer to her. Legs starting to become numb, Riskua gives her toes a wiggle and scratches gently at Sabo's scalp with one hand. "So what makes you ill probably won't affect me, but something that might not make you ill will probably knock me out for a few days, understand?" "Yeah. I'm glad you came, Sabo grumbles sluggishly. "You're smart." "Skua? I'm thirsty." Luffy's whine teases a sigh from Riskua and a whimper from Sabo. Begrudgingly, the former noble wiggles free of his newly made nest, sluggishly making his way towards Ace and Luffy, whom he forces his way between. Riskua watches it all happen with a tired smile, rising to her feet and snatching up a bottle as she goes. Filling it up with water isn't difficult once she's managed to get the lid off of the barrel, taking a mouthful of the fluid before she goes over to the three boys. Kneeling beside Luffy, Riskua swipes his sweaty bangs back from his face, grimacing at the perspiration that sticks to her palm. "Here, Kinglet. Drink slowly." She has spent all of his time since waking throwing up. If there is ever a sign Luffy was ill, the blatant lack of demands for food would be the one. Sabo happily, if not eagerly, accepts his third of the water, following her instructions and draining his share slowly, quietly rasping, "Thanks." Finally, Riskua turns to Ace, who's made no move to roll over and face her. If anything, he's buried his face further into the pillow, chest rising and falling with each dry breath. "Have a drink, Ace," Riskua says after a minute has passed and the lump of portgas has made no indication of moving. Still nestled in the pillow and quilts, Ace grumbles, "Not thirsty," with a terribly determined air about him. "You've gotta stay hydrated, it'll help you get better. Now drink or I'll spill it on you." Perhaps he notices that she's dead serious, because with a face like thunder, Ace emerges from the blanket and makes a blind grab for the bottle. Rolling her eyes, Riskua helps Ace bring the bottle to his lips, ignoring the nails that scratch at her fingers in an attempt to make her let go. She can see how his limbs are shaking, there's no way he won't spill it all over him. When Ace finishes, he remains as stretched out for a second, eyes dropping and lips pursed. Then, as Riskua is setting the now empty bottle to a side, a weight comes to rest on her leg. Staring, she looks down at Ace, whose eyes are closed as he resolutely ignores her reaction. He doesn't move though, so slowly, Riskua threads her fingers through his hair and begins gently stroke at the wavy strands, much like she'd been doing with Sabo earlier. His breathing's off, but in that sniffly way everyone's gets when they're sick. His cheeks have a blatant flush to them, and for the 100th time Riskua wishes she had some way of checking their temperatures with something other than the back of her hand. She'll pull the covers off them when they go to sleep, given that she doesn't want to risk them getting too hot. Skua, Luffy whines, peering up through his fringe of sweaty bangs to stare at her, lower lip jutting out in a blatant pout. Sing me a lullaby. She doesn't know any lullabies she could sing. The ones that were sung to her in this life are too painful to think of, especially given the uncertainty she has for the woman who once sung them. And she can't remember any lullabies from her old life. Only songs, and even those are a bit hazy. Still, Luffy probably won't know the difference between those. Only as she's flicking through her mind does Riskua realize she's not really sung in this body before, only in her last one. So, she picks a Disney song, one of the ones she remembers best, and softly begins, only changing the words slightly. You're gonna be a mighty king, so enemies beware. Luffy's face is pressing into her thigh, the one Ace doesn't currently occupy, and though his eyes aren't open, she knows he's listening. Free to run around all day, free to do it all your way. Budge up. Sabo's trying to join in, his nose scrunched up as he presses close to Luffy, until Riskua is forced to lie down so Luffy can occupy her stomach as Sabo forcibly captures the territory of her other thigh. Stroking at the youngest boy's hair as consolation prize, Riskua stares up at the ceiling and resigns herself to the position of pillow for the foreseeable future. Oh, you just can't wait to be king. Like that song, Luffy mumbles, echoed by a light snore from Ace's exhausted form. He's really down and out too, unconscious and cuddling closer to her leg. She's never gonna let him forget it. But she'll only start teasing when he's actually well enough to respond, it's no fun otherwise. We've got a problem. With his top hat pulled down to shadow his eyes, Sabo stares into the faces of each of his brothers, just to make it explicitly clear how big of a problem they have. Because Riskua is ill. Riskua, who cooks all the food, who looks after them and makes sure all the technical stuff is done, that there's water in the treehouse and that the clothes are clean. Riskua, who's always looking out with Haki to make sure Garp's not on the horizon. Riskua is ill. So, arms folded across his chest, Ace meets his gaze, lips pressed into a firm stern line. The whole look he's going for is easily ruined by the fact he's blushing, clearly still not over his little, softy, moment when he was ill. Sabo may have been as sick as a dog, but he can still remember that Ace was the first to curl up against Riskua when she sung them to sleep. It was nice. Sabo's mother never once sang him a lullaby, they had maids for that. He likes Riskua, she's a good friend. She baked him a cake for his birthday, blue with a wave pattern on, and he knows she'll get him a birthday present too. She's just late with that, like she was late giving Ace his. The other boy uses the heavy-duty boots every day since he got them though, so Sabo knows she's just looking for the perfect gift. He's happy to wait. So, who's gonna cook today? Who's gonna make sure we have water in the treehouse? Who's gonna make sure the fever thing isn't gonna kill Riskua? Kill Riskua? Luffy cries, his horrified eyes wide. Ah? Riskua can't die. She can't. Sabo, we've gotta do something. A fever can't kill my sister. How do I fight it? Luffy's so strange, so very far away from the nobles Sabo remembers. Luffy who's so free and so loving, who's just so purely good it almost hurts to witness sometimes. We can't fight her fever, that's Riskua fight, Sabo explains, even though he feels the worry creeping into his bones. He's been alone before, but then he got Ace, and then Luffy and Riskua. His brotherhood with Ace and Luffy, his friendship with Riskua, they're the most important things in his life now. When he was a noble, he owned so much stuff. Now, all he's got are the clothes on his back, the stash of treasure they've been stealing, and he's got these three. If it comes down to it, Sabo'd burn all the treasure. He'd even go back to being alone as long as it meant these three never got hurt. The bond he shares with these three, it's the most important thing in his life. Which is why he has to do something because Riskua is not well. We can make it easier though. Like making sure there's water in the treehouse, or that there's food to eat. Ace's jaw twitches a bit, his fingers curling slightly into fists, and his lets out a long, low breath. I'll catch some food, Dayton will cook it, the dark-haired boy grunts, leaning down to pick up his metal pole. Sabo watches the motion and does his damn best not to smile. Ace might not show it, and he might not care for Riskua as much as he does for Sabo and Luffy, but it's getting close. It makes Sabo smile to think about it, though he's careful to not show it when Ace could suspect the reason behind it. Sabo's brother's a bit of a grump like that. Luffy, you make sure Riskua is happy and comfy, like she did with us, okay? The boy blinks and Sabo internally cringes, but really he's got no other choice. Luffy'll get in Ace's way hunting. He'll get in Sabo's way of keeping everything in line. All the younger boy can really do is try to cheer Riskua up. And really, that's what the little bundle of sunshine is best at. Okay, we can do this. When Sabo returns from the river with a barrel of water filled to the brim and boy, has his respect for Ace and Riskua's strength gone up after such an endeavor? This was usually their job. He finds Luffy doing his damn hardest to keep Riskua happy. He's brought her more flowers, no doubt because he's under the impression that they make Riskua happy. Sabo though, Sabo's not stupid. It's not so much the actual flowers as it is that Luffy has taken the time to think about Riskua enough to actually get her something. That's what she really likes. Right now, the redhead is sat up, even if she's leaning heavily upon one of the treehouse walls, threading flower stems together in order to create some form of necklace. Or a crown, judging by what Luffy's wearing on his head. About his third favorite topic, not his future as Pirate King. His first favorite topic, or about meat, his second favorite topic. But instead is rambling about Shanks, the great and amazing pirate captain. Sabo wishes he'd met the Capitan too, but if there really is anything to what Luffy's saying, then no doubt Sabo will end up meeting him at some point. Especially if Luffy's going to be fighting him at some point in the future. Sabo, I brought water, the blonde mumbles, edging his way further into the treehouse and rolling the barrel along. Riskua's skin is pale, real pale, with a nasty-looking sheen to it that can only come from sweat. Had he looked this bad when he was ill last week? Because Riskua doesn't look very well at all. Riskua made you a crown, Sabo, and then Luffy's bouncing forwards, presenting Sabo with his own flowery crown made up of white and blue flowers. I'm not very good at making them because the stems are too fiddly, Luffy grumbles. But Riskua is really good, so she's making us all one. And that's not exactly what Sabo meant when he said Luffy should keep Riskua comfortable and happy, but she does seem content. So Sabo sits himself down and listens to the rest of Luffy's story with a smile on his face and a crown of flowers on his head. They're in Gray Terminal again. His pipe is a solid weight in his hand, the metal cool against his fingers. The spring air is warm, though unfortunately it carries the distinctive scent of this trash heap with the heat. Blowing a strand of hair back from his face, Ace adjusts his stance, keeping an eye on all the unsavory characters that are in the general area. If he reaches inside himself, if he really focuses, Ace realizes he can even sense the ones he can't quite see, as blurry and hazy a presence as they are. It's Riskua's training, though he doesn't like to admit it. They're getting stronger with her here. Sabo's punches are more precise and they hurt like a bitch now. That's the army armament thingy. Ace is pretty sure that's the word he's looking for, that power that Riskua can use to fell trees. That she'd punched him with that first time. Ace isn't completely ignorant, he knows now that he probably deserved it, if not for what had happened with Luffy, then because he'd ruined all her stuff. She's not brought that up again, and though he's seen Sabo looking at the book he'd dropped all the crumbs in, the redhead has never lent it to him to look at. Ace won't ask, his pride won't let him, so right now he stands at an impasse. It's not a sensation he particularly enjoys. Scrunching up his nose, the freckled boy sends his most vicious glare to a guy that's been keeping a funny eye on Luffy, sending him scampering away. It's only been a few months, and already he's stupidly protective of the little bugger. He irritates the hell out of him. But Ace can't quite imagine life without him, doesn't want to contemplate it. Just like with Sabo, he doesn't know what he'll do with himself if Luffy disappeared. And it's getting harder and harder to picture Riskua leaving too. The very thought of it makes him uncomfortable, but then again, so does remembering the way he acted when he was ill. It's embarrassing as hell. He just wants to forget about it. Because now whenever he does something, Riskua'll glance at him from the corner of her eye. A smug little smirk on her face, and it pains Ace to see it, to know she's laughing at him. Sabo and Luffy were just as babyish, if not more so than him. Why does she get to mock him like that? It's not fair, and Ace doesn't like it one bit. It's even more annoying that he can't forget just how nice it had been. He hates thinking about it. Hates the fact Sabo and Luffy have been right all along that hugs are nice. Ace has never had a hug before. Dayton's not the hugging type, and the less said about shitty Gramps and personal space, the better. He's seen Luffy get loads of hugs, and even Sabo's been getting a few off Riskua. He only just needs to look at the girl, and the redhead seems to know the former nobles once won. Ace. It wasn't even a proper hug, Ace tells himself. He just used her leg as a pillow because being sick had made him a big a baby as Luffy is. But her hand running through his hair had felt nice. If that's what a hug's like, Ace can almost see why even Sabo wants them. He won't ask for one though. It might be nice, but he doesn't need them. He was getting along fine without them before. Just because he knows how pleasant they can be now, it doesn't change anything. Stepping closer to Sabo when the boy tenses slightly, Ace looks to Riskua and sees that she feels just as discomforted. Sometimes wrong here, though what, Ace doesn't know. It feels like there's bugs crawling under his skin, feels like there's someone watching him. Red hair swirls around Riskua's head as she looks back and forth over her shoulders, her whole from tense. Ace might not be her biggest fan, even if she is alright. But he respects her abilities, namely the massive advantage of that observation thing that lets her know where attacks are coming from. Does it extend to people planning to attack them too? Move! Riskua throws herself at Luffy in the same instance Ace tugs Sabo to a side, both only just missing the grasping hands that come out of the trash heap. He's got a single moment to feel proud, to feel relief they dodged that. Then hands clamp down on Ace's shoulders and tear him away from Sabo. Get the fuck off me, pipe arches. It strikes true and fells the man holding onto him. Ace drops from his grip, landing in a crouch and instantly looking to the other three. Sabo's rolling out the way of another asshole, and Riskua's just punted the bastard going for Luffy. She's not holding back on the mystery power, because he goes flying. Readying himself for a fight, Ace draws in a breath, but it's all over before it can really begin. Riskua's busying fight off two guys on one side, and Ace isn't close enough to get between Luffy and the one that goes for him. A knife is soon pressed to the youngest's neck and they all freeze in response. Luffy's rubber, blunt impact can't hurt him, but a knife? A sharp blade? He's as dead as a regular human with that. Put the pipes down, brats. Hands up, red. Riskua is furious as she slowly raises her hands, palms forwards and fingers level with the brim of her hat. Pipe on the floor, Ace makes to join Luffy, only for meaty hands to clamp down on his shoulders and hold him in place. Hey, let me go. Luffy snarls, attempting to move and then pausing as the knife's blade presses a bit tighter against his jugular. That's a killing blow, Ace knows. He's seen Riskua take down a tiger with her knives slicing open the neck. He knows how much blood can pour out of that. He's got no desire to see any more of Luffy's blood, not after that day with the pirates. The day Luffy refused to bow to all expectation and didn't tell them where the treasure was. Is that what this is about, their treasure? Damn it, you bastards, let him go. It's the blonde one, right? What? Ace watches, helpless, as one of the pirates inspects Sabo before throwing him towards Blue Jam. Ace knows that bastard. He's made an effort to avoid stealing from him ever since the Luffy incident. Give Sabo back, Luffy demands, legs flailing forwards as he tries to kick off the ground to the blonde, knocking the knife from his neck in the process. The second it's gone, Riskua explodes into motion, shooting across the space towards Luffy. Blue Jam gets a knife of his own to Sabo's neck before Riskua can do much more than punch the guy. Still, it's a solid punch, downs the bastard that's threatened Luffy's life. But Sabo's being held hostage now instead. Give him back. Ace barely listens to the guy that's talking now, too busy taking in everything that's happening. brain spinning in an attempt to figure out how the hell they're gonna get out of this. He recognizes this bastard now. Sabo's father, who's an asshole. He can't hear the words, blood rushing through his ears, but he gets the meaning. He's taking Sabo from them, ripping him away. He's trying to cage one of them, and now with a knife pressed to his own neck, knives pressed to the recaptured Luffy and Riskua. Ace is helpless to stop it. Ace understand enough when the noble bastard speaks that he's leaving them to Blue Jam to off. Hold on a minute. Sabo screams in absolutely panic, body shaking as his head swings from Blue Jam to his noble sire. I'll do what? Sabo cuts off with a choke and Ace feels the exact same. Something has slammed into him, like a hand of ice has taken his insides and squeezed until everything's burst, until his organs are more like pulp, until his bones are jelly and his muscles water. Ace drops to his knees, belatedly realizing the guy that's been holding him captive has let go too. Riskua is screaming something, but the words are fuzzy, he can't register whatever she's saying. When he finally manages to summon the energy to look up, Ace can believe what he's seeing. They're unconscious. The noble, all the pirates, even Blue Jam, they're all unconscious bar one. The pirate still awake is in a worse state than Ace himself, on his hands and knees, shaking violently, pupils narrowed to pinpricks in his eyes. He looks terrified. Drawing in a raspy breath, Ace flicks his gaze to Loon to Riskua. Luffy's in no better state. Sabo's actually unconscious, but Riskua. She stood up, trembling but still stood up. She's breathing heavy, looking around with wide eyes. But it's not confusion, it's stunned wonder. She knows what's going on. Risk. Ace chokes on the last of her name, mouth completely dry. Bright yellow eyes swing around to stare at him and she's never looked creepier, those weird-ass eyes glowing in the sunlight and with bodies sprawled around them in various stages of unconsciousness. There's one or two that are even foaming at the mouth. Skua. Luffy gasps, reaching out a shaky hand and wrapping it around her ankle, the only part of her that he can seem to reach. Across from them, the only conscious pirate rasps out a name and Ace feels his heart actually stop. He's sure he's misheard, sure he can't have heard right, but then he repeats it. Gold Roger. It's little more than a croak, but Ace is frozen. Ace is so still it feels like every bit of motion in his body has broken and come to a stop. How? It's the name the idiots use, the incorrect term, but it's still so damn clear. King's Will, the pirate wheezes, eyes flashing with greed. And then his throat splits open. Riskua is standing before him and her eyes have never looked more like an animal's. Blood splattered across her cheeks like morbid freckles and slathered on the knife stolen from one of the pirates she's just used to open the man's throat. Feral. She looks feral. Panicked eyes glance to Luffy and then to Ace before turns on heel and just runs. Leaving Ace surrounded by unconscious pirates, one noble, two brothers with only one of them conscious, and a dead man. A corpse. Ace has seen them before in Grade Terminal. But he's never seen someone die in front of his eyes, not like that. Ace. Luffy's pained stutter jolts him back into reality. His lungs scream with relief as he finally sucks in a breath of air, heart pounding in overdrive. His legs are shaky as Ace stumbles forwards, determinedly clearing the distance between him and Sabo's unconscious form. The blonde's breathing just fine, he'll be fine. Ace keeps repeating it in his head, because he knows on is true and he absolutely has to believe in the other. Skua, she. Luffy trails off, eyes wide and unblinking as he just stares at the form of the man Riskua has just killed. Luffy, I need you to take Sabo home. We need to be gone before they wake up. He won't let them take Sabo away. Sabo who's his brother. He's not this bastard's son anymore. As far as Ace is concerned, he doesn't have a father. If Sabo wants to be his brother, if Sabo doesn't want a father, then who is Ace to disagree? Riskua, Luffy whines, looking in the direction that the redhead disappeared, worry clear on his face. Does the little brat even really have a clue on what's going on? Take Sabo back, Ace orders, checking Luffy over. He's not in the best of conditions, and he's certainly not the one to send after Riskua. Sabo's better at that. Sabo's better at the talking thing. But Sabo's in no position to help right now. Sabo needs protecting and Ace is the big brother here. He has to protect his little brothers, and he has to help his friend. I'll go after Riskua. Just make sure Sabo's safe. Go back to Dayton's. It pains him to admit it, But they can't fight pirates like this. Having the bandits as backup will improve things without doubt. Dark brown eyes stare right at him for a moment before Luffy nods, terribly slow and clearly unhappy with the plan, but going along with it anyway. Ace takes a moment to collect his pipe, staring down at the noble as Luffy retreats with Sabo. He feels no guilt at all when he smacks the man round the head, then several times in the side, no doubt breaking a few ribs. Whatever rescue is done keeps them unconscious, and Ace takes the preemptive measure to break the noble bastard's leg, and gets both of Blue Jams while he's at it. That'll slow him down for sure. It had just built up, the panic, the horror, the realization that she really couldn't do anything, that things were going to play out the same and everyone was going to suffer for it. That if she couldn't change anything then Ace was going to die and Luffy and Sabo would hurt so much. Her chest had been tightening in panic, had been clenching and squeezing, and then it had felt like an elastic band had snapped. She knows what it was, what had happened, just like she knew the potential after effects. Especially because of that one pirate. That one pirate who'd recognized Conqueror's haki, even if he'd known it under a different name. Who's likened the ability to Gold D. Roger. He'd sealed his own fate then. Rescue couldn't let him get away, not when he'd blab about it. Word would reach the Marines, who'd no doubt be interested in any evidence of haki outside the Grand Line. They'd come snooping. Snooping near Ace. Unacceptable. They couldn't afford to draw attention to Dawn Island, couldn't afford for the Marines to come looking here. If she remembers rightly, Ace is a chip off the old block when it comes to his looks. All it would take is one Marine looking a bit too close, she'd had no choice. Still, the feel of warm blood splashing over her, of metal cutting so easily through flesh. Rescue feels sick. It's not that she regrets it, she did it to protect Ace, to protect Luffy's whose dad is so terrifying he's the most wanted man in the world. She did it to protect Sabo from more abuse and neglect, and she did it to protect herself from Marines. But she's horrified, not by what she did, but how easy it was, how she hadn't even hesitated. Is it because they don't feel like real people to her? That they'd always been characters? Expendables? Luffy and Sabo and Ace. They're the only things that feel real here. Shanks, her papa, is off on the Grand Line now. She's got no idea if her mother's still alive or not, and who knows what the hell Mihawk's up to. It's been so easy to get detached, to undervalue human life. She's taken a life today. Wiping the bile from the corners of her mouth, Rescue grimaces down at the puddle of sick, the slight chunks of undigested lunch. She feels sick, sick to the stomach with herself. Is it normal to have such a disregard for human life in the face of her most precious people? To not even stop and consider before going in for the kill? How had that been any different to slitting a tiger's throat for dinner? He hadn't even had the opportunity to fight back. The Conquerors had seen to that. The Conquerors. Rescue forcibly turns her attention to that. The thing that saved them, that had given them the chance to get away, she had it. An ability that only ever showcased itself in those that could inspire change. Really, what else could make such a grand statement? She's not part of the original plot, she's an addition who'd wriggled their way forcibly in. The only thing it is a reassurance that she can actually change some things. That Sabo doesn't have to go back. Sabo who she's just left back there. Heart in her throat as the present comes crashing down around her. Rescue shoots up to standing, swaying viciously as her body protests the movement from her steady crouch. The fuck was that? There's two hands on her, one arm wrapped around her waist and the other on her arm to forcibly keep her standing. Blinking, Rescue turns to look at Ace, suddenly so blisteringly conscious of the fact she's covered in blood and sick. Was what? She parrots, clenching her eyes shut and praying the motion would stop the blinding headache that came with throwing up multiple times. It doesn't. That. They're all unconscious, arm gesturing back the way they'd come. Ace grunts, eyebrows drawn and lips stern. He's still supporting her though. Her legs are trembling, threatening to cave, but he's still there. Conqueror's haki, begrudgingly, Rescue answers the question. One weak hand reaching up to pull the brim of her hat low. It's the third form of haki and it's not something you can learn. You either have aches up in really stressful situations, and it's basically imposing your will on others. That's why they're all out, because I didn't want Sabo to get taken away. I didn't want us to get torn apart. And Gold D. Roger. Ace chokes on the name, as if it's physically painful to voice it. Glancing at the boy from their corner of her eyes, she can see his face is red with fury, eyes downcast. Throwing her arm over Ace's shoulders, not just to offer a bit of comfort but to steady herself, Riskua lets out a long, low sigh. She stinks, really stinks. One of the most famous examples of a conqueror haki user. He obviously saw him in action and recognized it. I had to kill him. As soon as the words are round out of her mouth, it's as if the floodgates have opened, as if she's Luffy with meat before her and she just can't stop herself. Word would have spread, the Marines would have come to investigate, and I'm not stupid, Ace. You're younger than you should be, but you're so insecure about yourself, and you can't even say his name without choking. I couldn't risk the Marines coming. We almost lost Sabo today. I'm not about to risk losing you too. Even if it's turned her into a murderer, even if she's got blood on her hands that just won't wash off now, that never will. She's going to always carry her daggers around now. This is the last time she leaves them at the treehouse. She doubts that noble bastard will give up now, and she can't risk them taking Sabo away from them. Right now, nothing is more important than keeping the four of them together, and she'll do everything in her power to make sure that happens. You know I'm the son of the devil? I don't know if he's the devil or not, Ace. I never met him, so I can't really judge. Riskua trails off, rubbing at the back of her neck, not sure in the slightest how to go about phrasing this gently. But hey, does gentle ever really work with Ace? My dad was a cabin boy on Roger's ship, she admits, and if this weren't so damn serious, perhaps how fast Ace's head snaps around would be funny. He's never had anything bad to say though, and he was there when Roger was executed, when the golden age of pirates began. And he cried. I can't believe that my dad would cry for the death of a devil though. Can you really stay friends with me, Ace, knowing that my dad was close to yours? It's quiet for a moment, the only noise their ragged breathing. Ace's hold is tight on her, fingers digging into the flesh of her hip, and Riskua waits. Finally though, Ace grimaces and starts stalking forwards, forcibly pulling her along as he goes. It doesn't matter then, Ace whispers, chewing ferociously enough on his lip that he completely splits the skin. Sabo's the son of a noble, I'm the child of a pirate, and God knows what madness Luffy came from. What matters is that I'm Ace, you're Riskua, and those idiots are Sabo and Luffy. I get it. No one else'll think like that. You're just weird. Ace speaks gruffly, strides lengthening, and Riskua agrees with his hurried pace. She needs to see that Sabo and Luffy are okay. I'm weird, she confirms, and they trudge on. Perhaps it's the shock of what's happened hitting her. Perhaps it's an after effect of using Conqueror's haki for the first time. Whatever it is, Riskua cannot find the energy to talk with Ace, and the dark-haired boy has never been the most vocal of people anyway. Either way, the silence that permits around the two of them feels comfortable for the first time in what seems like forever. They've only had a few calm moments between them, predominantly the hot chocolate they'd shared and that day the three boys were ill last month. It's only as they pass by the usual turn-off to the treehouse that Riskua realizes they're not going there at all. Instead, they continue onwards towards a location they haven't visited ever since the completion of the treehouse. It's a smart move on Ace's part. Acknowledging that they probably can't fight the pirates off themselves, so to seek shelter with the mountain bandits. It's a good, solid plan. Riskua voices her thoughts on the whole thing, and Ace's goes a wonderful shade of red, flailing the one arm that's no longer supporting her but has been battling back tree leaves with his pipe. Sabo was out cold and loose, a weakling, Ace grumbles, shaking his head and smacking a leaf back with a bit more force than he's been using until recently. He's still blushing, and it's adorable. Tucking her chin against her chest in order to hide the little smile, Riskua resolutely ignores the blood that stains her palms. Though really she should clean that off as soon as possible. Who knows what kind of diseases it's carrying. Nose crinkling, Riskua forces her legs to work and finds the movement comes a bit easier now, that she can put a bit more weight on them. The shock, from nearly losing Sabo, from the outburst of conquerors, whatever it was seems to have left now. Just as Dayton's house comes into view too, Ace drops her arm as soon as they reach the front door, and Riskua stumbles for it. Surprisingly enough though, the freckled boy reaches out and steadies her before she can tumble over though. The door is wretched open, and that's how Dayton finds them, Ace with one hand on her elbow and Riskua splattered with blood. They must make quite the sight, because the woman doesn't default to shouting at them. "What the hell have you two been doing?" she hisses, stepping back and away to let them inside. Ace enters first, dragging the redhead in after him without hesitation. "Got jumped by some pirates. Riskua killed a man." Dayton's eyes her sharply and Riskua gulps. There's shame in her stomach, knowing this woman can now judge her, now that she's taken a human life. If it came down to it though, to protect the boys she lives with, Riskua would do it all again, even if she wouldn't be happy about it. There was no other way to ensure his silence, and she's well aware of just how few people actually keep to their word. She knows, but that doesn't make it hurt any less. Her hat is plucked from her head and Riskua darts a glance to Ace, who's carefully adjusting his grip on the deerstalker. "I'll clean it," he mutters, disappearing off to the kitchen before she can say much of anything at all. Riskua watches him go, wondering just where this suddenly pleasant Ace has come from. If anything, she doesn't expect him to stick around for too long. By the time all of the blood is off of her body, by the time her hair is rinsed so thoroughly that she's pulled far too many strands out in the process, Riskua feels nothing but bone-tired. She still plods out into the hallway, eyeing the collection of bandits in the room down the hall. She reaches for that explosive feeling, that core of determination that had come into being when she'd realized everything was going to hell. But it's gone now, like smoke in the wind. Perhaps it's psychosomatic. Maybe because she's spent so long believing that she doesn't have it, it won't work unless she's really not trying for it. If so, that's going to be a massive pain to work around. But perhaps it's also all in her head. She's read the manga. She knows how so much of the story should go. Could a part of herself be internally warring, proclaiming that it shouldn't be going like this and that things shouldn't be changing? It's ridiculous, but it makes sense as well. It's not like there's a load of case studies to refer to. No one else has ever ended up in this world as a reincarnation, to her knowledge at least. Never mind a reincarnation with future knowledge. There's a puppy pile in the center of their old room. Riskua stops at the door, staring in. Ace has bundled both Luffy and Sabo up in his preteen arms as best he can. The youngest among them is clearly dead to the world, fast asleep even though the moon only rose a half hour ago. Then again, it has been a terribly long, panic-inducing day. Riskua would be lying if she claimed to have any energy left at all. Ace's eyes are closed, his nose bu, but she's not stupid enough to assume that he's asleep. His breathing's not steady enough. Bar that though, and it's a good little act. Sabo. Sabo is wide awake and staring at her. Kneeling down beside the boy. Riskua takes a moment to compose herself, but falters completely at the sight of her hat. It's been very carefully washed, cleaned up, and is now drying upon the top of her trunk, the one they couldn't be bothered to move to the treehouse because it was too bulky and took up too much room. There's a lump in her throat as Riskua crumples down next to Sabo, reaching out and just wrapping her limbs around him, planting her head against his shoulder. She doesn't say anything, and after a moment that Sabo spends uselessly flailing his limbs around, he settles for an unsure hug. It's just what she needs right now. Sleep comes and it goes. It's not a steady thing. She keeps waking up with red dots dancing across her vision, or a sickening SNCK, as a blade slices through flesh echoing in her ear. It just won't leave her alone. She'd been naive, thinking that it could just happen and she'd be over it. Hell, it'd have been more a cause for concern if she hadn't suffered any ill effects. Wasn't psychopathy linked to something essential missing from the body's chemistry? Reborn. There'd been a chance she could have ended up with such a problem. There might be genetic faults within her right now, lying beneath the surface and ready to spring up at an inconvenient time in the future. Not that there's much of anything she can do about such a thing now. Lying awake, staring up at the ceiling, Riskua becomes uncomfortably aware of the fact she's the only one awake, that the room feels too small. The wind is all but slamming at the walls, surprisingly vicious and angry compared to the gentle breeze that morning. Or was it yesterday? Riskua is not sure if it's late night or early morning, nor does she particularly care. She just wants the sensation of blood off her hands. Slipping out from the puppy pile at some point during his sleep, Luffy appears to have worked his way from Ace's right to spread himself across both Ace and Sabo. Riskua makes her way to the window, before thinking better of it and heading for the one down the hall. Washing the imaginary blood away with water hadn't done anything. It had felt just like the sticky liquid was still trickling down her limbs. The wind though, standing out there until it feels like the wind has stripped it all away from her sounds wonderful. It's only when she climbs out onto the slanted roof that overhangs the front of Dayton's house that she realizes there's something wrong. This storm, it's not natural. Tilting her head to a side, Riskua glances up at the sky, eyeing the dark gray clouds that have gathered overhead. It's been dry for days, has promised to be dry for just as long to come. Yet, now there's a storm brewing, something that looks particularly like a summer storm in the height of hurricane season. She hasn't seen weather this bad since leaving the Grand Line. Chewing on her lip, Riskua settles herself, shoulders rolling back and reaching for her hockey. It comes slowly, edging forwards tentatively. Has the use of conquerors affected it in some way? It's slower to respond, but it still locks onto the overwhelming presence that's west of her current position. It's not one she's familiar with and it's not one she'd forget either. It's a blistering kind of something, controlled chaos, like the center of a storm. Staggering to her feet, Riskua takes a single moment to check her daggers are still in place. The first thing she'd put on after her bath was not clothes, but instead the braces of her favorite weapons. She was never leaving them again. Now there's something incredibly powerful on the island. Right after a pirate identified a link, no matter how small, between Gold D. Roger and this island. She needs to check, needs to make sure that these people aren't here for Ace, for Luffy. Maybe even for her. Conquerors isn't exactly a worthless talent, no matter her inability to use it consciously. Perhaps with training, but where would she even start with that? Sliding down the drain pipe of the house, Riskua risks one more look back before she streaks off into the forest. It's difficult to navigate in the dark of night, the moon now hidden behind those terrible storm clouds. She's relying more upon touch, upon her hearing and her hockey, upon even her memory. Still, every few steps she trips over a root, steps on more than her fair share of beetles. It even feels like she kicks some small mammal at some point. Thankfully, it doesn't bite her in response, though it might have been dazed. Swallowing, Riskua edges around the tree in front of her, the bark biting into her fingers as she goes. It roughs up her palms, irritates the skin. Peering out around the trunk, she takes in the large figure that is backlit by the flickering of lights that peek out from between the trash of gray terminal. The smell is as horrific as ever, but the stranger stands there unflinching, unmoving. And staring right at her. Riskua slipped out. Why did she slip out? Edging out over the window ledge himself, Sabo adjusts his grip on his pipe, biting his lip as he stares out into the darkness. He's got no idea why she raced off, but it's probably justified. Luffy had explained what had happened, and though the other boy clearly doesn't think too much on how it'd have impacted Riskua, the redhead had killed someone within the last 24 hours. In defense of them, to protect them, but she still killed someone. Sabo remembers talking about killing Luffy when he saw their treasure, and he remembers exactly how much he hadn't wanted to do it. But Luffy's innocent, if annoyingly naive. The man Riskua killed was a pirate, probably had a bounty, no doubt had killed people himself. The world's probably better off without him. But if Riskua thinks that or not, she shouldn't be alone right now. Mind fully made up, Sabo shifts down the drain pipe, reaching out with his feeble hockey, but he can barely catch a glimpse of Riskua. It's like trying to see oil in water, there's only the slightest difference from what surrounds her. That's not going to stop him though. It doesn't matter how much of a struggle it is to follow after her, Sabo does it anyway. Because Riskua is his best friend and she shouldn't be going off into the night alone without anyone to watch her back. Especially when she might be mentally fragile. Ducking through the trees is easy. They're more familiar than the home Sabo once grew up in. There's scratches on one trunk from Ace's ill-fated attempt at using knives, back before they settled on the pipes. There's an impact crater where Sabo once managed to pin Ace settled at the roots of another tree, though grass has grown over it. There's even a scrap of fabric from a recent hunt where Luffy ripped his shirt. Riskua hasn't noticed that one yet. The torn shirt is stuffed behind the toilet at Dayton's. They don't live there anymore, so it's no wonder the redhead hasn't noticed. Even if it means she'll give them all the disappointed frown. Sabo just wants her around so that they can be frowned at. Disappearing into the jungle in the middle of the night is not a good indication of that happening in the future. Rounding another tree, Sabo freezes in place when he sees Riskua, only just managing to halt his forwards momentum and not alert the girl to his presence. She doesn't notice though, and after a second of confusion, Sabo realizes exactly why. Tall, intimidating with a face wreathed in shadows. There's a figure concealed beneath a black cloak. Every damn instinct Sabo has is telling him to get the hell out of there right now, but he can't. Not without Riskua. She can't hear him screaming internally for her to back the hell up though. In a move of stupidity he'd never have expected from her, the redhead steps towards the frightful stranger. Her grip on her knives is even loosening. What the hell? What is someone as strong as you doing off the Grand Line? Her voice isn't particularly loud, nothing more than a whisper really, but Sabo can hear it loud and clear, and so can the stranger. The hood shifts slightly, a head tilting to a side, and then Sabo can see an absolutely crazed grin break out from the black shadows. Holy shit. Panic seizing in the former noble's chest and he makes an aborted motion forwards, only just managing to catch himself on the tree bark. He's better help to Riskua as a surprise attack if she's in over her head. And he's pretty damn sure she's in over her head. What is a child capable of hockey doing all the way out here in East Blue? Hey, this guy knows about hockey. But Riskua said that the only people who know hockey call the Grand Line horn, bar a very few exceptions, so why? Is this a recruitment pitch? What? What is Riskua talking about? Her shoulders are relaxed as she stares at the stranger, even going so far as to sheath her knives. She looks tiny compared to this guy, not even half his size, but she doesn't seem afraid. In fact, she speaks as if she knows who he is. How do you know about that? It's not a question, it's a demand for answers, the man crouching down to Riskua's level. It casts his face even more into the shadows of his hood. All Sabo can see now is his hunched form. Riskua's hair a dark crimson in the dwindling light of gray terminal. I'm from the Grand Line, if you know where to listen. Whispers of a revolution aren't hard. I recognized the tats. What the hell are tats? If anything though, this just seems to please the stranger more, for he rests one forearm across his knee and seems to consider Riskua. Maybe a recruitment is worthwhile here, he muses, voice stern and serious, and Sabo's had quite enough. He doesn't know what the hell's going on, but he's damn certain he doesn't like it. Hey! Get the hell away from her, pipe out. Sabo charges forwards, stopping beside Riskua and doing his damn best to level the pipe threateningly towards the figure. It just goes to show how off balance Riskua is because she actually startles when he appears. With her crazy hockey powers it's usually difficult as hell to get the drop on her. He wasn't even trying this time. Your friend? The stranger questions, looking to Sabo for the first time, and oh. Tats must mean tattoos, because that's one hell of a marking going down his face there. Sabo stares, unable to help himself. There's something about this guy's face that's familiar, that itches at the back of his skull, and the former noble just knows it's gonna drive him crazy until he figures it out. Sabo was a noble up in Gao Kingdom until he ran away. His father's an ass, I mean it. Riskua rants, hands balling into fists as she strides back and forth. He thinks kids are to live by the will of their parents, like they're not even people. And that's not what they are. Children should be protected and loved, and they should be free. She put it all into words. Sabo stares at Riskua, whose thin frame is all but trembling, and he doesn't disagree with a single word of that. You speak as if you're not a child yourself. What dictates being a child or not? Everyone's different and everyone matures at their own rate. I've had moments where I've felt childish, but I haven't felt like a child in a long time, Riskua admits, a bitter undertone, and Sabo can only agree. He's never really felt like a child. He was always Outlook's boy, and then he'd become Sabo of Grade Terminal, who had to look out for himself. He can't actually pick out a definite period in his life that he'd call childhood, in all honesty. Dark eyes consider the two of them for a moment, and Sabo realized he's forgotten all about the potential dangers this stranger could present, so wrapped up in their discussion. Had Riskua been drawn in the same way? I've heard whispers, the stranger begins, straightening from his crouch back up to that intimidatingly tall height, that the nobles of Goa Kingdom plan to set the surrounding slums alight tomorrow, in order to clean out all the waste, objects and humans alike. There's a moment of absolutely stunned silence as Sabo processes this before he explodes into motion. We have to do something. Do you know how many people live down there? Why would they? How could they? People are going to die. His chest constricts, thoughts a hurricane in his mind, and never before. He's never been more ashamed of what he is. I wish I'd never been born a noble. They're horrible. They have a complete disregard for human life, and it sickens him to the point where his stomach is physically rolling with revulsion. Self-conscious, Sabo feels shame creeping up the back of his neck, even as Riskua steps closer and takes his hand in hers. His former noble status doesn't bother her, he knows it. But the stranger is another thing entirely. Silence persists for a few more seconds, and then, the cloak's hood is drawn down. "My name is Dragon," the newly identified dragon explains in a crisp, deep voice. My goal is to one day lead a revolution. A revolution against the nobles, against the end the blatant oppression our world is stooped in. A revolution? The idea is almost incomprehensible to Sabo. A revolution? A world where there were no nobles looking down on everyone else? He cannot even begin to picture it. I will be saving those I can from tomorrow's blaze. However, aid from those who know this place would be welcome. It has been many years since I was last on this island. Help ruin the plans of those he'd once lived with? Sabo can think of nothing better to do right now, especially after yesterday. "It's nice to meet you, Dragon-san. I'm Sabo and I'd be happy to help." "My name's Dracule Riskua," Riskua offers, stepping forwards and giving a slight bow. There's a nod of acknowledgement from the revolutionary, but his eyes are fixed unnervingly on Riskua's hat, just for a moment. What? Come. Our work would best be complete under the cover of darkness. And yeah, it really can't get much darker than this storm-riddled night. Riskua is gone. Sabo is gone. They're both gone, and Luffy has no idea where they are. Even worse, Ace doesn't know, and Ace knows a lot more stuff than Luffy could ever hope to. Where are they? It comes out as a whine, as a sniffle, and even though Luffy knows Ace hates that, he can't help it. He's worried. The noble bastard with the funny mustache almost took Sabo away yesterday, and now Sabo and Riskua are missing. Chewing worriedly into the hem of his shirt, Luffy follows after Ace, who's prowling through the jungle with his pipe tight in his hand. Luffy has his, and there were the only 2 pipes left. Riskua doesn't like using one when she's got her knives instead, so that means Sabo has to have taken his with him. But why would he leave the house without them? No, why would he just take Riskua with him and leave them? They're Sabo's brothers and all their birthdays have already happened, so it can't be to plan a surprise party. They'd waited, but neither of them had come back, and now Luffy's really worried. "Shut up, you damn crybaby. You've still got me, and I'll find them." Ace snaps and Luffy recoils, even if the tight clenching in his chest relaxes. Ace doesn't lie, so if Ace says he'll find them, then Ace'll find them. "I'm glad Ace is my big brother," Luffy whispers, and before he can stop himself, he reaches out and grabs Ace's free hand with his own. It's not the same as Riskua's hand. Ace's is bigger, warmer, and comes with more healed owies that have left their marks. The taller boy stiffens, and Luffy's sure he's going to tear his hand away. Instead, his fingers curled tighter around Luffy's and impatiently tugs him alone. But it's not Luffy's fault the wind is so strong, he's barely managing to move at all, he's just not heavy enough. "TCH, shouldn't be my job to find you brats," Ace grumbles under his breath. Luffy ignores it because he knows Ace is just as worried as he is, he just doesn't know how to show it. They can't find Riskua and Sabo, and Luffy's not good enough to use the mystery power for anything other than hitting a bit harder. Ace isn't able to do it either. He can sense danger, but finding someone is really hard, he says, especially when they're far away. Releasing his soaked shirt collar, Luffy smacks his lips together in quick succession, stepping closer to Ace as they stalk further into Grade Terminal. It really stinks here. Luffy was sure if he came through enough times he'd get used to the smell, but it's been ages and it still stinks as bad as the very first day he walked through here. "Ace, why did Riskua and Sabo leave?" He doesn't understand, surely they'd have told them if they were going out hunting? "I don't know, but I'm gonna punch 'em both when I see him," Ace grunts, narrow eyes sliding around the trash heap. It's just like yesterday, only this time Luffy doesn't get tackled to the floor before the hands grab him. No, Sabo's not with them. Why is this happening again? Squirming in the grip, Luffy bares his teeth at the clothes person and does his damn best to sink them into the hand holding him. He can't quite angle his head right for that though. "You damn brats, where are the other 2? Luffy's shaken about, his head snapping back and forth with the motion until he feels really dizzy. "The fuck? Get off, Luffy!" Ace roars, furious and loud, exploding into motion from where he's caught. "I'd be quiet if I were you too, otherwise your friends are gonna die." Ace stills and Luffy's not much better, because, what is that supposed to mean? "You've got Sabo and Riskua," Ace says ever so slowly, his arms trembling slightly, and his knuckles are white on his pipe. Oh no, Luffy dropped his pipe when they grabbed him. Squirming, Luffy tries reaching down for the weapon but the pirates got hold of him real good, he can't wiggle free. "No, but if you don't know what's going on today, then you're all gonna die." Luffy doesn't think the smelly guy is lying. He stinks of sweat, but it's not the lying kind of sweat, it's the kind that says he needs a bath. "The fuck are you talking about?" Ace snarls, though he's strangely still, not moving in the slightest. "You help us set a few things up, and we'll tell you exactly why you might die today. We'd have had it done earlier, but Captain can't walk. Huh, sucks to be him." Luffy doesn't like this, he doesn't like being bullied into this, but "You can even spit on me, I'll just laugh it off. But, good reason or not, nobody hurts a friend of mine." Luffy'll do what he has to, anything at all, to make sure his brother and his sister, his nakama, remain unhurt. "Okay, we'll help." Luffy agrees, ignoring the look Ace sends him. The older boy's nostrils flare, just like a tiger's before it attacks. But, as Luffy stares hard at the older boy to try and make him see, to make him realize there is no other option, he begrudgingly agrees. The crates are heavy. He's not sure what's in them, but Luffy doesn't like it, not one bit. He has to do it though, he needs to know why his nakama are in danger. If he didn't find out and they get hurt because of him, because he ignored the opportunity to learn what's wrong, he'd never forgive himself. From the face Ace wears, he knows it too. It doesn't make things any easier for Luffy though. Setting down the final crate, the boy drops onto his haunches and wipes his sweaty brow. Not even the vast amount of cool wind has made the hard labor easier to stand. But it's finally done. "Now tell us," he demands, hands balled into fists and shoulders squared. When the pirate smiles down at him, it's the ugliest expression Luffy's ever seen. He didn't know smiles could be so mean. "Hey, the nobles are setting this whole place on fire today. You'll never find your bratty friends in time to get out alive. That's what you get for messing with the Blue Gem pirates." Luffy's frozen, his blood ice in his veins. On fire? Like when they cook meat? Fire hurts. Luffy's stuck his hand in more than once to try and get meat quicker and it's always hurt. Just for those handful of seconds it takes to get a good grip. If all of Great Terminal is gonna be on fire, how are they gonna get out? "Ace, we've gotta find Riskua and Sabo." Wild eyes shooting to the older boy, Luffy finds him red in the face with absolute fury. An explosion rings not too far from where they put down the crate and suddenly all Luffy can see is flames. Fire racing up towards them in a wicked arch, burning his eyes. "Ace, you brats aren't going anywhere." And then one of the pirates is in front of Luffy, a long sword in his hand as he swings for him. Luffy screams, backpedaling, but he's not gonna make it in time. "Don't you touch Luffy," it smacks into him, vicious and the exact same sensation as yesterday. The pirates go down in a wave, tumbling and falling to the ground. They're all foaming at the mouth and if it weren't for the rise and fall of their chests, Luffy'd think they were dead. Besides him, Ace is panting, staring at the mass of unconscious bodies around them with wide eyes. Forcibly and turns on heel. "We're gonna find them," Ace insists, squaring his shoulders and running forwards. He grabs Luffy's arm as he passes him, pulling him along and away from the fire. The flames are licking at all that makes up the Great Terminal, devouring the makeshift homes, all the rubbish that the nobles throw out. It's eating people's lives, Luffy realizes, horrified. It's eating and it's not gonna leave anything behind. It's gonna eat the pirates too. All the pirates that Ace just took down with a mystery power just like Riskua's. The fire's gonna cook them until they're black and nasty. There are other people, all the people both good and bad that live in Trash Heap. All of them are running away. They're screaming and panicking, people are crying. Because their homes are being destroyed and why would the nobles do this? "Ace, it's getting hard to breath," Luffy notices, but when he says this to Ace he gets snapped at. "Suck it up, Luffy. We'll find Sabo and Riskua and we'll make it out of here, got it?" Why yeah, Ace is alright. He can't help coughing, his throat really hurts and his eyes are stinging. Luffy doesn't want to cry but he can't stop it. The smoke is really hurting his eyes. He clutches tighter to Ace's hand, letting the older boy pull him along. He's trying to look around, searching for a long blue coat or a funny brown hat, but he can't see either. The people around them, some are giving up. They're just stood there, openly weeping, clinging tight to their loved ones, but they've given up. Luffy's heart hurts even more than his throat and he grips tighter at Ace's hand. They need to find Riskua and Sabo. They need to get out of this fire before it eats them too. Spluttering, Luffy misses a step, falling to the floor and dragging Ace down with him. It's proof of just how bad things are that he doesn't get shouted out, proof of just how tired and stressed Ace must be. His eyes are wild, tiny pinpricks that are constantly scanning the surroundings. Luffy doesn't want to cry, he doesn't, yet, he can't stop the fat droplets from falling, from streaking down from his aching eyes. Ace, I don't want to die, Luffy cries, struggling to his feet, pressing his forearm to the floor and doing his damn best to rise. It's no good, we're completely surrounded, it's so hot, there's nowhere left to run. We're not gonna die like this, Ace hisses, forcibly pulling Luffy to his feet, his small frame shaking. We're gonna become great pirates and we can't die like this. It's like the gods hear Ace, because there's an almighty bang to the side, the greatest blast of wind that Luffy's ever seen roars forwards. Greedily he sucks in the fresh air, the lack of smoke ever so soothing on his throat. I can see a ship at the end. That's all Ace needs to hear, because he's pulling Luffy along, feet pounding furiously against the newly cleared pathway. Barely able to keep putting one foot in front of the other, Luffy forces himself to keep up with Ace. He won't let them get trapped in the ring of fire again, not because he's too slow. He won't be the reason Ace dies, because the world will be an awful place without Ace. Where's Riskua and Sabo? Luffy cries, eyes darting across every face in the crowd, but he can't find the familiar splashes of blonde and red. Instead there's only a big guy in a cloak, rallying the people to his ship with the promise of freedom. Luffy almost wants to believe him. They'll be fine, Ace snaps, his cheeks red and not in the funny way, his eyes bloodshot. Sabo and Riskua are smart, they won't have got caught in that. Sucking it up, Luffy nods and scrambles along with the rest of the people. He has to put his faith in Ace's words, because he won't believe what it'll mean if what Ace just said turns out to be a lie. The ship seems so close when the path was blown open to it, but every step Luffy takes feels like 5 and he's hurting all over. The smoke's in his eyes and he's having a hard time seeing things properly. Shouldn't the fire make everything bright? Why's the world getting so dark? Stumbling again, Luffy sways and isn't able to even catch himself on his hands when he goes down this time. He can barely keep his eyes open, only long enough to catch a glimpse of Ace falling to the floor too. They can't rest though, the fire'll eat them if they do. They need to keep going, they can't stop, they need to. Thank God. Riskua doesn't even hesitate to approach Dragon this time, feet thundering against the grass as she clears the distance between them faster than she'd have ever thought possible. In each of Dragon's arms is a slightly burnt boy, both dark of hair and covered in soot. She doesn't know which one to check over first, even though by the bandages on their body Dragon's already seen to that. Instead, Riskua kneels between the two, one hand on each of the boys' heads, fingers stroking at their temples. They're both okay. She and Sabo had returned to Dayton's place to find that the other half of their little group was gone, and it had only taken a quick check of the treehouse to realize just how terrifying a problem they had on their hands. No doubt Luffy and Ace had gone looking for them, and they hadn't known about the gray terminal fire. Riskua had barely gotten to Dragon's boat in time to beg him to go look for them, Sabo by her side. The revolutionary had gone as well, whether because it was his own kid out there, because she'd been such a wreck when she begged, or because he couldn't just leave them in that blaze, she wasn't sure. Still isn't. But by God is she thankful. Sabo hovers just as uselessly as she does, navy blue eyes scanning both of his unconscious brothers before he threads his own fingers into their hair, as if to make sure they're really there. I found them unconscious. They were very lucky you asked me to look for them. Riskua can't catch her breath. Her head feels far too light and her palms far too sweaty. In an attempt to ground herself, she presses her forehead flat to the ground, muscles twitching and heart racing. But while she's down there, Thank you. I'll never be able to repay you, Dragon-san. Tears, hot and choking, flow freely down her cheeks, dropping to the ground. No child should suffer through that, Dragon declares, one strong hand resting on Riskua's shoulder and ever so gently lifting her head. She meets dark eyes, compassionate eyes, and she can't really look at him any longer. Her excitement to help, to do something productive and be part of something important. It had almost gotten both Ace and Luffy killed. It's frightening to think just how many lives would have been worse off if that happened. Just how bad things would have gotten because she'd gotten carried away. Swallowing is impossible with her dry throat, as is wetting her lips, so Riskua settles for wiping the tear stains from her cheeks, ignoring the fresh spillover that only creates more. Mercifully, Sabo presents her with a distraction. I want to join. The revolution, that is. He's serious, face set and resolute. He's staring at Dragon, unhesitant in his challenging gaze. You're too young, and I will not tear you away from the family you have found. But, Dragon swiftly cuts Sabo's protest off before he can even voice it, shaking his head at the younger boy. Should you still wish to free the world of this oppression when you set out to sea, you will find a place within our ranks. Sabo's still going to be a revolutionary, it's clear from the look in his eyes. He might have dreamed of finding freedom as a pirate, but now that he knows of the revolution, piracy is no doubt going to feel more like running away than the former noble is comfortable with. Becoming a revolutionary, though, he'll actually be fighting it, combating against the very establishment and repression that has so controlled his life. Riskua can't blame him for wanting to join that. We promised to set sail when he turned 17, Sabo whispers, fingers digging into the material of his shorts before bares his teeth in a grin. I'll set sail, and I'll join your revolution, Dragon-san. Dragon leaves them after that, leaves them at the base of their treehouse after he's carried both Ace and Luffy up. In higher spirits than she, Sabo offers to run up to Dayton and let the bandits know they're okay, that they're all still alive. When the blonde gets back, Riskua is reapplying cold cloths to all of Luffy and Ace's burns, which are numerous, though thankfully not too bad. She doubts they'll scar, and even if they do, it won't be noticeable. She doesn't dare get too close to them though, unsure of just how much pain they could be in. Instead, as soon as Sabo gets back, she tucks Ace and Luffy under one fur blanket and steals Sabo away for the other one, curling herself up around the blonde as much as she can. He clings back just as tightly, and she ignores the sticky wet droplets of his tears as surely as he ignores hers. That's how they fall asleep, clutching tightly to one another, scarcely anything more than a bundle of shaking limbs and thick tears. Riskua awakes to a weight on her chest and a multitude of blunt objects stabbing at her ribs. Hissing, she peels her eyes open, drawing her head back from where she'd been cheek to cheek with Sabo. The sight that greets her is horrific. No matter how many times she's seen it already, there's no denying Luffy is one ugly crier. More snot than tears, and even if it makes her cringe, there's no way Riskua can't draw him into a hug. It's only as she does so that she realizes the thing coiled tightly around her back is Ace's arm, that he's clinging to her and to Sabo too, and with the blonde resting on her other arm, all she can do is press her forehead to Ace's and hope he gets the message. We thought why you were dead, Luffy wails, pressing himself even closer to Riskua, to the point he's smushing the side of her head uncomfortably into the wooden floorboards. Ace's slightly burnt face feels hot against her forehead and this really isn't comfortable. I thought Ace was gonna die in the fire. TCH. Shut up. Ace bellows right in Riskua's ear, forcing a wince out of her. I ain't gonna die by a damn fire. Despite the bravado, his voice quivers slightly, his grip on her waist and presumably the newly awakened and very confused Sabo's tightening. Aces isn't allowed to die. Then I promise I won't die, Ace snaps, tears of anger, of frustration or of relief building behind his eyes. I won't die, and I won't let you or Sabo or Riskua die either. We're not allowed to die, Sabo agrees, the arm around her stretching as far as he can manage until he's only just holding Luffy as well, leaving Riskua crushed uncomfortably between the boys. As long as I have any say in it, all three of you will live, she breathes and it feels like the weightiest promise she's ever made. It doesn't make it any less true though. They lay there for a minute more before everyone's muscles decide enough is enough and just give up, leading to Luffy and Ace half sprawled across them now that a multitude of limbs aren't caging them in anymore. No more going into the city, Riskua decides, slithering her way out from under the mass of bodies, hissing at the protest of her raw fingertips. Setting up the pipes that Dragon had used to blow that escape route from the fire hurt. We can let your bastard father assume you died in that fire if you never see him again. We'll go visit Makino instead. Seconded, grunts Sabo, also extracting himself from the pile of children to shake himself free of his dirty shirt. Yeah, after yesterday, a wash sounds great. I'm so happy we're all alive, Luffy sobs, running one forearm across his face. For all that he's an ugly crier. His smile is as blinding as the sun. You okay, Captain? Flicking his gaze back to Ben, Shanks lets out a low, long laugh, swiping sweat from his tanned brow. The island they're on is currently in the throes of summer, and it doesn't help that it's a summer island to begin with. It reminds him of Melrain, and for the first time since Rowell's death, the thought doesn't come as bittersweet as it could be. He's got some great memories of that place, of chasing a giggling toddler around a garden, of stepping on vegetables and blaming the local wildlife. Teaching his little girl how to swim as early as possible. How had he failed so badly at teaching Luffy? Maybe the brat was just always destined to be an anchor? And just enjoying the innocence of a family life that pirates so rarely get to experience? Dahahaha. Mihawk's heading for East Blue. From Ben's face, he clearly remembers the last time the world's greatest swordsman was on board a mere 2 weeks ago. Given, the warlord has been busy, what with him being off settling Rowell's debts, so to speak, and some of them had been harder to track down than others. Clearly that is all over and done with, because he'd appeared and demanded the location of his niece from Shanks. Something the redhead had happily handed over. He might not be able to risk going to see his little anchor and gully with Garp the damn fist hanging around, but Mihawk who's approved of by the government. Yeah, he can check up on them. Unfolding the piece of paper that he keeps in his pocket, the private photo that Makino slipped him before he left, Shanks takes another glance at the form that's already immortalized in his mind. Yeah, he's got a fair few reasons to get back to Dawn Island the second he's got the chance. Happy 9th birthday, Luffy. Planting down the excessively large cake, Riskua stands back and plants her hands upon her hips, grinning widely as the scarred boy scrunches his eyes shut and makes his birthday wish, blowing out his candles with such force that two of them topple over. Both Sabo and Ace laugh, stood right beside her and clutching at their plates, ready to load them up with their share of cake. It's been a year and a bit since the Great Fire disaster, and it's not that long until it'll be Riskua's second anniversary since her arrival on Dawn Island. So much has changed, and it's not just the general landscape of Great Terminal she's talking about. For starters, Ace isn't a brat anymore. They're actually friends now, friends that can talk about things, friends that don't need the crutch of Sabo or Luffy nearby to get along. Admittedly, it had started with Ace confessing to an explosion of Conqueror's haki during the fire, and the two of them desperately trying to awaken that power again. Neither of them have had much luck, and in their disappointment at their lack of progress, they'd moved on to hunting the wildlife together in order to express their frustrations. From there, it had evolved into spars outside of the usual ASLR fight time. Not that Sabo or Luffy knew about that. They both just thought Ace and Riskua were struggling to take down the bigger game, and neither of them are really willing to correct the other two. It's their bonding time, and if Sabo and Luffy knew about it, they'd feel left out. It doesn't change the fact Riskua feels a little guilty about it, so she's taking to baking cookies for them once a week to alleviate the feeling. Of course Ace still gets some, it'd be suspicious if he didn't. Riskua's had to claim she's gone off cookies to explain away why she's not having any, and she does her best not to look longingly upon the platters when the boys go about devouring them. It's terribly disheartening. Another thing that has changed for the four of them is that they've dared to go down to Fuchsia Village on more than one occasion. After all, if Makino could be brave enough to come up despite Garp's clear warning not to, apparently she babied Luffy too much, and according to Garp, it was time the youngest monkey became a man. Then the four of them could risk their necks and make the journey down there. The mayor had been horrified to realize the amount of troublemakers had increased threefold, actually crying over how they were going to soil the town and island's great reputation when they set out to live their lives at sea. Both Riskua and Sabo had been forced to grit their teeth at that, minds recalling exactly why the Goa Kingdom had such a good standing in the eyes of the world government, and exactly what lengths they'd gone to ensure they could claim to be the cleanest kingdom. Meat cake. Dropping the biggest slice onto Luffy's plate, Riskua slips back as the freshly turned 9-year-old goes about devouring his quarter of the leg of meat-shaped cake. Ace and Sabo are tucking into the treat just as swiftly, always keeping one eye on Luffy and his wandering hands throughout. Sat on the opposite side of the table to the birthday, Riskua can't help herself. She leans forwards and snatches a forkful from each plate. It's hilarious when Sabo and Ace both take a quick glance down at their plates to notice something missing but no, it couldn't possibly have been Luffy, given they'd had an eye on him the entire time. Riskua becomes incapable of finishing her cake when the duo instantly assume the other stole from them, discounting her from the situation completely. Choking a little on the cake still in her mouth, Riskua wipes at the corner of her eyes, catching the moment when 3 hands from 3 different owners descend on her plate and snatch up a third of the cake there each. It's the kind of ridiculous that she'd have expected to lead to a food fight, only such a thing would have been a complete waste of their favorite thing in the world, so that's never going to happen. Meat cake is the best. The day after Luffy's birthday, Riskua and Ace once again steal away, leaving Sabo and Luffy to make the run to Fuchsia village for baking supplies. Adjusting the straps on her forearm that currently house her knives, Riskua follows after Ace's lead as he stalks through the jungle. Both he and Sabo have upgraded to a new pipe in the past 3 months, having grown too tall to continue using their precious ones. Their reach is far better now, though they've been taking their sweet time growing used to it. Why have we made no progress with this conqueror's shit? Ace grunts, running a hand through his hair as he bats leaves back with his pipe. Do you want the scientific hypothesis, or the dumbed-down version? The glare she gets scorches, thrown over Ace's thin shoulder by narrowed eyes. Sabo's the one that appreciates your fancy waffle, not me. Just explain it. Mainly, conquerors comes from high-emotion situations, and there's no way to fake that. That's the main problem for their current training situation. The main problem for Riskua's research is that not one single person in the past who'd been graced with this power had ever thought to really explore it, to actually study the damn thing, so there's squat all to actually refer to. It's no wonder the vast majority of people out there just do a Luffy and proclaim it a mystery power, whether they can actually use it or not. High emotions. Like a threat to Luffy's life. A threat to Sabo, Riskua grumbles. Because that's how both Ace and she awakened theirs, respectively. From the tensing of all Ace's muscles, it's painfully obvious he shares the exact same thought that she does. They cannot recreate these situations. They will not put Luffy or Sabo's lives in such overt danger just to reawaken conquerors, no matter how useful it could prove to be. The only other thing I can think of is the same as all other hockey. Either training. It's not something either of them really shy away from. All 4 of them still spar against one another every day, capped at 100 matches each, fighting each other 33 times and then pairing off at random to complete their final match. Still, it's exceptionally galling to keep trying at something, to have been trying and still be getting nowhere. There's been improvements with the other hockey. Luffy even managed to beat a tiger on his own with some fantastic use of armament. But Conquerors is being a bitch to both of them. TCH, this sucks. We'll be grateful for it when we're pirates, Riskua dully reminds him. A phrase that has left her mouth far too many times recently. It'll all pay off in the future. It's better to be prepared. Sometimes it feels like she's running never-ending laps around the world's smallest track. Seems like ages away, Ace grunts, coming to a stop before what is clearly a large nest of some kind, planting a hand on his hip. He cocks his head to a side as Riskua comes to a stop beside him, brandishing her knives, fingers curling around their worn handles. As previously promised, she has never once left their home without them. It had taken weeks before she'd felt comfortable enough to sleep with them beside her bed instead of strapped to her forearms. It always seems like ages away until it's here, and then you just end wishing you had all the time in the world left to prepare. Ain't that the truth? Ace mutters, flexing the muscles of his arm as the undergrowth rustles, their prey approaching. The tiger that greets them isn't as great in size as the Tiger Lord, but it's not that far off in all honesty. Squaring her jaw, Riskua reaches for that well of power, that little teasing glimpse she'd gotten, but it phases through her finger like smoke, as it always does. She leaps back, falling into a cartwheel to dodge the swipe of the tiger's massive paw, springing up off her hands to approach the beast from its flank. Ace shoots in from the other side, and she can tell by the blatant concentration on his face that he's trying as damn hard as he can to summon up his own conquerors. But there's nothing. No spiritual shockwave, so instead the boy settles for slamming one armament-powered swipe of his pipe into the tiger's skull. Swinging to a side, Riskua lets her eyes fall closed, focusing on her observation. She trusts Ace to catch her slip up if she misses something. Oh, he won't stop her getting injured, and not would she want him to. Every wound's a lesson, after all. But he'll prevent any serious damage. Stop it if the blow'll kill her. She can feel the tiger's huge right paw slicing through the space to her left, and she rolls under it, swiping up with a knife. Blood spurts across the forest floor as she hits home on a major artery, spraying up her hand in the process. Ace leaps over her crouched form, pipe whistling through the air and slamming into the tiger's jaw. It sways, stumbling to a side, and struggles to get its ruined paw beneath it. Seeing an opening, Riskua slides under the belly of the beast, stabbing at the ground with one dagger to orientate herself from that point. Only, she's misjudged just how steady their prey is, and the tiger comes crashing down on her. There's not enough time to get out of the way, and in a panic, Riskua grasps for her haki and throws it up in the hopes it'll just do something. The mass of muscle smashes into her, but there's no pain beyond the initial winding. Riskua gasps for breath, still rather in shock that her ribs are capable of pulling in any oxygen at all. As such, she's just in time to look up and spot the tiger's maw snapping right at her. Fuck off. Riskua has never experienced a blast of conquerors before. She's used her own, she's heard Shanks describe it, but she's never had the force batter against her. Sweat breaks out across her skin and her vision shakes and her limbs fall limp. It takes everything she has to not succumb to the call of unconsciousness. Riskua keeps her grasp on the waking world, but it is a very narrow thing indeed. At her feet, the tiger is down and out, white foam still bubbling out from between the sharp teeth that had been going for her neck not a breath ago. Time stalls, in which Riskua accepts just how damn close she'd come to a serious injury, to a scar that'd probably be as fierce as those that currently decorate her father's face. Once that has passed, her eyes snap up to look at Ace, who's staring at the tiger with wide, wide eyes. I did it, he whispers under his breath, sounding remarkably stunned. Grip on his pipe loose. Yes. Pumping one fist into the air, Ace proceeds to perform a little dancing jig, waving his weapon above his head like a hooligan. Riskua can only stare, and no matter how much she tries to push it down, jealousy ebbs furiously at the edge of her consciousness. She can handle it though, she's mature, she's aware this kind of thing takes time, and she's aware that everyone learns at their own pace. She can handle this. Ha! I did it before you. Miss Haki expert. Yeah, she can't handle this. Riskua turns away before she can sneer at the older child, stalking off into the undergrowth and ignoring Ace's proud, victorious laugh. It burns, it's like acid because she's throwing her all into understanding this hockey thing, into really studying it. And Ace just gets it. The world's unfair. She knows it, by God does she know it. All worlds are unfair. She wouldn't be in this one had her old world been fair and allowed her to achieve what she wanted. Why should she get beaten back here? Gritting her teeth, Riskua slams her fist into a tree, disregarding the creaking groan it gives. She doesn't even acknowledge the thump it makes as it collapses to the ground. So would Didia do to upset Ree this time? I ain't done anything, Ace snaps back, but he can't pretend to not know. It's the reason he's got dark-ass smudges under his eyes, like he's been playing with coal or something. He'd been up all damn night, and it's not that he was worried. Okay, maybe he's worried a tiny little bit, and maybe he's a little guilty. Just a little bit. God damn it. Life was so much easier before Luffy and Sabo and Riskua brought all these new emotions into his world. He wouldn't trade it for anything though, because this past year has been the best of his life. Ace isn't gonna lie. Now there's actually days he goes without thinking about his status as the most hated child in the world. There are days where he forgets completely that so many people had tried to stop his birth, to kill him before he really got a chance to live. There are days now, where he just feels like a normal kid. Which is the whole problem right now. He's done something stupid, but this time, the guilt is hurting more than his pride can ignore. He's not sure if it's because his pride has shrunk a little in the face of these three, when it's his brothers or his best friend it's up against, or if he's just slowly turning into a decent person. He won't hold his breath. Ace knows he's a little terror, soon to be a big terror if he gets his way. But he doesn't want to be a terror to these three. That doesn't mean he wants to tell Sabo exactly what he's done to upset Riskua. At first he didn't even realize why she was so upset. He'd had to actually sit and think on it, after carting the tiger back head bashed in via pipe just to be completely sure it was down and dead, and noticing how Riskua avoided him. She didn't do it physically, but the careless way she put the plate down in front of him for dinner. The way she'd listened to Luffy and Sabo but paid no attention to him when he spoke, not that he'd really been aiming his words at her. Well, that had been when he noticed she was upset. He'd stayed awake all night trying to understand why she was upset, why she'd stormed off. It wasn't until he'd taken advice Sabo had given him months ago about flipping the situation around that he'd understood. He'd bragged, he'd been smug and boastful because he'd managed a blast of conquerors. It's a cool power, Ace is glad he's got it. He's not so glad that he managed some progress with it before Riskua though. Because it's her dream to figure this thing out, and it feels like he stole something from her. That's probably not the bit she's bothered about though. Ace knows she's more mature she could and had been sucking it up. He just pushed her over the edge with his bragging, and now she's angry at him. It hurts more than when she was angry at him when they first meet, back before he realized that there was nothing wrong with Luffy and that the kid was far too good to be in Ace's life at all. Yeah, it hurts. And Ace has no idea at all how to fix that. Sabo though, Sabo's smart. Not as smart as Riskua. But Ace is getting the feeling she's a bit further ahead than she should be. Especially as his blonde brother who's had a noble's education has to ask her to clarify what some of her words mean on occasion. Sabo has to have some kind of idea on how he can make things better. And it has to be Ace to make things better. He caused this, so he's gonna damn well fix it. I ain't telling you how I upset her, I just need you to help me fix it, Ace snaps as they stroll through Fuchsia Village. Luffy and Riskua are off catching dinner. It's a Friday, so it's their turn to do so. They'll have their 100 fights afterwards. It won't surprise Ace in the least if Riskua crushes him into the floor with a hockey-powered punch for the first half of their matches. Hell, the only reason it'll be the first half and not all their matches is because she can only keep her hockey powers going for so long. Otherwise he'd probably spend the entire time eating dirt. He can kick her ass whenever they fight without mystery powers. She's swift and tricky and well-trained, but she just doesn't have the fighting experience he does. Okay, so she might manage to win 1 in 5 without the mystery power. But 1 out of 5 isn't great odds. Still, better than what Luffy's managed so far though. I know, Sabo snorts, rolling his dark blue eyes before sending Ace a sly smirk. Which is why we're here. The party bar, squinting up at the building, Ace cocks his hips to a side and plants one hand on them, the other digging around in his nostril. So, Sabo drawls out, adjusting the angle of his hat with a grin. Makino's inside. Right, Makino who's a girl. Makino's who's a girl who'll obviously know how to make a girl not be mad at him anymore. It's a good plan. Shooting his brother a side glance, Ace smiles, punching him good-naturedly in the arm. Thanks, Sabo. Anytime, Ace. As it turns out, there's a hell of a lot of things that Ace doesn't know about. One topic that's completely foreign to him. One that's probably never crossed Dayton's mind to teach him. One that Sabo's probably forgotten. And one that Garp has probably never learned himself, is that of manners. But so much crap suddenly makes sense now. Ace didn't even know he'd need to know this manners stuff until Makino had started explaining it to him. He's not got a lot of people to thank right now. The list is really only that Shanks guy that saved Luffy's life. There's no one else who's ever really done anything for him beside his brothers and Riskua, but when he does thank someone, he's gonna damn well do it properly. The thanking people is not the only thing that manners are about. Which is why Ace has skipped out on the usual rush to the clearing from dinner. Normally he'd go charging ahead with Luffy and Sabo, eager to start while Riskua takes a quick detour to drop whatever needs cleaning by the river for later, but not this time. Instead, he picks up the big pot the redhead had cooked the stew in, waiting until she finally notices he's still here. Confused yellow eyes flicker up to look at him, one red brow rising. Ace hasn't a clue how she came away without a bruise, especially as the tiger that had dropped on her was one of the bigger ones they'd found in recent weeks. No swelling, no purple skin, nothing. Just when he thinks she'll stop getting strange, the girl goes and does something odd again. Ace, you're staring. Snapping out of it, Ace's head lurches to a side, an uncomfortable heat bristling his cheeks. But no, he won't back out of this. He's not a coward, and he's certainly not going to be a bastard about refusing to do what's right. Riskua has done more than put up with him. She's accepted him as a friend even though he was awful to her. Ace can't change the past, but he can change the present. I'm sorry, Ace says, voice feeling far croakier than he'd wanted it to. His friend blinks, no longer looking at the bowls in her hands but instead staring at him, her face slack but otherwise expressionless. Ace doesn't want to let her interrupt though, because otherwise he's gonna lose his nerve and he'll regret it. He's not gonna live a life of regrets, no way. I'm sorry I'm an ass and rubbed it in. He doesn't say he got excited, doesn't want to explain himself. He just wants this apology thing to be done and out the way, so he can bury it in the back of his mind and not have to worry about it again. Wants things to go back to how they were yesterday morning. Ace, no, it's not just that though. I'm sorry I trashed the stuff in your trunk too. It was ages ago, but it was a shitty move and I was an ass and I didn't know better. Shit, he's forgot all the flowery language he'd worked on with Makino. God damn it, why is he so stupid? He practiced this, he wanted to be perfect. He wanted his first apology to be just right and then Riskua would forgive him, but he's fucked it up. Forgot half the words and he's pretty sure there's something else he should be apologizing for, but he can't remember whatever the hell it is. Apology accepted. What? Riskua smiles at him. Bowls balanced in one hand as she plants her hat atop her red hair. I said apology accepted. I'm stunned you apologized at all, especially about the trunk. I thought you'd forgotten about it. In all honesty, he had. But working with Makino, he'd remembered just what he'd done, and while at the time he hadn't felt bad, he'd felt like a piece of shit looking back on it. Had anyone trashed his stuff, not that he's got much he'd actually care about getting damaged. A seed have beaten the offender within an inch of their life. If they were lucky. Are we still friends? His voice doesn't sound small, it doesn't. The best of friends. Ace doesn't brighten at that, not at all. When are you giving them the SX talk? Dayton stares blankly back at her, and Riskua is pretty sure this conversation is not going to go how she wants it to based on that one look alone. SX talk? She parrots, staring down at her. She's got a splatter of dried blood she's not quite managed to clean off yet, blood that's still on her strange axe that's resting by the door. Adjusting her stance, Riskua nods, trying to appear a lot more confident than what she's actually feeling. Yeah, Ace woke up with a stiffy this morning, according to Luffy. Though none of them knew what it was. Luffy just proclaimed Ace's PP was stiff but went away after a bit. How do you know about that stuff, brat? I'm well read. It's not exactly a lie. She'd been curious in her past life. She'd looked up all sorts of stuff. And Riskua doesn't doubt for a second she knows far more on the topic of SX and the body than any kid her age should probably know. Hell, if Shanks knew she had that kind of knowledge in her head, he'd probably have a heart attack. He's a rather overprotective father like that, she thinks fondly. Garp can handle that, it's not my problem. Garp, really? He'll never consider them in need of that talk. If he had his way, they'd live out their lives as virgin Marines dedicated to the job. They both pause for a second, considering the old man, and it's clear by Dayton's slumping shoulders that she can't really argue against that bit of clear logic. If you're so worried, you do it. And I would. Unlike you, those boys have pretty faces. You're right to be worried. That was not how she'd wanted that talk to go. Watching Dayton stalk away into her house, Riskua shakes her head, turning on her heel and heading for the door. She can't leave the three of them uneducated in that particular area. And the very idea of letting them puzzle it all out themselves. The very idea of any one of her boys being taken advantage of has her blood boiling. That doesn't mean she really wants to be the one to give them this talk though. Still, Ace and Sabo are 12 years old now. Luffy's 9 and Riskua had known about this stuff by the time she turned 10 in her past life. They're gonna have to learn at some point, and it'll set her mind at ease to know they have all the facts straight, that they haven't been given any misinformation. A little upset that she's actually talked herself into doing this, Riskua pulls her hat down tighter upon her head, the biggest exhale of the month passing between her lips. God damn it, it looks like she's actually going to be doing this. She's the last one to climb up the treehouse, and all three boys look bamboozled that she's called an intervention. Not that they know it's an intervention, or even what the word means. Well, maybe Sabo'd know. Luffy'll just ask if an intervention is edible and Ace'll pretend to not be avidly listening to the answer. No, Rescue lured them here with the promise of snacks if they listen to her talk. She doesn't feel the slightest bit of guilt over trapping them into this conversation. Hell, they might not even know enough to be embarrassed about this. If she's mature and doesn't make it seem like such a big deal, maybe they'll do the same thing. Then Rescue mentally reminds herself she's trying to slot Ace, Sabo and Luffy into the same sentence as mature and hastily discards that hope. Right, so Luffy's 9 now and you two idiots are 12. You need to know some stuff that Dayton's too much of a coward to bother telling you, and that I doubt Garp will want you knowing. Gramps doesn't want us to know. Ace parrots and Luffy eagerly leans forwards. Tell me, the youngest demands with a grin, rocking back on his sit bones. He probably doesn't want you to know cause it's a distraction from making you into perfect Marines. Hell, it's distracting regardless. If it'll distract me from being Pirate King, I don't want to know, Luffy concludes, making to stand up. Under the weight of her glare however, he allows Ace and Sabo to pull him back to the floor. Time to be upfront and bold. What do you know about your private parts? At this, Sabo goes a furious bright red, redder than she's ever seen him. Redder even than her hair. Luffy and Ace just look confused. P comes out of it, the youngest among them offers, confusion tainting his words, as if wondering what other magical things this organ he's not really thought too much on can actually do. Which, when put in context, number. Shaking her head, Rescue forces herself to focus. That's right, Luffy, she allows, smiling encouragingly at the younger boy because at least he's contributed something. Sabo looks like he's doing his very best to force himself into unconsciousness on sheer willpower alone, while Ace looks a strange mixture between confused, curious and a little weirded out. That's not all it does though. It does more. What more can it do? Rescue, tell me. The childish whine brings an exasperated smile to her lips before she can stop it and Rescue shakes her head. Right, before I go into it, do any of you know either where babies come from? The difference between a boy and a girl, or anything about SX at all? All three boys look completely blank, though Sabo's expression appears a bit more forced than the other two. So he has to have some kind of idea. Then, like a slowly dawning sun, Ace starts to light up with an understanding look on his face. I remember shitty Gramps saying SX is bad and to always say no. Do you know what SX is? Oh boy. Well, doesn't that just confirm her assumptions about the eldest monkey she's met? She'll reserve full judgment for now and cling to the tiny flicker of hope that Garp had been planning to educate them when they were older. Even if that would have been leaving it a bit late. Okay, you best get comfortable and for the love of meat, Luffy, you have to pay attention. Things relating to this topic can hurt someone even worse than fighting, okay? Seeing she has all their attention, Rescue sucks in a breath, stealing her. So first off, the difference between a girl and a boy is that they have different private parts. You don't have a PP, but then how do girls pee? So it's okay to touch it? Yes, and it's not weird for the white stuff? Sperm, Sabo dutifully repeats, to come out? Completely natural. And that stuff goes in you and makes a baby? Ace whispers, bamboozled. Any girl really, and it only has the potential to make a baby. Why can't I do it? Mulishly, Luffy folds his arms, looking absolutely disgruntled about the whole thing. Because you're not old enough yet, Kinglet, and it'll feel good if we do touch ourselves. Yes. But it's considered a private act, only done with yourself or those you're in a romantic relationship with. Even then, only if you trust someone. Anyone ever tries to force you into something, you beat them the hell up, or get away, got it? She waits for them to agree, and though it takes a second for the three boys to realize what she's waiting for, they all dutifully chorus in agreement. For a moment, the four of them sit in silence, the three boys digesting all that they've just been told while Rescue mentally recounts all that she's said. Explained the SX organs and their purpose, explained masturbation in SX as a whole, explained the legal age limit 16 here in East Blue and concept of consent, along with the consequences of unprotected SX from STDs to babies. But was there anything she'd missed? Wait, Sabo suddenly chokes, nose scrunched up and eyes narrowed at his hands. There were same SX couples in grade terminal. Can they not have SX then? Great, just great. She can't do this any longer. Just take a week to digest it all. Think up some questions, and then we'll have another talk next week if you need it. There's no way she's going into foreplay and the physical side of homosexual relationships right now. She's had quite enough on this topic. How do you know all this? Ace asks, suddenly quite suspicious if his pursed lips and considering eyes are anything to go by. I read a lot, Riskua deadpans. It's around this time Luffy decides he's had quite enough and leaps to his feet. Too much information, Skua, I'm hungry, and that's a problem she can fix. It happens just before lunchtime. The scent of roasting meat is saturating the air, the burning heat that the height of summer brings out in the sunshine burns at the back of their necks. It doesn't stop them from roasting their catch, a particularly large boar that had come with a mean set of tusks, over an open fire. If they all still flinch a little at the flames, well, there's nothing like constant, controlled exposure to get you over a fear of fire. That's what Riskua keeps telling herself anyway. Luffy's sat to her left, Ace to the right, Sabo on the other side of the fire. It smells delicious, and by this point, it's not just Luffy's who's having to watch his drool output. They've moved the 100 fights to the morning now, determined to get them done and out of the way before the midday heat descends upon them. So as things stand, they're all terribly sweaty, covered in dirt and grass stains, and very, very hungry. Carefully leaning forwards to adjust the roast meat thankfully puts Riskua in the perfect position to catch Ace as he tumbles forwards, almost right into the fire. Ah! The meat! Ignoring Luffy's strangled cry it was drop the meat or Ace into the fire. Riskua reels the boy back, mentally reviewing all his fights, but she hadn't seen a blow that could inflict a head injury, and he'd shown no signs of a concussion. A snore rumbles through the air and Riskua stares in absolute disbelief. He fell asleep, Sabo choked out and then just breaks down into helpless laughter. He's right though, Ace is fast asleep, eyes closed and sawing away like usual. Only it's the middle of the damn day and they'd been about to eat lunch, for God's sake. Wait, lunch. Riskua's head snaps around in time to see Luffy cough up the last bone of a full skeleton, the tops of his fingers charred. There's tears in his eyes but a pleased smile on his face. What the hell? She looked away for 10 seconds. You ate all the boar. Sabo throws himself at Luffy, shaking him and violently demanding the other boy cough it all back up. It just ends up with Luffy's rubbery neck slamming a headbutt into the blonde and they both go down groaning, Luffy dizzy and Sabo in pain. Shaking her head, Riskua gently runs her fingers along Ace's neck until she finds his pulse point, but it's as strong as ever, if slower than what she'd have expected. But hey, he's asleep now. That's what happened to the heartbeat when you're unconscious. Ace is asleep, she declares, licking at the inner skin of her wrist and holding it before Ace's nose. She can feel the soft puffs of his breath against the wet skin and that's good enough for her. Asleep. But there was food. Yeah, until you ate it, damn it. Luffy, grouchily dropping to the floor. Sabo folds his arms across his chest and scowls. As if in agreement, the former noble's stomach lets out a mournful growl. Something Riskua can almost feel herself, what with the way her own midsection is clenching. Sabo, remember the hidey hole back at Dayton's? The cookies and cheese hidden there won't be as filling as a full meal, but it's damn well better than nothing. Grab some bread from Dayton too. She calls after him, though if Sabo hears her, Riskua doesn't have a damn clue. Instead she manhandles Ace around until his head is resting in her lap, body sprawled out to her right still. Good enough. Luffy, you ever steal all the meat like that again, and I'll tie you in knots and you'll eat last. Because damn it she's hungry too. It takes a few hours to explain narcolepsy to Ace, Sabo and Luffy. Mainly because Ace falls asleep again during her explanation and yeah, that's gonna get old real fast. She and Sabo make a quiet agreement to keep an eye on him for the next few weeks, but really there's not a lot more they can do about it. They also make a very quiet agreement to see just who can subtly draw marks on Ace's face. Whoever mark goes unnoticed by the Freckles boy the longest wins. Sabo's currently in the lead with a respectable 5 hours 20 minutes, but Riskua is sure she can outdo him. She just has to be sneaky enough about it. You know, once they find some more ink, considering Ace threw it all in the river after Sabo's last attempt to beat his own record. Hefting the bag of ingredients that's left over from her last baking session, Riskua strolls towards Dayton's hut, scratching at the back of her neck as she goes. The stubby little ponytail of red hair that jots out from the nape of her neck catches in her fingers. Though really, she's just glad she can pull it back off of her face. Dealing with this sweltering heat would be otherwise impossible if she'd left it all free. Deiden, I'm here to borrow your oven. Strolling into the hut, Riskua pokes her head into the living room, but finds it suspiciously empty of bandits. Another handful of steps later, and she realizes why. It's because they've all gathered around the kitchen door. Confused, Riskua pushes her way between their terribly smelly bodies, coming to a halt by the entranceway that none of them dared to actually approach. Riskua peeks in and, This is not what Riskua expected to see when she came to use Deiden's oven. The redhead stares, too surprised to even shuffle nervously from foot to foot. Sitting up to the mismatched table, looking very much out of place in this worn building and with a very quiet bandit boss across from him, Dracule Mahawk inclines a mug of steaming tea towards her. Niece. His sword, Yuru, leans casually against the wall as he blatantly ignores the fearful glances whenever a bandit dares to attempt checking on their leader from around the door. It doesn't happen often. No, Mahawk appears to be very much at home right now. Deiden looks terrified. Uncle, it's good to see you. She's taking one step forwards, then another until she's right beside Mahawk. And then there's just no stopping herself. She crawls into the older Dracule's lap, uncaring of the way she jostles his tea-holding arm. She trusts her uncle to not spill anything upon her. Instead, she just takes a moment to appreciate his presence. Everything about him is familiar. The warmth his body gives off, the tough fabric of his clothes, the scent of ocean and iron that just clings to him. Mahawk must have missed her too, because he allows the contact whereas previously he'd have shaken her off after he'd reached his very small quota for human interaction. It's such a rare and golden opportunity that Riskua takes advantage of it right away. There's been a fair few of her interactions with Mahawk that have been tainted with awkwardness. Her uncle is the complete opposite of her father. Whereas Shanks has no problem accepted or even seeking out hugs. Mahawk is in no way a brilliant beacon for physical contact. His proud head pats are far and few between. Hugs are for special occasions only. Yes, he's indebted at the moment, given 2 birthdays have passed since she last saw him, but she doesn't really want to use up all of that credit she's collected all at once. Reluctantly, Riskua pulls back, slowly stumbling out of her uncle's lap to sit beside him on another chair. Even though he currently occupies the lowest seat out of all those around the table, he's by far the largest presence in the room. The 6.5-foot frame probably helps towards that too. Not that Riskua feels particularly intimidated. Though she's not completely at ease, that stems more from the worry her actions will offend her uncle more than any fear of him. He's her uncle, they've got no real dislike for each other after all. Not that I'm not happy to see you, but why are you here, uncle? It has been so very long since Riskua saw those eyes in person. The odd glance in the mirror, the odd glimpse of a reflection in the water. It's nothing at all in the face of her uncle's gaze. Still just as haunting, still just as eye-catching. She wonders if her own stare is quite that piercing yet. It has been 2 years. We will be going over your progress, and then reviewing your advancement regarding hockey, of course. Her uncle had always our approach to the power, had listened to each of her questions and allowed he to just rant about the topic to him. Well, rant as much as she dared to. Sabo's great to talk to, he really is. But Mahawk's not only an adult, but he also has some experience with regards to hockey, and while he doesn't influence her experiments, he is a source of knowledge she can tap every once in a while. Training, Riskua concludes, adjusting the strap of her braces, the knives beneath shifting in their holsters. I have acquired you daggers that will be better used in your teenage years, now come. Mahawk rises, placing his empty cup upon the uneven table. Through what is quite possibly the power of God alone, it doesn't roll or slide as every other mug has done before it. The 2 Dracules leave the room with 1 intact cup and 1 shell-shocked Deiden. They walk through the jungle in a comfortable silence, Yuru once again upon Mahawk's back, the blade catching what little light sinks through the overgrown leaves. The only time Riskua has ever seen fit to pass through this portion of the jungle was a year and a bit ago, back when she was setting up Ace's birthday hunt. The animals are smaller. Well, more like the mammals are smaller. The snakes are unreasonably large around here and the plants carnivorous. She barely even notices the snake coiling above them in the trees before Mahawk has slit its skull in 2 with a sing swipe of his smallest blade. 2 years without a hint of Grand Line skill if she discounts garb that is should not have left her as startled as she is by the motion. Has she really become so compliant to this sleepy little island? The sweltering heat is affecting Mihawk though. There's a light glisten of sweat on the back of his pale neck, though a noticeable absence of sunscreen of any kind. Sometimes, she thinks that Mihawk doesn't get sunburned through sheer force of will alone. Certainly her mother had suffered every time she ventured out without protection. It hurts to think of Dracule Rowell, and Riskua does not dare to ask after her right now, afraid of the answer. Afraid she'll get confirmation of what she fears. She doesn't want it to be true, but will not knowing hurt more than the confirmation. Riskua mulls it over as she changes her swift walking to a steady jog, determined to keep up with her uncle's lengthy strides. "How's Papa?" Riskua asks. And Luffy is clearly rubbing off on her because her first instinct is to reach for Mihawk's hand. She's got the feeling he'd rather cut his own fingers off than hold hands, especially as she is no longer such a young and innocent child, so she refrains. Drunk and terrorizing the Marines. Eyes flick to her, a sidelong glance, and Riskua instantly knows what's coming, braces herself for it. It doesn't stop the winding, the sensation of being punched in the gut though. He's grieving. It goes unspoken what he grieves for, and Riskua stops, clenching her eyes shut. They burn, dry and irritable, as if she no longer has any tears left to spare. Her last memory of Dracule Rowell is a healthy loving mother seeing her off into Shanks' ships. It's better than the final memory she could have had, but Riskua wishes so desperately that they'd had more time together. Mihawk says nothing, but the reassuring pressure of one callous hand pressing against her shoulder speaks volumes. The death of Rowell weighs heavily upon her child. While Mihawk had reserved judgment upon the deportation of Riskua from Melring at the time, he now sees the pain his dear sister has managed to spare her only child. She is hurt by the confirmation of her death, but not shattered. She has managed to build the foundations of a life here. And though this has rocked her, Riskua can still stand. She has not crumbled under the revelation. Mihawk eyes his niece, taking in all that has changed since he last saw her. She's taller, her hair longer, face thinner, and features steadily losing the roundness that comes hand in hand with childhood. Meeting her eyes though, it is as if his sister never left. Having little to no experience with emotional comfort, Rowell had been a tough woman and taken care of herself. In that respect there is little Mihawk can offer his niece in this moment. What he can do is focus her mind on other things, such as her capacity for greatness in regards to hockey. He is not blind, nor willfully ignorant. He knows Riskua has little desire to chase after a life by the blade, no matter how much it may seem like a waste of potential. A child of red hair and his niece, the sword is within her blood. It is with a begrudging acceptance that he settles for her chosen weapon of daggers and knives. Not his first pick, but they do suit her fighting style far more than a long sword would have done. More than a short sword would have done. An unparalleled expert upon the sword does not make Mihawk a slacker when it comes to other blades. So train her he shall. He's well aware that the interactions between himself and Riskua do not flow smooth, that he does not have red hair's nonpareil charisma, that Riskua and himself sometimes struggle to know to respond to one another. It does not mean they do not care though, that they try it all showcases just how much they respect and favor one another's presence. While not as open and warm as her father, Riskua is far more sociable than Mihawk himself, and perhaps that is why their interactions work at all. "Uncle, how long do you plan to keep me?" Riskua's voice isn't hesitant, despite how softly she speaks. Her shoulders are straight, her posture proud and tall. She's palming the handle of one knife and keeping a sharp eye on her surroundings. After the size of the snake he'd been forced to kill wildlife the size of that should not exist outside of the Grand Line, and Mihawk is a little disgruntled to find it in East Blue of all places. He understands why she finds such a thing necessary though. A week. Any longer and the Marines will get jumpy. They always do when one of the Shichibukai goes off radar for a while. Given that he'd been forced to ensure no one was following him before setting course for this island. Maybe even a week is pushing his luck, but it's not as if the Marines can go against him without incurring heavy causalities that they really cannot afford right now, given the state of the New World. It's been like that since the Pirate King's death though, so that's not really a surprise. No, he'll just get a lecture, one he won't even pay attention to, and then be waved off like they even have the power to do so. "I need to tell the boys, the bandit will take care of that." Mahawk cuts off his little niece's protest, coming a halt in the next clearing they walk into. It's reasonably sized, with enough rocks, trees and fallen trunks to offer a little bit of a challenge in regards to a fighting landscape. But they'll, niece. Riskua falls silent at his words, all but her eyebrows going slack. Those thin red lines rise high, opening up the eyes they share until he can see the perfect orbs of haunting yellow. A stinging reminder of Raoul and how much he misses her presence in the world. It has been 2 years. We will have a week together. It is said as fact and Riskua has no choice other than to accept that. There's a glint of mutiny in her eyes though, and Mahawk takes note of it with a slither of glee. Yes, she has come far from the little newborn who was not worthy of his interest. They eat first. For all that the wildlife is large here, it is nowhere near as dangerous as what rests on the Grand Line, and there is a large boar cooking above the fire soon enough. Riskua eats slowly, glancing around the clearing and taking in all of her new surroundings. Good. Situational awareness is always necessary, no matter one's company. Oh, his niece is most certainly safe with him, but it is always good to be cautious. You've been practicing with your blades. It is not a question, Mahawk makes sure of that. He just wants Riskua to expand upon that, to tell him all that she has managed so faring his words. She nods, unsheathing the weaponry from where they remain strapped to her forearms. She will need daggers soon, something to rest at her hips. As much as I can, I guess. Can only do so much when the boys use pipes as their primary weapons and fisticuffs as their secondary. Don't want to cut them up too badly. Can usually fight the wildlife with them, but scraps with people are rare nowadays. She shrugs, though from the grimace upon her face it's clear this is something she is dissatisfied with. Well, that in the very least is something he can solve with his mere presence. Drawing the smallest knife he has upon his person, Mahawk discards his cloak and hat, allowing the scorching sun to beat down upon his hair. Across from him, Riskua does the same, treating her hat with tender care as she places it upon a low-hanging branch upon the edge of the clearing. Once done, she shuffles her daggers back into position, adjusting her hands until she has a good enough grip upon the handles. He waits patiently. This is not going to be a spar. It's an assessment, a look into just what level his little niece stands upon right now. Otherwise he would not have allowed her this moment to gather her thoughts. Sharp yellow eyes take in every inch of his body, looking for a weakness he knows she will not find. Her eyes do not linger up the small blade he holds. There is no hurt pride in her gaze. Just determination. So very much like her father in that respect. It takes far more than a strike to her pride to ruffle her feathers. When she powers forwards, it is with a speed greater than he remembers. It's still painfully slow to his eyes, but respectable enough for a 10-year-old brat. She swipes high for the meat of his abdominals first, and when he sidesteps that, she plants the knife blade flat against the floor, fingers spreading to support her weight as she uses the limb to spin herself around, ducking low and going for his hamstrings with her other dagger-wielding arm. A good strategy. He jumps over it. Her fingers have coiled back into to collect her weapons as she comes up in a roll, lashing out with one foot. It's coated in hockey, not quite enough to blacken its form but enough to create a stain. Another miss and it slams into the floor, leaving a small crater behind. With a flip, Riskua edges back, stance ready but no longer aggressive, still coming to terms with the difference in his fighting style. Of course against his little niece he's tempering his usual levels of power, but it has been 2 years. Did she not expect him to change things to account for how much stronger she could have possibly grown? Angling his knife, Mahawk shifts his weight onto his back foot, tilts his head to consider the little redhead. Show me you've improved, little niece. 6 days pass swiftly. In each one they spar, Mahawk pushing his niece to her limits. If she is serious about following Red Hair's chosen one into the Grand Line, then her stamina needs to improve, vastly. He forced her to spar for an hour on the first day, 2 on the second. 3 on the third, with a half-hour break after the second hour. He'd not wanted to hand that break over, but Riskua's legs had collapsed out from under her in her exhaustion, leaving her panting hopelessly for breath. Reluctantly, he had allowed the rest, forcibly reminding himself that for all the promise she shows, Riskua is still a young child, one that wouldn't even be accepted as a cabin boy or girl, as the case may be unless circumstances were incredibly dire. She has time yet, and East Blue is the sleepiest of the seas when it comes to piracy. When their spars were over though, when they had eaten their fill from the animals that fell before their blades, they would talk. Time away has done Rescue a good. Before leaving Melring, she hadn't been open to talk upon her hockey experiments. Every so often she'd have asked him a question or two, but that was the extent of it. Now she calmly explains all that she's been thinking on, all that she's puzzled out so far. Her logic is sound. Mihawk cannot proclaim himself all that knowledgeable upon the topic. He thought he'd understood a good deal about hockey. But as Rescue explains her experiments with armament, localizing it to a pinpoint upon her body, compacting it into her fist for maximum effect, he realizes how very little is actually known of this power. She has certainly picked something very interesting, something with great potential to pursue. What I've been able to conclude though is that there are 3 major layers to observational hockey, the redhead murmurs, playing with the thigh bone she'd finished tearing the meat from. Her fingers are blooded, skin worn raw from all the time they'd spent wrapped around the handles of her daggers. He's already had her massage the palms to get the blood flowing there again, but there's not much more that can be done beyond that. There's immediate threats to the body, that's the easiest one to pick up on. Like a knife coming at your side, you just know, right? Offering the girl a slight nod of his head, Mihawk relaxes into the tree he's leaning against, Yuru across his lap as he lazily sharpens the famed blade. It's a bit harder, the second step, and that's stuff that's not immediately threatening. Like people plotting you harm, they just give off a vibe. Wildlife too. Like the tiger about 50 meters to the left of us. Mihawk pauses, reaching for that sense, and his little niece is indeed right. There is a tiger stalking around back there. He's not brilliant with recognizing the presence of animals with his hockey. It appears Riskua has already outstripped him in this respect. After that, it's those in the general vicinity to the user, your surroundings as a whole. Every so often, I've been able to kind of click onto this, but it's mainly with Luffy and Ace and Sabo. I think it's because I know them so well that I've kind of got a feel for them by now. I'll have to really start focusing on that now. You are not sharing these observations with others, are you? Mihawk questions, lazily sliding one eye open upon realizing he's allowed them to calmly fall shut as the redhead talks. Only with the boys, she admits, running a hand through her hair, the old deerstalker she's acquired at some point resting in her lap. But they're loyal to a fault, they won't share it because they know it's my dream. Were he a bit more intrigued, perhaps he would go and try to talk to these boys. As things stand, however, he has no desire to do so. Kids that Riskua socializes with. They mean very little to him. She is certain they will not harm her. And he really has no interest beyond that. Well, maybe the one red hair has acknowledged would be worth a glance, but Mihawk is not about to go out of his way. Anyway, I have something I want to bounce off you, Riskua continues, flicking the bone she's been swinging around into the flames of the fire. I know there's observational and armament and conquerors, but do you think it's possible to take hockey and twist it the other way? Like, instead of being aware of your surroundings, twisting it so hockey conceals you instead of notifies you to the world? Like a cloak of some kind? The world works on balance, so it seems like the safest place to start, but I don't have much of an idea where to get started. Once again, the logic of this child astounds him, and Mihawk takes a moment to wonder just how this sensible being came from Red Hair and Rowell. There need not be anything said upon Red Hair's capabilities with logic, and though she is his sister, Rowell had believed a tryst with Riskua's father had been a splendid idea. That decision alone said enough. I do not know what help you wish to me to offer. Were I to approach it though, observational is awareness of surroundings. Perhaps it would pay to instill a further awareness of self if you wish to continue experimenting. Yeah, that sounds quite promising actually. Riskua is gone. Riskua is gone, and it has been absolutely horrible. Luffy smells because without wrist rule, the clothes must be washed after so long rule, the youngest just hasn't bothered. Not that Ace has really stuck to it either, and Sabo's shirt's maybe not as clean as it should be. But in their defense, it's hard to remember without Riskua pointedly sniffing and looking disgruntled. Ace almost drowned when he fell asleep begrudgingly washing the pots, and Luffy almost drowned too trying to save him. Sabo wants Riskua to come back because he doesn't like being the responsible one. There's too much pressure on it all, and he's got a hell of a lot of respect for his redhead best friend right now. That is why today finds them scouring through the other side of the jungle. the side with the freaky-ass plants and unbelievably big snakes. Dayton had insisted they not go, that Riskua was doing some dangerous training on her own, and the woman had looked so serious that they'd actually listened. Or rather, the other bandits had tackled them on her orders when they first made a break for the tree line. Which, made it kind of obvious she was really serious. Enough is enough though, and Sabo's more than ready to go and retrieve the only girl of their group. He forcibly pushes down the reminder of the talk because he sure as hell doesn't want to think about that right now, because he is done. He is so done looking after these two. He needs a break, and he needs it now. It takes them 3 hours of stalking through the jungle, 3 hours of fighting back all the trees and the creepy snakes that aren't even brightly colored, so it's easy to spot them in all the green. No, each one of them is green or brown and exceptionally sneaky. As Ace stabs the end of his pipe into another of the damn things, Sabo stills, listening carefully. He knows that sound, the clash of metal against metal. Spinning on heels, Sabo pulls his top hat further down his head and charges into the clearing. He's fully expecting Riskua. What he's not expecting is the tall man that's going at her with an insultingly small sword. "Ah! Riskua! Get the fuck away from her!" Ace thunders past him, pipe ready to land a blow. The man doesn't even flick a glance to them, dodging both Ace and Sabo's attack without so much as looking at them. A booted foot finds Sabo's back, and the next thing he knows, he's eating dirt. As quick as he can, Sabo rolls over, snatching up his pipe and coming up swinging. That tiny sword, it's so damn thin, like a needle, shouldn't that have snapped by now? Blocks him effortlessly, reflecting Sabo's blow so that it smacks against Ace's own attack, rocking Sabo's once sure foundation and sending him to tumbling to the floor again. Hey! Panicking, Sabo kicks Ace off him at Luffy's furious bellow, heart in his throat as he sees the man has caught Luffy's extended wrist. He remains rooted to the spot even as a flying mass of rubber boy is forcibly pulled to him as Luffy's arm recoils back to its usual length. "This is him?" the man asks, his voice deep and dark as he glances at Riskua. Riskua, who's not worried about this man holding Luffy. She's frowning, but it's not an upset frown, more of a considering one. "Yeah, that's my captain." Sabo's not sure how those words led to the fight that came about. But he's damn sure it's those words that have him in the exhausted heap he's in now. The strange man who never introduced himself, who forced them to defend themselves yet clearly had no intention of seriously harming them, has left now. Sabo hasn't a clue who he is, but he clearly knows Riskua. Their eyes, are they family? Sabo doesn't want to ask though. If Riskua wanted to talk about her family then she would. As she's never mentioned it, not to his knowledge at least, then Sabo leaves it well enough alone. Though he had thrown over his shoulder, not even bothering to turn his head towards the girl, that he'd be back at some point in the future. It had been an ominous parting from a man Sabo gets the impression is as strong as Garp. Even more reason to be wary of him. Sprawled out and only just visible from the edge of Sabo's eye, Ace furiously runs a hand through his hair. The former noble doesn't know how the kid has the energy for even that one little motion. They'd attacked with everything they had, all four of them, and they'd not even put a scratch on that guy. Bastard. "We need to get stronger," Ace pants, Luffy making a choked noise of agreement in the back of his throat. Covering in cuts, scrapes and bruises, Riskua just hums and says nothing more on the matter. Bone tired as they are, it takes them several hours to crawl back to the treehouse, and they spend the next few days moving slow and gingerly. It doesn't stop them from throwing themselves into training once that week of recovering is over though.